2009. Michigan football will kick off their season tomorrow at noon in East Carolina, a full 3-hour pregame over on WWJ at 9 a.m. Play-by-play right here on The Ticket. Coordinator Jesse Minter will lead the sidelines for the first game of Jim Harbaugh's suspension. The Tigers salvaged one game versus the Yankees and ended that 5-game slide before headed back on the road for the first time in nearly 2 weeks. They're off to Chicago for 3 versus the White Sox. Elsewhere in baseball, Ronald Acuna Jr. setting records for the Braves as he's a new member of the 30-home run, 60 stolen bases club. By the way, he's the only member of that club, the first to ever do it in a season. And after building out their roster, adding and subtracting pieces, we'll finally hear from the Lions front office later this morning. Dan Campbell joined us right here on 97.1 The Ticket, said they're ready for one of the most fun environments you can play in, Arrowhead in Kansas City, next Thursday. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Bold is the word we used, and bold is what John said.
Yeah.
North Carolina wins the ACC. Okay. I got a team for you.
Go
You
ahead.
said they make the playoff too, by the way, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
wow. I've got Oregon State to win the Pac-12 this season as a darling, as a surprise, as a stunner, as a team more than plus 1,000 odds to pull it off. The Beavers, the story we should all be pulling for before conference realignment buries them. They are coming off a 10-win season with subpar quarterback play. Now they got DJU, fresh start with a good line, with a run game. They avoid USC. They get Washington and Utah in Corvallis in the mist. Oregon State wins the Pac-12. There's your bold prediction for the upcoming season.
Then they get to see Oregon, Washington, USC, UCLA. They're all running scared.
You're not doing this for next year because that's not bold.
What do you mean?
Because it's just them in Washington State.
I don't even know if the Pac-12 exists next season.
Yes. They're going to play them 6
They could
times.
repeat.
The one-game
Yeah.
season. Let's go. All the marbles. No, we love Oregon State on Cash the Ticket. 2-0 last night for Mike, 2-0 for me last night going into the weekend. We are pumped, and we like the Beavers. Gov, do you have a bold college
We all
football?
like the Beavers.
We all like the Beavers.
That's right. I had to keep Chris Villar around for this one to get his
Can't wait,
reaction.
Gov.
Oh, boy.
The Ohio State Buckeyes
Oh, no.
will not have a chance to win the Big Ten when they come to Ann Arbor. Dun, 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 dun.
I hope you're wrong.
It's going to start.
Kyle-
It's going to start in South Bend.
Kyle
Late-
McCord, how many interceptions?
Well, so it's funny, your reaction. It's not, there's no way. No, you're wrong. I hope you're wrong. Lot of hope coming out of Ohio.
You know what's sad is we were like one play away from winning the national title last year. Because going.
Oh, yeah.
And now we're sitting here because we've lost 2 straight against Michigan. Everyone's just dashed, man. It's just it's kind of like sitting here like jaded to it because Michigan beat you twice in a row.
you hate to see it.
Even though you went to the playoff.
Breaks
and-
my heart.
Get a new
feel bad for
quarterback.
him.
You don't know who to trust anymore.
You don't know who to trust. And that's the thing. But here's on the flip side. All right. And I've said this many times. You have Marvin Harrison Jr. You're going to be in every game and have a chance to win every single game. He is a difference maker. Now the question is going to be, and on the other side too, it's not like Kyle McCord wasn't a highly recruited quarterback. And who is his coach? You can make all of the arguments for Ryan Day as a head coach, which none of them are very good. It's just simply against one team because he has been to the college football playoffs. He is a guy that, but as a quarterback coach, he's a guy that can actually develop college football quarterbacks.
I love John Jansen is trying to talk me into the Buckeyes right now. Which this is great.
Earlier today, he said he's pulling for Michigan State tonight.
Hey, you want a bold prediction
Who
from me?
are you?
Bold
Yeah.
prediction from me. Michigan will win the national title. From a Buckeye fan.
Dun, 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 dun.
I'm gonna go throw up.
That's Chris Villar.
Yeah, it's
from the
kind of
Ticket
I
Update
think
Desk.
that's kind of a lukewarm take.
Lukewarm take.
I think coming from a Buckeye.
Yeah, the number 2 rated team in the preseason poll will win the national
win the national
championship.
title. Yeah, way to go out of the limb
All right,
there.
Michigan will lose 5 games.
Dun, 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 dun.
I love giving him the hard time.
All right, so with his hot take there,
Yeah.
he's probably just buying in that Georgia won't three-peat.
Right. I mean, history would suggest it hasn't happened since the 1930s. It was the Minnesota Golden Gophers. Yeah, I mean, if you're taking the field against the team that has to replace a quarterback and all these guys to the NFL and new offensive coordinator, yeah. I don't think they're three-peating, and I don't know that's particularly a hot take.
So I don't have a particular hot take. I haven't really thought about it this deeply. So I'll borrow one from a friend. Alabama, 9-3.
Dun, 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 dun,
Don't have a sure thing at quarterback. They're going to have to break in a new one. Maybe the attrition catches up with them now that they've got Georgia. They got LSU in that division, who's a top 5 team.
Just don't tell me Texas is back. Save that for our friends Hill to die on.
Never Texas is back. No way.
All right, 248-539-9797. You want to jump in? That's the way to do it. I said we'd get to Michigan. A choose-your-own adventure. Jim Harbaugh has brought Michigan back to Big Ten dominance, back-to-back titles. But Chris Villar talks about national title. Blake Corum talks about national title. I'm curious, John, you can't win a national title against Bowling Green and East Carolina and UNLV, but you can start.
You do have to win those games,
But you do have to win. Well, you might be able to lose one of those games, but they won't. And the question becomes, what do you want to see from Michigan's offense starting tomorrow? Do you want to see pound, blue, pound, run, 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 identity of Michigan continues? That's what got them over the hump against Ohio State, is just beating and battering them no matter what the venue was. Do you want to see them stick to pound, blue, pound, or is it let JJ cook? Choose your own adventure. Do you want them to be more adventurous? Do you want to see JJ throwing even if they're up 4 or 5 touchdowns? Do you want to see them establish some rhythm with that unproven receiver room, regardless of the opponent? John, which adventure, pick a path for Michigan, running or opening it up through the air, which do you want to see them do starting tomorrow?
Well, I would much prefer to see them. Can I go full Stoney on this? Be a balanced attack.
Well, a little bit of this, a little bit of that.
Same thing I said last year.
Play action.
With JJ at quarterback, I want them to be less predictable, which means, you want to see them stretch the field, be a little bit more explosive in the passing game, but I also want to see them run the quarterback more. So it's not just, ground and pound with your running backs with that offensive line, but I want to see them use J.J. McCarthy as a runner, the read option, when he hands it off, but more important, when he keeps it. I want to see him gain yardage with his feet, because that will change. Like we talk about, your team tonight. What is it that gives them the best chance? Mm-hmm. That's Bert Emanuel being able to run around and wreak havoc from the quarterback position. J.J. McCarthy has that ability. I just need to see him use it. He has the ability to go deep. I just need to see him use it and connect. And from the receivers, I need to see that they can get open and actually catch the ball when they're open. That connection has to happen. And I don't want to wait until, they face Ohio State to see it. Like that's all of a sudden when they unveil it. No, I would like to see that earlier. So to answer the question simply, yes, I would like them to be more explosive in the pass game, and against ECU, against UNLV, against Bowling Green, chuck it deep and let's see what happens.
Put the chef hat on. Put your apron on.
I don't want to.
Let
please
JJ cook.
Don't put it like that, because I'm not a Russell Wilson fan, and the whole let Russ cook sort of deal it kind of irritates me.
It's ruined the phrase for you.
It has. It irritates me.
Okay, find a different analogy, but you want to see them throwing the ball down the field, slinging it around, let JJ come into his own. Because, John, I was nervous when they played in Columbus last year because they hadn't done it. Now, they got away with it, and he made the plays down the field in one-on-one matchups. But against TCU, he certainly wasn't as composed.
Dynamic,
Well, and composed. I mean, it's one thing to take those shots, but to have the rhythm and the timing and to know, hey, I can hit these spots. I don't have to make these rush decisions or these rash decisions and turn the ball over. I know it's Bowling Green, I know it's ECU, and I know it's UNLV. Put a dagger in them. Like, really emphasize developing the passing game while Jim Harbaugh is sitting at home and can't sit there and because that's the belief, right? Is he's the one that loves the downhill running. Maybe you get a chance to, I don't know, mess with the substitute teacher kind of. Like, you have a chance to do it the way you want to do it if you're filling in as a head coach, one of these interim guys.
Peel the TV card out.
Yeah.
It's almost like last year they opened a Christmas present in steps, where they would just take a little piece of the wrapping paper off here and there when they need.
Untie the bow.
Let's do it as needed. And I thought it almost got them in big trouble against Illinois. And,
Yeah, it was tight.
And they went up against a decent defense that day, too. So
Right.
you combine those two things, and then they lost Corum. But then they showed against Ohio State, but you brought it up, Jim, the one-on-one coverage. You know, they'll play them a little different, but they got the 1-2 combo. I just think I think in the TCU game, JJ got rattled. And I think it was okay for him to get rattled.
Sure.
Because I think every quarterback, except the greats, maybe, get rattled at some point.
Well,
game
everybody
took on
playing
a-
this game is going to get rattled at some point.
That game took on a life of its own. They fell down 14-0, and I think he panicked a little bit.
I think there was a lot of panic, and not just from JJ,
Well, the
from
coaching staff.
everywhere. Yeah, but when you look at this team, look, if you're going to be a team that competes for a national title, the best teams, and if you look at Georgia the last 2 years, what have they been able to do? Yes, they have been able to throw the ball downfield. They've got one of the best tight ends, if not the best tight end in the country, in Brock Bowers, but they have been able to run the football as well. That's something that you should be able to go into this season knowing about Michigan with the offensive line that they have and with Blake Corum and Donovan Edwards. Okay, we believe that we know we have that. What do we need to do to open this offense up? We need to be more explosive in the pass game so that when we face Ohio State, that when we face whoever it is in the playoffs, if it's Georgia, if it's Alabama, if it's LSU, if it's TCU, whoever it is, that they have to prepare for more than just stacking up against the run. If you have to prepare for the pass game, then in those moments, like Georgia's been able to do, you can actually hand the ball off.
I think I got the word. You guys would agree. They need to be more deliberate about it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they need
It's
to be
kinda
more
like-
deliberate.
It's kind of like when Saban got Tua. And even Hurts a little bit before, but they were cautious with Hurts compared to Tua. He said, he goes, we gotta outscore people sometimes. And they started crushing teams versus being the ground and pound Alabama rely on their defense team.
Yeah, a no-name quarterback. Who's their quarterback up until 2010? Nobody knows.
Yeah. Dan Campbell going to be on with us this morning, 9:35. My question to Michigan fans, choose your own adventure. Do you want to emphasize, hey, play to your strengths, run the ball, it's what's got you this far? Or in the non-conference, do you want to let JJ prepare a meal?
Oh.
John, did I miss anything else? Coming up next, anything else that I need to look forward to for Michigan against ECU? Maybe I missed something. 97.1.
Look, do I want to kick the tires on Robbie Gould? Absolutely. Absolutely. See, what do you still got the leg? Do you still want to play? You know, what's the reason he hasn't been signed by anybody yet? There are a plethora of teams that need a kicker.
Yeah.
Is there something else going on there? If there's not, then I think the Lions, who are the other teams you mentioned that Rossini mentioned? That
Rams.
Okay, get the Rams.
The Rams, Falcons, but hold on, let me look it up.
So it's like the Rams and Niners both kick outdoors.
Rams, Lions, Titans, Niners, Broncos.
So it's just the Lions are the only ones that are kicking indoors?
Rams.
Oh, right. Well, is it?
It's
indoors?
it's kind of got the retractable walls. So.
Yeah. And I don't think the Rams are looking to add a veteran kicker to their roster. Do you? It's a really young team. And
I wouldn't.
Looks
I
like
wouldn't
you're starting
think so,
over.
but, yeah.
So, I mean, the Lions would have the best situation, wouldn't you think?
Well, the situation being indoors with a competitive team as opposed to San Francisco's situation. But San Francisco, remember, they're not signing Robbie Gould, and they had him last year.
Right.
Something's up with Robbie Gould.
I mean, John, you tell me. Michigan plays ECU on Saturday. You'll be back in the booth, sights and sounds, the big house. But am I missing some great storyline for this matchup other than, hey, what's the offense going to look like with Harbaugh sitting on the couch?
There's not really any great storyline. I think what may come out of this is Jesse Minter talked about a couple of things, and that is being able to force turnovers, and especially fumbles. Now, this is a team, I know every year is different, personnel is different, but under Mike Houston, their coach, they've been a team that has valued possession of the football. That's a characteristic over a number of years. And that's what Michigan is going to try and do, but it's also being able to put pressure on opposing quarterbacks. And I think you're going to be introduced to a couple of guys like Derek Moore, Josiah Stewart, the transfer from Coastal Carolina. And then in the secondary, there's been some speculation. There's a couple of guys that have been banged up. And even if they're not, when you get into the depth chart, which eventually they will, I think you're going to be introduced to some other players like a Zeke Berry, who we saw in the spring game. I think he's going to have some influence on this season. Keon Saab in the secondary as well. So it's more some storylines of some younger players that are going to step up and play. Wide receivers, you got 3 freshmen, and that I think are going to play significant roles this year. So there's some young players that you're going to be introduced to, and that's more the storyline versus who's the starting quarterback. Or
think about it. There really isn't any drama. You've got 2 running backs back. You know who your quarterback is. The offensive line strength of the team figures to be the same deal. Defensively, they went from no name last year and were still great. Returned a bunch of dudes. Like, there is no drama. Who's going to be the third corner? John, it feels like Michigan's just going to be frozen in cryogenic state until November 11th against Penn State. I mean, I look at the schedule and everybody knows the 3 non-con games.
You said it, not me. Got to go to East Lansing.
Yeah.
But okay, Rutgers is the Big Ten opener. Nebraska, Minnesota are the next 2. We watched them play last night.
Yeah.
Say no more.
Not lighting things on fire.
Indiana the week after that at the Big House. Michigan State, they're terrible. Purdue the following game. So now you get to November 11th.
You are all in on tonight.
I will never assume Michigan's going to beat Michigan State.
No.
I can think it or predict it.
You're a young man, Jim. Young man.
Is it wrong to assume that Michigan, peak of their powers, back-to-back Big Ten titles, best team Harbaugh's had in years, is going to beat 7-loss Mel?
This guy. I hope Valeni's
Hey,
listening.
you don't get a dog in the fight.
Rico
Neutral observer.
Yeah, I didn't go to either of these schools.
No, not a neutral observer. He's already said they're going into East Lansing tonight, and they're going to be singing the fight song for 3.5 hours.
Looking forward to it, John. 248-539-9797. But for the state of Michigan, there really isn't any drama until, fine, we'll call it what it is. You want to make it about October 21st. That's still 7 weeks away. Am I doing the math right? I mean, there really isn't a lot that Michigan has to solve or settle or answer until they get into the teeth of the Big Ten schedule, and that's not right away out of the gate.
No, they're not going to be tested. You're not going to really know who Michigan is or even start to learn about them until they go to East Lansing, until they go to Happy Valley. You'll learn a little bit more in East Lansing. You'll learn a little bit more in Happy Valley. And that's the problem with a schedule like this is not only will we not know as fans, because you could go out there and in a first half, JJ could throw for 400 yards. Blake Corum could run for 250. Not at the same time, but they could put up those type of numbers. Well, what does that mean? It means nothing.
Okay, so we talked about, me and you, we don't assume Michigan State. You think they're a 9-loss team this year, Jim, right?
Mel with how many L's?
Oh, my gosh.
This guy, he burning it down.
Penn State, obviously, and Ohio State.
Yeah, those are big ones.
But there will be a trouble game.
But there always is. Kind of like Illinois last year.
Illinois last year was big trouble. I mean, they got away with one last year. I will say the previous year when Michigan did lose to Michigan State in the regular season, it was the Rutgers game in early September or late September.
Josh Ross got hurt.
It was a one-score game.
Yeah, it was a battle.
What's the trouble game?
Well, you look at the road games, Nebraska, Minnesota, but we both watched them last night. It's not exactly a real threat unless they bog down the game.
Teams do have the opportunity to get better.
Checks the notes. Yes, John is right. Teams can get better as the season goes. Greg Hargrave,
Just
your
not
hand
Michigan State, right?
No. What's
Well,
up?
he's undefeated, so right now is he me Tucker?
No losses.
A
Currently
team that
0-0.
gave Michigan trouble last year. Now they're going to their building, and they have an experienced quarterback. What about Maryland?
And it's sandwiched in there between Penn State and Ohio State. Rico's Turtles.
I do not think Michigan goes through the regular season unscathed. But I also kind of like them against an ability to go into Happy Valley and beat Penn State, and I like them against Ohio State. I think there is a game there that will falter. And hey, look, it doesn't end their season. You just got to
Right.
You can't lose the wrong game. You can't lose that tiebreaker game to get you into the Big Ten title game.
Hey, we get a taste this weekend. Let's go to Heather with the news.
Okay, did you guys see this? There is this man in Nebraska that got pulled over this week because he was driving with a massive bull riding shotgun in his car. And he wasn't like in a big truck where you would imagine they'd be towing like a tractor where you'd pull the bull inside of. It was literally a old Ford Crown Vic that he like modified so that this bull could literally sit in the front seat of his car. And it wasn't just a regular bull, like a bull you just see at a farm. It was this African breed that has massive horns, like massive horns, and it weighs up to about 1,600 pounds. This thing was huge. When police stopped him, he told police that the bull's name was Howdy Doody, and police said, you know what, we could give you a ticket for several violations, but you know what, just get home, get this bull off the road, take him back. So they didn't even give him a ticket. Here's the police captain talking about this interesting stop. You got to see the photos, though, because it's out of this world.
This is ridiculous. I just pulled it up. It's comical.
Yes, it is. It's absolutely ridiculous. Kelly Stafford is opening up for the first time since she made comments on her podcast that, Matthew is having trouble connecting with his younger teammates. She said, in the locker room, everyone just turns to their phone immediately. They don't do any talking, they don't have a ways to connect, and he's struggling with that. Well, she sat down with Local 4's Christy McDonald, and she kind of went on to say all sorts of things. And during her interview, she did say that her decision to air that information was, quote, probably the worst thing I've done when it comes to him being Matthew. So here's more of what she had to say.
Whoa. Media stirring what up? Her own words. And by the way, she's clarifying. She's always said you don't want your wife in the news?
Yeah.
Has she ever looked herself in the mirror on this? John, how would that have gone over in the locker room if you had read that report about your quarterback and his wife making those quotes?
Anytime. If your wife is the one making news, it's a tough locker room to walk into. Trust me. It would be. We would have some fun with it. I'll just leave it at that. By the way, that Howdy Doody bull.
Yeah.
Is that the same Howdy Doody that wrote the fight song?
I think so. It's probably that old.
Fire Up Chips, yeah.
Hey, John, how would you feel if your wife threw a pretzel at a fan?
What are you wasting a good pretzel for?
I always say your wife shouldn't be in the news. Throws pretzel. This is the same woman.
Multiple times.
Heather with the news.
Yep.
Dan Campbell coming up next. It's 97.1.
I guess, was I a little surprised that they kept the two running backs? I'm a little surprised that that's all they kept, but they've got room to maneuver here with the roster, the way they've constructed it. I think the Lions are going to be quite active when it comes to adding players to this team. I think they are going to – I would hope that they would talk to Robbie Gould. We talked a lot about it yesterday. And saw another article last night that used the word picky. Robbie Gould is being very picky about where he wants to go, but if the picky means close to Chicago, Detroit is close to Chicago. So it's possible they could woo him to come here. But I think that they are also looking certainly at wide receiver to see if they can improve that group. But it's every position group. I mean, there could be some offensive lineman that was waived, and they're like, oh, my goodness, I didn't expect that. Yeah, let's get him over here.
Yeah, so I'm going to be intrigued to see if they sign a running back today. And there's a couple names out there, familiar names, that I'd kick the tires on, Gator.
What's your take on Jim Harbaugh going into this season with the suspension and his latest jabs at the NCAA in the system?
Yeah, well, he's not happy, obviously, but he's not going to. I mean, he'll rail or he'll fight back as only Jim Harbaugh can, with kind of in code and with, I thought it was relatively clever of him, although he believes the players, the revenue sharing thing, he's espoused things like that before. For him to talk about it Monday before the Open, I think that clearly was directed at either a okey doke, don't look here, look over here, or further, like, the NCAA has all these other things that I think they need to work on, and without saying it, they're focused on this. I mean, they'll deal with it. They're lucky that they do have 3 relatively weak opponents and a veteran team. And I mean, it would be interesting if this were to happen next year in Texas as week number 2, how it would happen. But I think, and he does a pretty darn good job of hiding it, I think he's pissed. Now, deep down, I think he's also probably a little pissed at himself for letting it get this far. I know the principles, and his principle is he's not going to admit he was lying when he thinks he wasn't lying. But there had to have been an easier avenue to get through this without turning into, Russia versus the U.S.
A Milwaukee bar has something concocted for football season. They will pay your tab when the Jets lose a game started by Aaron Rodgers this season. Did you see this?
I did. I think it's awesome. I think it's genius.
Now, there's some stipulations, right, Heather? I know, like, they're not comping your whole meal.
Right. You can't comp your food. You have to stay at the bar the entire
Right. You've
game.
You got to be there and start your tab at least 15 minutes before kickoff.
Right.
Aaron Rodgers has to start the game. And so it can't conflict with a Green Bay Packers game as well, which
exactly
rules out certain Sundays.
Yeah, unless there's some things flexed at the end.
4
of the
games, I think, in total that
this
they'll
is-
do this.
So basically, it's prime time games, featured games where Rodgers starts for the Jets, they lose, and they're buying your beer or your drink for you.
Yes.
If we had a promotion like that here in Detroit, if a local bar adopted this, would it be Aaron Rodgers? Would it be a different athlete? Like, who would be our villain that we would get comped a free drink if they lose?
Look, do I want to kick the tires on Robbie Gould? Absolutely. Absolutely. See, what do you still got the leg? Do you still want to play? You know, what's the reason he hasn't been signed by anybody yet? There are a plethora of teams that need a kicker.
Yeah.
Is there something else going on there? If there's not, then I think the Lions, who are the other teams you mentioned that Rossini mentioned?
Rams.
Okay, get the Rams.
The Rams, Falcons, but hold on, let me look it up.
So it's like the Rams and Niners both kick outdoors.
Rams, Lions, Titans, Niners, Broncos.
So it's just the Lions are the only ones that are kicking indoors?
Rams.
Oh, right. Well, is it?
It's
indoors?
it's kind of got the retractable walls. So.
Yeah. And I don't think the Rams are looking to add a veteran kicker to their roster. Do you? It's a really young team. And
I wouldn't.
Looks
I
like
wouldn't
you're starting
think so,
over.
but, yeah.
So, I mean, the Lions would have the best situation, wouldn't you think?
Well, the situation being indoors with a competitive team as opposed to San Francisco's situation. But San Francisco, remember, they're not signing Robbie Gould, and they had him last year.
Right.
Something's up with Robbie Gould.
Hey, get ready for the NFL season with incredible offers from FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers can bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets, guaranteed. Plus, all customers who bet $5 will get $100 off NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Now is the best time to join FanDuel. The app is easy to use. It's a lot of fun, and you can be on everything from spreads to player props and so much more. So visit FanDuel.com/Jansen and kick off the NFL season with an offer you won't want to miss. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL, must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. NFL Sunday Ticket offer ends 9/18/23. No refunds. Terms and embargoes apply. $100 off NFL Sunday Ticket, not YouTube TV. YouTube TV base plan required to watch YouTube TV. Redemption requires a Google account and current form of payment. Commercial use excluded. Subscription renews. Cancel anytime.
I guess, was I a little surprised that they kept the 2 running backs? I'm a little surprised that that's all they kept, but they've got room to maneuver here with the roster, the way they've constructed it. I think the Lions are going to be quite active when it comes to adding players to this team. I think they are going to – I would hope that they would talk to Robbie Gould. We talked a lot about it yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And saw another article last night that used the word picky. Robbie Gould is being very picky about where he wants to go. But if the picky means close to Chicago, Detroit is close to Chicago. So it's possible they could woo him to come here. But I think that they are also looking certainly at wide receiver to see if they can improve that group. But it's every position group. I mean, there could be some offensive lineman that was waived, and they're like, oh, my goodness, I didn't expect that. Yeah, let's get him over here.
Yeah, so I'm going to be intrigued to see if they sign a running back today. And there's a couple names out there, familiar names, that I'd kick the tires on, Gator.
Beautifully done, John Jansen.
Oh, varsity.
Varsity.
I think I made like 3 words out of varsity.
Tonight, Central, MSU. I saw Gator, by the way. He is decked out. He's got his Michigan State shirt on, and no words were exchanged. It was a stare down as I walked back into the studio. A stare down. No words, locked eyes. Yeah. Game time, 7 o'clock tonight.
It is kind of fun, interesting that, I normally wear nondescript clothes coming in. And because it is the kickoff of the season, I have my Michigan football on. You get your Central Michigan gear on. Greg's got my favorite Wolverine logo, the angry sailor Wolverine. And Gator obviously coming in with the Spartan garb on. That's what makes this weekend. And there's not a lot of great games. There's some fun games. Locally, we have Central Michigan, and Michigan State. And there are some other good games, but not multiple games on at the same time. So you're not sitting there flipping the channel up. But it's the kickoff of college football season, and we're all celebrating it.
Last night, Utah, Florida.
Mm-hmm.
First play of the game for Utah. 70-yard touchdown pass to a guy with the name Money. It's beautiful.
And his last name wasn't Badgley.
It was not. Most importantly, wasn't Badgley. So excited for this weekend. We got a taste last night. More football tonight. 5-day weekend, Labor Day weekend. Can't wait. You mentioned Badgley. What did you make of Campbell's answer about confidence level? He's like, yeah, we confidence level, and we'll play to their strengths.
Right. And so this is what we talked about yesterday. Playing to their strengths. that means that little invisible line that you see on TV that nobody sees in the stadium, instead of it being at 35, the 35-yard line, where the Detroit Lions need to get to be in field goal range, that line is going to be at the 30 or the 28. Whatever it is,
give you a 47, 48-yard field goal.
Right, to be within range. And it doesn't mean that it's going to be automatic. It just means that he has that range, and you have confidence that if you line up, you kick a field goal, it should be 3 points.
Reading into that, because he didn't elaborate more, playing to the strengths to me would mean if it's 4th down and we are on the fringe of Patterson's range,
go for it.
We're going for it. And they were aggressive last year. They were aggressive his first year. That's not all that surprising. But he knows his roster. And I guess as a coach, that's what you have to do. I mean, you work with the guys you got. They're trying to upgrade. They have a backup plan, but you play to your strengths. I guess that's the best way he could answer it. I was also caught off guard with the Chris Jones answer. Because I'm like, oh, yeah, of course, we're all paying attention to it. We're all monitoring it. We're not monitoring it. It doesn't matter.
Liar. You know they're keeping an eye on it. Is he going to be there? Is he not going to be there? It's a difference maker, right?
I don't think Dan Campbell's refreshing Twitter every minute, but yeah, it matters. Absolutely matters whether that guy plays.
Yeah, it's affecting game planning significantly.
Should, you would
I mean, the way you attack with the run up the middle if he's not there.
Well, the way you set formations, the way that you think about going in motion and trying to create the strength of a formation to one side or the other. And if they're going to flip things as you motion, it's going to depend on where Chris Jones is. Is he at home? Is he in the stands? Is he on the sidelines? Is he in the game? It all matters when you're starting to put together game plan. And they're going to have to game plan as if he's there. It would be irresponsible to go into this game without a Chris Jones version of the game plan.
I mean, if this doesn't, he's not going to, I think even if he agrees, he may not play at this point. Like, we're under a week now.
Yeah. I think if they come to terms on a contract, he'll play. I would be, if he comes to terms before.
What's the deadline?
Wednesday.
Oh, really?
Day before the game.
Mm-hmm. Now, it'll affect how much he plays, how effective he is. But if he is under contract, hell yeah, he's playing. There's no question.
I'm just surprised a little bit by that. Like, I would think it would have to be like Saturday or something.
What if they strike a deal at breakfast the day of the game? They're just sitting there enjoying, pancakes and sausage, a little bacon. Like, I think I'll play tonight.
Well, this is where you need a friend inside the NFL office to slow roll the approval of this contract. Office closes at 4:00. Well, you know what? Since we're all leaving for Kansas City and we have flights to catch, the office closes at 11 a.m. Sorry, it was after 11 a.m. We couldn't approve the contract.
Oh, I think they get it approved immediately because the NFL is against the Lions, remember?
Oh, here we go.
Yes. We'll have to check the script.
Hey-oh, here we go.
I love it that, is it ES? No, NFL is, they come out with the commercial that they're going over the script, and you see Kirk Cousins there shirtless. You see a bunch of other, stars. Patrick Mahomes comes in via Zoom. I think it's hilarious that the NFL is leaning into the whole, there's a script on the season, and this is how it's supposed to play out.
I think it's funny. I think it's tongue-in-cheek. But there's going to be people who, when a dumb thing happens, go, see?
Yeah.
They're not even hiding it anymore.
Yeah. I mean,
Good
you're always going to have the tinfoil hat. Sure.
I know.
Gator.
I love that spot.
It's
great.
hilarious.
A no-handed catch.
Yes.
Just catch it with your abs. Love it. Give me more of that.
I tell you what, give us more of college football. We got a taste of it last weekend. Not a great games. Last night it was at least two programs that have respect. You can say whatever you want about the games. Big Ten football last night.
Which programs have respect? Which
Utah.
Okay,
Yeah,
I was going to say,
Utah.
which one were you referring
You're like,
to?
not Nebraska, not Minnesota.
I'm not talking about
what's
Big
left
Ten,
of
but
Florida.
at least it was Big Ten football. We all tuned
look.
in, and now it's college football in full effect.
I thought it was look, I think that's great. I was not impressed last week at all.
No.
It didn't whet my appetite. It wasn't any. I was turned off by it actually last week. And I've been pretty bummed about college football because of how it's changed so much over the last few years. And it's all corporate now, and I hate that. But it's game day, and I'm fired up. And I watched last night, watched a lot of the football. And I think it's hilarious with Nebraska. New coach, new quarterback, same results.
Same outcome.
Same thing. I mean, the exact same thing. Late turnover kills you and you lose. Phenomenal catch by Minnesota at the end there. It was just great, and very much looking forward to this now. I mean, we get Michigan State tonight against the Chips, and then you get Michigan tomorrow.
Can I ask you a question?
So,
against the
okay,
Pirates.
I'll ask the second one then. You go first.
Oh, you got the follow-up ready. You scared?
Of what?
You afraid?
Of what?
7 o'clock tonight when the maroon and gold come storming into Spartan Stadium?
The only words that Jim Costa has not uttered this morning is, I fully guarantee a win in East Lansing tonight for the Chips.
Do you want me to do that?
Would you
Shoot the boot? Shoot
Sure,
the boot
I'll
guarantee?
shoot the boot.
Here we go.
You're going to give a shoot the boot guarantee.
Shoot the boot guarantee. I'll
That-
drink a beer out of a shoe if
That
they
Central.
lose.
Wow. That was easy.
Welcome to the studio. I
he's
had
a
no
Central
idea.
grad.
I could have
He's
done
no
that.
stranger
I could
to
have done that 2 hours ago.
Wow, Costa.
Wow.
Am I missing
Fully
something with Michigan State? Are they
guaranteed.
some juggernaut that I'm like unaware
I
of?
don't know. Am I missing something with Central? Are they some juggernaut? I
What
didn't know
was
about?
last year? They were no juggernaut, and they beat Western by like 22 and Akron by like 50.
And?
Costa's like, whatever.
Yeah. I mean,
He's
be
flying
fired
the
up.
flag.
You be fired up, Chip.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, I
Be
will be.
fired up, and just take it easy on that beer. You'll be all right. You going tonight?
I will be there tonight.
Are they
He
honoring
said he
you?
wasn't going to go if they weren't going to win.
Yes, I'm not going to show up if I think my team's going to lose.
Are they going to honor you? Oh no, it's Michigan State. They don't do that.
See if Rico can pull some strings for me. Yeah. What are you guys going to talk about?
College football. We got bold ass predictions for college football. I'm going to take a team that hasn't had a winning record for like a dozen years to win 9 games this year.
And when to plant grass seed?
It's now. Isn't it?
It is now.
Is now the time?
Yeah, I think so.
Well,
Yeah.
We need to get going on that.
Okay. Carson Anderson, they're coming up next, 97.1. What's your take on Jim Harbaugh going into this season with the suspension and his latest jabs at the NCAA in the system?
Yeah, well, he's not happy, obviously, but he's not going to. I mean, he'll rail or he fight back as only Jim Harbaugh can, with kind of in code and with, I thought it was relatively clever of him, although he believes the players, the revenue sharing thing, he's espoused things like that before. For him to talk about it Monday before the Open, I think that clearly was directed at either a okey doke, don't look here, look over here, or further, like, the NCAA has all these other things that I think they need to work on, and without saying it, they're focused on this. I mean, they'll deal with it. They're lucky that they do have 3 relatively weak opponents and a veteran team. And I mean, it would be interesting if this were to happen next year in Texas as week number 2, how it would happen. But I think, and he does a pretty darn good job of hiding it, I think he's pissed. Now, deep down, I think he's also probably a little pissed at himself for letting it get this far. I know the principles, and his principle is he's not going to admit he was lying when he thinks he wasn't lying. But there had to have been an easier avenue to get through this without turning into, Russia versus the U.S.
Yep, Friday. We had college football last night. We got college football tonight. We got college football tomorrow. We got college football Sunday. We got college football Monday. We're less than a week to go to the NFL. This is a great time to have these jobs. It's a fun time to do these shows. I will tell you that.
Got a good hair day going. Yesterday was good height day.
I was about to say, is it a good height day?
I don't know.
too?
Today's a good height day
both?
because I'm sitting down, but that was yesterday. I had a good height day yesterday. I got a good hair day going today.
Yep.
You got your North hat.
I'm representing the North.
I don't mind it.
Don't you?
No.
This, people want to see it, go to twitch.tv, search up 971 The Ticket or YouTube, and we're there at 971 The Ticket. The suggestion came from Jansen, dude, that we should, would you shoot the boot guarantee Michigan State's going to win tonight?
Sure.
Okay. Wow. Dueling, shoot the boots. Costa's got the Chippewas and Gators got the Spartans. That didn't take much for either of you.
I got a text message from a friend of mine who suggested that Costa seems so fired up about this that he should have to shoot the boot out of one of my boots.
Well, you can sort that out with him. I would never agree to those terms.
I don't need to throw that at him. I think I don't even know if he's going to be humiliated enough to shoot the boot. It's not even humiliating. It's just, look, beginning of the season, who knows what you got? Nobody knows what Michigan State's going to be. Maybe Mel Tucker has an idea, but the fans have no idea because brand new quarterback. You don't know how that quarterback's going to gel. I'm more encouraged than I am discouraged. I know I heard Costa say that he thinks Michigan State's going to end up with 3 wins this year. I think if you're going to look at this season, you can evaluate it one of 3 ways. You can be optimistic, you can be meh, or you can be pessimistic. The pessimistic would be Costa. We'll see where I'm at when we do our predictions, or you can probably go middle of the road and say like 5 wins. But it's all based on what you think the quarterback situation is going to be, right? If you think that these quarterbacks, whoever gets the starting nod, is going to be a better solution for this team than Peyton Thorne, you're probably going to go on the side of 7, 8, 9 wins. If you think that it's just a train wreck and an S show there with what they have at quarterback, that they have 2, they don't have 1, and neither is as good as Thorne, then you're probably going to think on the Costa side. But the reality is nobody knows because we haven't seen it.
No.
So it's a leap of faith one way or the other.
No. And look, I mean, we'll get into it a little bit more in depth as the show goes on. But I'm watching last night. Hey, let's get in the mood. We got it. Let's get in the mood here, Gator. Yeah. All right, so I'm watching last night.
Which university is this?
This is
College Football
NCAA
University.
Football.
CFU?
Yeah, on EA Sports.
It's just FU?
It's
Football U?
Football University, yeah. Watching last night, I was thinking Minnesota and Nebraska fans are going through like their worst nightmare of, oh my God, the opener and our offense sucks. I mean, that game was 3-0. I got a text. I'm going to read the text and you tell me who it came from. All right? You ready?
Yeah.
I got a text at 11:25 last night. If either of our teams give up so much as 21 to either of these abominable teams, they should face financial penalties and be taped to the next SpaceX launch.
Who texted you that?
Yeah.
Good reference with SpaceX.
Yeah.
Is it Valeni?
Yep.
Referring to the
Nebraska and Minnesota game.
Game.
I mean, that's like your nightmare is that your offense is just terrible right out of the gate when you're breaking in a new season, new coach, new quarterback, whatever. I mean, in Nebraska's case, I guess both, and in Minnesota's case, new quarterback. But then you also have the other side of it, Utah, who was down their depth chart, and they put up some points, and they used 2 quarterbacks in that game. Bottom line, and by the way, special shout out. I'm going to let Kang give the underrated champ of last night's Minnesota-Nebraska game. And it was your observation, and you're 100% correct.
Yeah. The ref that called touchdown on the catch by Jackson in the Minnesota-Nebraska game. I mean, underrated. He just immediately takes a look. He's right there. In real time, I had no idea. I know he's closer than me.
Yep.
Looks, takes a pause, puts up the touchdown signal. Like, no big deal.
And when I saw that was one when the ball left his hands, I'm like, that looks like it's thrown out of bounds.
Yeah.
And then when Jackson corralled it, I'm thinking, well, he's out of bounds. And then they show the replay, and I'm like, ooh, maybe not. That ref in real time nailed that call.
It was impressive. And the thing is, he put himself in fantastic position.
Yep.
He did his job.
Yep.
And that was a most difficult call to make, and he made it. Now, look, it could just be 50-50. He's like, hey, look, I'll call it a touchdown. We're going to review it. I don't care.
Yeah, I guess.
They review all scoring plays, and he scored. Sure.
Touchdown?
Strike. Yeah. So but I agree. Had the balls to call it a touchdown. He was right. It was a spectacular catch from Daniel Jackson.
Yep.
With however much time was left in that game. It was fantastic.
It was basically 4th and ball game. And he made the catch.
That catch was unbelievable.
It really was.
Seriously.
Situational awareness.
100.
Yep.
Yeah. And then they're able to get the ball back, get down the field, and kick a long field goal to win it.
Yep.
On a kick that did not look spectacular, but it made it. And that's all that
went through
matters.
those 2 posts.
Yeah, those 2 posts, and it counts for 3 points.
Yep.
Those 3 points were the difference. And, of course, Nebraska's just hilarious.
I mean,
new coach, new quarterback,
end of game,
same damn result.
End of game scenarios for Nebraska. It's getting to the point where I'm starting to feel for Nebraska fans. Like, they're very nice people, but you get down to crunch time, they find a way, man.
They are nice people.
They're very nice people.
They are nice people.
But
Jeff Sims, his new quarterback, comes in, and he's obviously more of a runner than he is a thrower, and boy, he can run. Had 91 yards rushing in the game on 19 carries. Doesn't throw the ball particularly well, but sometimes he gets it there.
Mm-hmm.
And, so I think the best way I can say it. And sometimes it gets you there. 11 out of 19 for 114 yards and a touchdown. But he had 3 picks. And the one pick at the end was so horrendous, you can't have it. And he did. And that was Nebraska football in a nutshell. They would have leads in games or be driving to win a game.
And then Adrian Martinez
would do all types of Adrian Martinez stuff, which was turn the ball over like it was his job. And it ended up costing Scott Frost his job. So did a bunch of other things. I mean, it's not just all on the quarterback, but a lot of it's on the quarterback. And it continues to be. And they blow the game last night.
Yep.
I texted Doug Gator that maybe it's not just Scott Frost. This is Nebraska football. This is Nebraska football. I couldn't believe it. They're up 10-3 at the 50-yard line, essentially, with like 4 minutes left.
Running
with
out
the ball.
Their jobs to run out the clock or at the worst punt and make Minnesota's offense have to go the length of the field when they've got 3 points.
And they lose in regulation.
Yeah.
Something like that. At that point, I wonder what the odds were to bet on that.
I bet we can see that ESPN
Like the real
percent,
time?
yeah,
Oh
the
my
real time
God.
odds tracker of what it peaked at for Nebraska to win that game.
I mean, 2 turnovers in the last
Hey, man.
4 minutes or so.
I mean, we're all thinking it, and we all, I guess, Nebraska volleyball school.
So,
yeah.
And if you're watching the Utah game,
yeah,
and the Utes playing without their star quarterback Cameron Rising, they end up winning 24-11 over the Florida Gators. First play of the game goes for 70 yards, 70-yard touchdown pass.
Yep.
They take a chance. Hey, there you go. Bryson Barnes steps up, throws it for 70 yards and a touchdown. The rest of the game, Utah had 95 yards passing.
Really?
That's it.
Wow.
15 out of 23 in the game for 165 in that touchdown. They ran for 105 yards. Not exactly an exciting game from the Utes, but they had to scramble a bit because they didn't have thetheir starting quarterback. Who's
Nate Johnson can scoot.
Yeah,
the backup quarterback.
He can, and he did a little bit. Graham Mertz played for Florida, the transfer from Wisconsin. He transferred somewhere else too. I forget if he's been around. Feels like he's been around. And he threw for 333 yards. He's the replacement for Anthony Richardson. Florida starts out 0-1 despite the awesome logo.
Kang, Nebraska got a first down. They had a 3rd and 4 at their own 38. Completed a 6-yard pass for a first down with 5 minutes to go. Had the ball near midfield, up 10-3. Nobody can do anything. At that point, Nebraska's win probability, according to ESPN, was 94%.
Oh my God!
There you go.
And
It was unbelievable to watch.
Yeah.
Everything, the fumble, and then they had the incredible catch by Jackson, then go back down. Like, they're driving. Maybe Nebraska can pull this off. And the pick, the terrible throw into like triple coverage, it looked like.
You talk about having like the Manning cast and stuff like that. Last night, in a snippet of time, I would have paid $50 for a pay-per-view to see Scott Frost watching the end of that game just to get his reaction. Like, is he rooting for him, or is he like, please God, don't make the mistake, don't make the mistake, don't make the mistake, and they make the mistake, and watch him, destroy.
Hey man, it's game one. Your rule obviously needs some time, but still. Okay, Michigan and Michigan State will have our predictions for their seasons coming up today at 10:18. We'll go in depth on the Spartans and the Chippewas, of course, Michigan and East Carolina. That game's on Peacock, so if you want to listen to the radio.
Oh, that's great news.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah. So we'll get to all that, plus our college football bold-ass predictions. It's Carson Anderson out of Football Friday on 97.1.
A Milwaukee bar has something concocted for football season. They will pay your tab when the Jets lose a game started by Aaron Rodgers this season. Did you see this?
I did. I think it's awesome. I think it's genius.
Now, there's some stipulations, right, Heather? I know, like, they're not comping your whole meal.
Right. You can't comp your food. You have to stay at the bar the entire
Right. You
game.
got to be there and start your tab at least 15 minutes before kickoff.
Right.
Aaron Rodgers has to start the game. And so it can't conflict with a Green Bay Packers game as well, which
exactly
rules out certain Sundays.
Yeah, unless
there's
there's some things flexed at the end.
4
of the season.
games, I think, in total that
this
they'll
is
do this.
So basically, it's prime time games, featured games where Rodgers starts for the Jets, they lose, and they're buying your beer or your drink for you.
Yes.
If we had a promotion like that here in Detroit, if a local bar adopted this, would it be Aaron Rodgers? Would it be a different athlete? Like, who would be our villain that we would get comped a free drink if they lose?
All right, so look, this is suboptimal, but ticket techs are down today for now. Their crack staff of engineers is on it. But yeah, so a lot of what we do today, we rely heavily on text, and we may not be able to do that. So what does that mean? That means it ups the ante.
Carrier pigeon.
No phone calls. Oh. We can still use the phones and call.
I was trying to find a solution.
Yeah, the solution is call.
Oh.
248-539-9797. We are doing our annual show where we predict records for Michigan and Michigan State. Let's start with the Spartans because they play.
So no carrier pigeon.
No carrier pigeon. No.
We're not going to send any Ravens. King, can we send some Ravens?
I hear Ravens are down also.
Have you seen the cost? The rising cost of Ravens?
I haven't. I haven't paid attention to it. I didn't realize it was is that a problem? Supply chain?
Yes.
Oh.
Issues.
Keep up, man.
Yes, we're a bit short on Ravens right now. Sorry, sire. Send your squire instead. He'll be back in a fortnight. Awesome.
Yes.
So in 2 weeks, we'll get the results of what people said today.
That's right. I guess you can send us a letter.
A well-penned letter.
We'll open up your letters next week.
Could you imagine?
People mail in their college football predictions.
I bring in like a satchel of like.
Cheryl's at the front desk just throwing Kang this satchel. Here you go.
All right, guys, we got a ticket text quotes, air quotes here.
Let's go to your letters.
Open them up.
This one comes to us from the Allendale, Michigan Post Office.
Mm-hmm.
What time's the Tigers game on tonight? Is it like what?
What if we got the missent letter instead of missent text?
Right.
It's like a love letter from some dude to some chick. Come on, baby. Give me another chance. Oops, he sent it to the wrong place. Oh, my bad.
Well, anyway, predictions for Michigan State. I got the Spartans at 5-7 again. I just don't know where the offense is going to come from, and the schedule. I mean, it's a tough schedule. This is a year that you I think for Michigan State show growth and maybe be ready to be better next year. But I think 5-7 is the record for MSU.
I went with 7-5, and I go back to what I said earlier. I think it's about what you think with the quarterback position and situation. And I think the reason Peyton Thorne left Michigan State was because he knew he wasn't going to win the starting job this year. So that means, in my mind, the Michigan State has an upgraded quarterback. I think they got some things to sort out with wide receiver, who's going to emerge. But there's a lot of talk out of camp that the receiver group looks pretty good right now. So I'm going with 7-5, and I think by the end of the season, they'll get some stuff together. I think they'll put a scare into Penn State at Ford Field. I don't think they'll win, but I think they'll put a scare into Penn State at Ford Field.
I kind of hear where you're coming from on the quarterback thing, and then when Peyton Thorne won the Auburn job, it made me think, would Noah Kim win the Auburn job? An inexperienced, and I don't know that I can say yes to that. But then again, I have no. I mean, what are we going on? We're going on practice reports, and we're going on the little bit of film from a year ago, and it might even not even be Kim, of course, but
could be Caden Hauser.
Yeah. All right, Michigan. I got them at 11-1. I think the thing about college football is you can sit here and say they might be favored in every single game, but there's a level of variability with 18, 19, 20, 21-year-olds. And during the regular season, you're going to play some games where you're just not at your sharpest. And last year, Michigan found a way to win that game, and that was the Illinois game. I want to credit Illinois. And the thing about Michigan is, offensively, when they went up against a good secondary, they struggled, and Illinois had that. But at the end of the day, you have a level of variability where a game can get you. And even if they are favored in every game, I think that variability. Now, that as long as the game is in Ohio State, the job at hand, and I've said this the last couple of years, is get to the final game with a chance to win the Big Ten East. And I don't think that changes, because if you win the Big Ten East, then you go to the Big Ten title game, and then you're playing for a spot in the playoff, which is, kind of a baseline goal for this team.
Yeah, I think Michigan goes 11-1 as well. I think their loss will be at Penn State. I think Penn State returns so much talent. The one that they return a quarterback who took some snaps last year, but the quarterback is awfully talented. The running game is going to help them tremendously. They got a couple of really good running backs there. Defensively, they've got some studs on the defensive line. They've got an awesome offensive lineman. I think Penn State's going to be a headache for a lot of teams this year. But it's the Big Ten. So you've got the three main teams in the Big Ten East that'll do battle with each other. I still think Michigan comes out the winner in the Big Ten East, even though they'll have the one loss, and they'll represent the Big Ten when it comes time for the college football playoff.
All right. So get your picks in. We need 10 letters now.
No.
10 carrier pigeons now.
Send us your ravens now.
248-539-9797. You want to go on the records? A record for the Wolverines, record for the Spartans. Give us a reason why you think they're going to do what they are going to do. Let's get into Michigan State and Central tonight. We'll do that today at 10:32. Plus your open line calls. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Look, do I want to kick the tires on Robbie Gould? Absolutely. See, what do you still got the leg? Do you still want to play? What's the reason he hasn't been signed by anybody yet? There are a plethora of teams that need a kicker.
Yeah.
Is there something else going on there? If there's not, then I think the Lions. Who are the other teams you mentioned that Rossini mentioned?
Rams.
Okay, get the Rams.
The Rams, Falcons, but hold on, let me look it up.
So it's like the Rams and Niners both kick outdoors.
Rams, Lions, Titans, Niners, Broncos.
So it's just the Lions are the only ones that are kicking indoors?
Rams.
Oh, right. Well, is it?
It's kind of got the retractable walls. So.
Yeah. And I don't think the Rams are looking to add a veteran kicker to their roster. Do you? It's a really young team. And
I wouldn't.
Looks
I
like
wouldn't
you're starting
think so,
over.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the Lions would have the best situation, wouldn't you think?
Well, the situation being indoors with a competitive team as opposed to San Francisco's situation. But San Francisco, remember, they're not signing Robbie Gould. And they had him last year.
Right.
Something's up with Robbie Gould. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, taking your predictions for the Wolverines and the Spartans this season. We got ours on the record. College football, really decent night last night. A Big Ten game that was thrilling for those that stuck with it to the end, that it didn't put you to sleep. 3-0 for much of the way between Minnesota and Nebraska. Nebraska leading 10-3 late, and then something about, oddly, Nebraska's football DNA. It doesn't matter who the coach is or the quarterback. They implode late, and they did it again last night. And they did it again. Meanwhile, Utah, with a second and third string quarterback, took care of Florida. And that was kind of predictable.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I didn't have any idea what to expect out of Utah without their starting quarterback.
So I know the other kid had played a lot, and I knew Nate Johnson was going to be an issue, and the third string quarterback and the guy who can run, and I had $1 that believed it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah. Whoop-de-doo, right? I have to wonder how Billy Napier's, how fans are feeling about Billy Napier down there in Florida. But all right, so Michigan State tonight against Central, and I talked about it yesterday. First of all, last year, to put this game in perspective, Michigan State wasn't particularly good last year, but they took care of business big time against Western Michigan, and especially Akron, and they've won 20 of their last 21 against group of 5 teams. I think it was Utah State was the one that beat them, but tonight, I know all the attention's on the quarterback. I think it's incredibly important that Michigan State can line up and run the ball. Run the ball, should be able to run the ball against the MAC team. CMU actually returns 9 of 11 starters defensively, but the strength, probably best player defensively in the secondary. And so I think, proving that take the new O-line out, or the improved O-line out for a spin, new running back out for a spin, and it's incredibly important in the Big Ten as the season goes on. I still believe that. So I think it's important that they can have a very stout rushing attack. 12 from the Big Ten a year ago in rushing, and I think it was 3.8 yards per carry as a team. Numbers that, for improvement should go up.
Yeah, I think they should. I think the offensive line will definitely be better. I like the running back room better this year than I did last year. I think Nathan Carter, the transfer, is going to provide a really nice spark for this team. He's got some great speed, and I think Berger brings the experience and the tough yardage, and that's going to help out. Noah Kim, Kaiten Hauser, who gets the nod? I have a feeling it's Noah Kim. Both quarterbacks can make some plays with their feet, but Noah Kim perhaps more adept at that. But it's about throwing the ball and who you're throwing it to. And over the last couple of years, Michigan State has lost a lot of talent at wide receiver. Yeah. You don't have the 2 great receivers you had last year in particular, but you do have Trey Mosley, who's, I think, very underrated. And he's the latest receiver from Michigan State that gets to that senior year, and you'll see some great production from him. Montori Foster is another guy that I think it will take a big step forward this year. And then they're going to have to find somebody else to take that step forward. Is it Christian Fitzpatrick? Will it be Alante Brown, who's a transfer? Antonio Gates Jr., we're waiting to see what he can do. Jerron Glover did some things. Terrell Henry did some things in the spring game. Either of those guys make a move, and they've got some true freshmen who probably won't see the field right away, but they've got some options at receiver, and it's, in a way, it's kind of like Michigan, although I think Michigan's receiver room is better right now. There's no star. Trey Mosley, I think, is probably the best of the bunch. And if I lined up the receivers against Michigan, I'd probably still take Trey Mosley. But Michigan, depth-wise, they got a lot of guys that seem like they're the same. So, and it's good. It's just neither team has the great.
Yeah, I'm wondering, because back in the day, remember Marquise Walker? He was a guy that was kind of the guy next to the guy for a bunch of his career. And then his senior year exploded. So that's kind of what probably both schools are hoping with their receivers. But if you get the job done, it doesn't really matter how.
Right.
Where's Malik Carr as far as, what are you hearing about him, the tight end?
I hear good things about him. They like what he's ready to go, and that he's a threat in the passing game for sure. I think they really like what they have from him, and they're going to ask more from him this year. So he's going to have to deliver. He's a big target, an athletic target. And I think in the red zone in particular, he can clean up.
248-539-9797. In the meantime, what did they get in the portal? You mentioned Nathan Carter, Tumashe Adelier. What is he going to bring to the defense?
Former 5-star recruit from Texas A&M.
Yep.
Playing out the defensive end position. Jalen Sammy, who's another transfer, a big transfer from Colorado, I believe. Big man going to play in the middle. And then they have several other players as well, but those are the two big ones on defense, and along with Nathan Carter, as you mentioned, on the offensive side.
Yeah, so what do you get out of the portal? Because they're always unknown. Some portal guys make huge impacts, some don't, and that's a big part of success and failure.
Well, and we talked a little bit earlier this week about the kicking situation for Michigan, as they replace Jake Moody. Michigan State's got to find a kicker, and Jonathan Kim is a transfer. He's going to get the kicking job, and he'll kick off as well. Bit of an unknown there, too. So we know that kicking can play a huge part in college football. It's like in the pros, you kind of expect to make – look, we're expecting you to make 85% of your kicks, right? Mm-hmm. In college, it's so much more of a crapshoot. You just don't know. And with funkier angles, too, because of where the hash marks are. So it plays a bigger role.
Front seven defensively, strength of this team for Michigan State. And, that if they stay healthy, right? I mean, last year, short yardage, they were great in short yardage defense.
Yeah, they're tough up the middle. Derek Harmon, I mentioned Sammy, the transfer, Maverick Hansen, Simeon Barrow. They got some beef in there. Alex Van Sumeren, who's the redshirt freshman. His brother played linebacker, and Alex is the higher rated of the two players coming out of high school. They got some beef in the middle, but more importantly, you talk about the health. If they can stay healthy, this is what we were excited about it last year with guys like Chris Bogle and him being the transfer from a couple of years ago, and he got hurt. Aaron Brule, the linebacker, got excited about him. Jacoby Windman is going to be playing where he belongs at linebacker instead of at defensive end. They've got some decent depth on the defensive line, and I'm not going to say they have great depth at linebacker, but they have some depth at linebacker. The other player that is going to be interesting to watch this year is true freshman Jordan Hall. And he was their big 4-star recruit linebacker. And apparently he's really been turning heads at practice. He's got excellent speed, be a sideline-to-sideline guy, and he's one of these football savants that just soaks up everything that you're trying to teach him. And the coaching staff loves him. The players love him. And we'll see how much he gets to see the field. He's number 5 on defense. We'll see what he looks like if he gets on the field.
So 248-539-9797, we have some great news. Ticket texts are back.
What, cancel the Ravens?
Cancel the Ravens.
Ixnay on Avonray.
Is this like Amazon Prime? It's free returns?
Save the stamp. You can save the stamp.
Go to Kohl's. Got to return.
Get some Kohl's cash out of it, maybe.
Ticket texts are back. So send your predictions for Michigan and Michigan State. Give us their record and the reason why you think they're going to do what you think they're going to do. 248-539-9797.
For a minute, scroll sales were up huge on Amazon.
I sold.
Did you? Scrolls have come crashing down. Sell, sell, sell. Fountain pens also are crashing right now. Sell them. Bird seed, sell it. Gotta go. I don't know why Howard Letterman all of a sudden became the old boxing scorecard guy.
I missed that guy.
Now all of a sudden he's doing Mad Money instead of Kramer, I guess. I don't know.
That was a crazy 40 minutes for us, guys.
It really was. No text.
I remember you.
Hey, we toughed it out.
We did.
I'm proud of us. No text for 40 minutes. Remember that during contract renegotiations.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
All right, feedback coming in. It'll be very disappointing if Caton Hauser isn't the starter this evening. That's from Will. I'd like to know why, Will. You'd be very disappointed.
Play the better quarterback.
I mean,
I trust the staff to know who's better.
On top of that, Will, I'm assuming here that Will is a big Hauser fan. Wouldn't you feel good if Kim is better or deemed to be better?
Well, I guess if you want Hauser, I would assume this. This is an assumption. Hauser had some fanfare coming out of high school. He did really well at the camps, and he's kind of the name. And Noah Kim, a little bit under the radar guy, right? But if Noah Kim wins the job, it's because he's the better quarterback. Now, if we end up seeing both quarterbacks tonight, they start going series by series, then who knows? Then it's up in the air. They haven't made up their mind yet, and that'll be disappointing for me as a fan. I would hope that they would have made their final decision. But because we're in the transfer portal world of college football, I think that's the other thing that scares people is if you're not playing somebody by their second or third year in the program, then they're likely to leave. And quarterbacks fly all over the place. So, you can't swing a dead cat in the air, Doug, without hitting some team that's got to transfer portal quarterback.
Wow.
That's why you love the dead cat one.
Yeah, I probably haven't used it in about 7 or 8 years. But sure.
Yeah. How about a dead mouse?
I just think referencing dead animals probably
not good.
Avoided it. Next text, sitting and watching the Nebraska-Minnesota game last night, my lock of the year is over 5.5 wins for Michigan State. Those teams were atrocious. If MSU loses to Nebraska, we should be kicked out of the Big Ten. It's from an unnamed texter. Mike says, I got MSU at 5-7 again. I don't think the offense will be good. They lost their top 3 guys. The D has to prove they still aren't trash. Unnamed texter on the record. I'm going on the record. Michigan 11-1. They always get up to play Ohio State, but they'll lose in Happy Valley. For Michigan State, 7-5. 248-539-9797. Get your picks in, your predictions, ticket text. They're back. We'll talk more about Michigan State and Central. Next hour, we'll get into the Wolverines a little bit. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
I guess, was I a little surprised that they kept the 2 running backs? I'm a little surprised that that's all they kept, but they've got room to maneuver here with the roster, the way they've constructed it. I think the Lions are going to be quite active when it comes to adding players to this team. I think they are going to – I would hope that they would talk to Robbie Gould. We talked a lot about it yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And saw another article last night that used the word picky. Robbie Gould is being very picky about where he wants to go. But if the picky means close to Chicago, Detroit is close to Chicago. So it's possible they could woo him to come here. But I think that they are also looking certainly at wide receiver to see if they can improve that group. But it's every position group. I mean, there could be some offensive lineman that was waived, and they're like, oh, my goodness, I didn't expect that. Yeah, let's get him over here.
Yeah, so I'm going to be intrigued to see if they sign a running back today. And there's a couple names out there, familiar names, that I'd kick the tires on, Gator. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. Hope you're doing great. Spartans kick off tonight against Central Michigan Chippewas. We'll get into that game a little bit in a moment. Just a reminder, next hour we'll go to our college football bold-ass predictions. That at 11:30. Got some Lions stuff to get to in the noon hour, but of course it's open lines, and we're taking your predictions for the season for the Wolverines and the Spartans. Give us the record for the 12-game regular season for both Michigan and Michigan State, and why you believe it, so we can read a little analysis that you provide along the way. So go ahead, go on the record. We record these, by the way. We keep these. And then we oftentimes will open up at the end of the season.
Revisit them.
Back, see how people did, right?
Yeah.
In the meantime, we mentioned that we didn't have ticket text for the first 40 minutes of the show. Scott writes in, no text for 40 minutes. That would kill most teenagers. Correct. That is correct. But get those text messages in. All right, so tonight, Michigan State and Central Michigan. It's funny because you look at I know we got some Central fans out there. Last year, Central Michigan did something. They actually led the nation in something that can lead to wins. They led the nation in blocked kicks. And there's some stat about blocking punts. That when you block a punt, your win expectation goes way up. But they blocked 4 punts last year, 2 field goals, and an extra point.
Oh, nice job.
Yep. Their return guy, DeJavian Stepney, was third-team All-MAC, predicted to be their special. He's a return guy. I mean, when you're trying to craft an upset for a team, you're looking to win on special teams. Now, their kicking situation seems to be like they might be breaking in a new kicker. I mentioned earlier the defense returns 9 of 10 starters. And Michigan State's defense, Gator, is going to get challenged. I suspect we'll see a lot of Bert Emanuel Jr., the quarterback who provided a spark last year for Central, but he's much more effective as a runner than a passer. But elusive quarterbacks can give defenses problems, and that'll be a challenge for Michigan State tonight.
We'll see how it works out there. But, yeah, I mean, Central brings back a lot of returning players, and that's one thing that they certainly have going for them. And I don't know what kind of season Central's going to have. I haven't done a real deep dive on Central Michigan football. I don't want to be dismissive. I've been hurt in the past. I'm a Spartan. We've seen things happen. But I feel pretty confident what Michigan State can do against Central this year. But bringing guys back is huge. And in college, you can get away with having a gimmicky offense. It doesn't work that way in the NFL, but in college it can.
Yeah.
You know, you and I, we talk a lot about NFL quarterbacks and the value of having a running quarterback, and, you know, you don't put much stock in it. But I suspect you would in college.
I mean, a little bit more. I think the one thing about, you know, when you're an underdog, you figure out, okay, what do we have that can give the favorite problems? I almost think every underdog starts, and I've heard this out of East Carolina this week. You got to win on special teams. Like it's an underrated facet of the game that I think if you're Mel Tucker and his staff, you're making sure you're buttoned up on special teams because, I mean, last year, obviously, the kicking game was a problem. The Indiana game was a special teams nightmare, giving up a kickoff return for a touchdown and a missed field goal at the end. But you just got to be buttoned up and not open that door because it's a third of the game. But this isn't expected to be one of the stronger CMU teams we've seen in recent years. So I think an upset is highly improbable. Kind of expected to finish middle of the pack in the MAC West.
But if you've got a quarterback that likes to take off and go, the best way to stop that from being a problem is to maybe focus on that and stop it early. Because if you stop it early and you snuff it out, then offensive coordinators start to think, okay, we can't do that. Maybe they abandon it. Or the quarterback himself starts to have doubts of what he can do, and he second guesses himself. I should have zigged when I zagged. I should have gone outside instead of breaking it inside. I should have done this. I should have done that. But if Emmanuel is able to shake himself loose a little bit, then that could absolutely present problems.
I gotta look it up. He might be. The problem is he might be ultimately one-dimensional because I don't think he threw the ball all that much. And if a team knows what's coming, that certainly helps when you're preparing for a team like CMU. Last year he threw 8 passes and he had 67 carries for 496 yards, 7.4 yards per carry, and led Central Michigan with 7 touchdowns on the ground. But he only threw 8 passes. So
that's not a lot.
No. Nope.
That's not a lot of passing.
Nope.
But in fairness, he wasn't the main quarterback of that team. That was Daniel Richardson last year.
So we just got a letter.
A letter?
Yes. It's a letter via ticket text.
Okay.
My dearest.
Oh.
I hope this letter finds you in good health and spirits. I feel compelled to share with you my somber thoughts regarding Michigan State's football season. Much like the gloomy days on the battlefield, I fear that our beloved Spartans may face a trying season ahead. It pains me to say this, but my heart foresees a season where victory shall prove elusive. The Spartans may in all likelihood secure but a mere 5 victories on the field. The autumn settles in. I beseech you to hold our team in your thoughts and your prayers. Perhaps by some miracle they shall prove me wrong and rally to achieve greater things. My thoughts and prayers, perhaps, that got repetitive. Glory on the gridiron. Until then, my love, let us stand together and hope for brighter days. Yours in spirit, Rob in Farmington.
It should be Robert.
It probably should.
Look, points for using the word beseech.
Yeah.
Right?
Points for everything.
Take them away for using autumn, but it's appropriate for the time frame. So well played.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Spartan fans, get your predictions in for the season. If you want to talk about the game, Central fans, if you want to talk about the game, 248-539-9797. We'll get to Michigan, a little bit of preview of their season next hour. We'll have our college football bold-ass predictions. In the meantime, Gator, how you feeling about the secondary, which has been a problem for Michigan State the last couple of years?
Yeah, I don't feel great about the secondary. I think the thing that helps out the secondary is that I think there should be a lot of pressure on the quarterback to get rid of the ball earlier because the front is going to do their job. But it's a lot of it has to do with health. Can Chuck Brantley stay healthy? Because I think he's a pretty good corner. Beyond that, you've got guys that are younger players. Dylan Tatum, Jaden Mangum are both a couple of sophomores. They got time to play last year as true freshmen. In fact, they burned the redshirt year. And then they've got, Chester Kimbrough at the other corner position, who was a transfer. Who did he do a whole lot? Did he excite you a whole lot? Not necessarily. I'm not sure if I don't see a high end secondary from Michigan State, but if they can stay healthy, they can get better as the season goes on. I I'm amazed that they haven't been able to put it together given the coaching staff that they have. Harlan Barnett is a really good defensive backs coach. Played it in the NFL. He's been a defensive coordinator in college football. He's been a defensive backs coach at Michigan State for a while and other places. And Mel Tucker, the head coach, is a defensive back by trade. Defensive coordinator as well. So he's a guy that's taken more of a hands-on approach in coaching those guys back there too. So maybe this is the year we start to see that pay off and having young guys to mold. Maybe this is actually an advantage with your safeties being so young, but they're in their sophomore year. They've been in the program. They know what to expect. And will we see a big change there? Malik Spencer is another guy that they like a lot who could play safety as well. Very athletic. And maybe that's something that can help out here too. But I don't have huge expectations at all for what we're going to see from the secondary.
Well, then you better rush the passer, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's the best thing they can do is get to the quarterback and make him throw early.
All right, we'll get to the Wolverines. Preview their season a little bit next hour. If you want to get your predictions in, 248-539-9797. Bold-ass college football predictions at 11:30. We got some Lions stuff scheduled for the noon hour. It's Football Friday here on Carson Anderson, 97.1.
What's your take on Jim Harbaugh going into this season with the suspension and his latest jabs at the NCAA in the system?
Yeah, well, he's not happy, obviously, but he's not going to. I mean, he'll rail or he fight back as only Jim Harbaugh can, with kind of in code and with, I thought it was relatively clever of him, although he believes the players, the revenue sharing thing, he's espoused things like that before. For him to talk about it Monday before the Open, I think that clearly was directed at either a okey doke, don't look here, look over here, or further like, the NCAA has all these other things that I think they need to work on, and without saying it, they're focused on this. I mean, they'll deal with it. They're lucky that they do have three relatively weak opponents and a veteran team. And I mean, it would be interesting if this were to happen next year in Texas as week number 2, how it would happen. But I think, and he does a pretty darn good job of hiding it, I think he's pissed. Now, deep down, I think he's also probably a little pissed at himself for letting it get this far. I know the principles, and his principle is he's not going to admit he was lying when he thinks he wasn't lying. But there had to have been an easier.
Brought to you by
avenue to
24
get
Seconds
through
Bar
this
and
without
Grill.
turning
A first
into,
impression for the 2023 season
Russia
in East
versus
Lansing. The
US.
Spartans, coming off a 5-win campaign, are hoping to show signs of life under Mel Tucker, who will face Central Michigan in their first game as 2-touchdown favorites at home. And Tuck, he's got a lot of eyeballs on him due to his initial hype and the big contract, but says there's no additional heat that he's feeling. A 7 o'clock start against the Chips, who last upset the Spartans back in 2009. A much different type of pressure for the Wolverines as they embark on a quest for their first national championship in a long, long time. Tomorrow afternoon at home, a 36-point spread against East Carolina. Game time at 12 noon. Doug Karsch, John Jansen on the call right here on 97.1. If you want to watch the game, a reminder, it is exclusively streaming on the Peacock app. Tigers hitting the road to Chi-Town. They have 3 against the White Sox tonight through Sunday. They ended their month of August with a 13-17 record and are still just single-digit games behind the Twins in the Central. Eduardo Rodriguez gets the start tonight. He's lost 2 of his last 3 decisions. Game time with Dan Dickerson set for 8:10 right here on 97.1. And the Lions front office set to speak in just a few moments in Allen Park ahead of the season opener in 6 days. GM Brad Holmes and his assistant GM Ray Agnew will give their thoughts after setting the initial 53-man roster and setting up the practice squad. Also, we're set to hear from quarterback Jared Goff. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
So we're getting all this news about ACC and adding Cal, Stanford, and SMU, which makes no sense to add Cal and Stanford to the Atlantic Coast Conference.
Well, hold on. Does it really matter? Because we've been in a conference that for 30 years has not had 10 teams.
I
Who
understand.
cares what it's called?
Well, I think I've called that out in the past too. Maybe time to change the name. But this is just funny how this is going this route, and now you've got teams looking elsewhere. Pete Thamel had this, and I think it's a fantastic tweet that he did not properly read before he sent.
Which is?
One word is misspelled, but it's a word. But he misspelled it and it has a completely different meaning.
I can't wait to hear this.
It says, source, the AAC and Oregon State and Washington State are no longer enraged expansion talks.
Enraged?
Instead of engaged in
That's
expansion
great.
talks. Enraged expansion talks.
That's funny.
That really takes it up a notch, huh? Things are getting serious.
Although I think there are people that are enraged
I
with
think
what's
there are people
going
enraged.
on. But
And if I'm not mistaken, the ACC deal with Cal, Stanford, and SMU,
yep,
those teams aren't getting paid equal share for 10 years?
I don't know what the actual details are, but yeah, they were willing to take a bad deal just to get into a Power 5 conference.
Again, I go back and thinking about the collective brains that are at Cal and Stanford, and they couldn't come up with a better
honestly,
solution.
Well, I guess nerds, right? I mean, is it about athletics there as much as it is?
I suppose.
I don't know, man.
I mean, Stanford's produced some amazing athletes.
Yeah,
Cal has 2, for instance. Cal,
Stanford could go finish like top 5 in Olympic medals if they were their own country.
Yeah,
they crush those sports.
And Cal did produce Jared Goff.
Yep.
Aaron Rodgers.
Yep.
And others.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, I think it's a terrible shame. I think it's a terrible, terrible shame. But
I also don't think I think in 10 years it's going to be a different landscape altogether. Maybe TV deals are scrapped altogether to come up with something new.
I mean,
because
honestly,
that's how things work.
When you think about all the layoffs at ESPN and them giving up the Big Ten rights, the money fountain might be starting to dry up a little bit, which is what drives all this. And if you're not, we'll see. We'll see what the next TV deals include. But, hopefully for the network's sake, they got to hope the ratings stay the same and then they can sell the advertising. But I do wonder if some of these networks aren't going to have the cash they once did. I mean, ESPN's looking for a buyer. So, all right. So Michigan takes on East Carolina. And, and Mike Houston, the coach there, did talk about same thing we talked about with Michigan State. Michigan better be buttoned up on special teams. They are the second school in the last 40 years to have both a kicker and a punter drafted in one draft. But that means, of course, Michigan needs to replace them. They also are trying out kick and punt returners. This is an underrated part of the game. It's a third of the game. And almost every play that happens it has the potential to be a big play in the kicking and the punting game. And East Carolina is coming in to Ann Arbor tomorrow thinking we have to win special teams. And then the other thing they're trying to avoid is the catastrophic mistake. But they think they have to win special teams. And Gator, when we brought it up last week or earlier this week, and we talked about, what question you want to start to see answered, and you said, well, if I were a Michigan fan, it would be the kicker because Jake Moody was so
you got to replace
reliable. And they love Turner, and they think he's going to be very good. The transfer from Louisville, and he's been very reliable in the practice reports. And Tommy Doman, I think, has a monster leg as a punter and a kickoff guy. But, until you step in front of the big crowd at the big house, you don't know how you're going to perform. But honestly, in a Michigan team that's returning so much, not so much on special teams. And you could say that Jake Moody, his reliability is why they went undefeated in the regular season because he had to be reliable in the Illinois game.
I love the name of the second string punter. I mean, it sounds like it should be on the PGA Tour. Hudson Hollenbeck. Redshirt freshman transfer.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I do. All kidding aside, I think kicking is something that is going to matter for Michigan in a couple of games this year. They've got monster games against Ohio State and Penn State, and those games could come down to the kicker. And Moody was automatic. Don't know what Turner's going to be. That's definitely of concern there. And J.J. McCarthy's got to take a step up. I mean, if he is what he was last year, okay, that gets you to a level, but you want to exceed that. So he's got to step his game up. And, if you don't have the superstar wide receiver, then your quarterback has to be better and just be more accurate and make less mistakes and help out there. But they've got the ultimate bailout. They've got this two-headed monster at running back that is sick. I mean, the talent they have with Corum and Edwards, it's a wealth of riches. And their offensive line is very good. Bringing in a couple more transfers using the portal this year and wisely. And they've got a great tight end in Loveland. So you've got quarterbacks' friends, offensive line, running game, tight end. You'd love to have the high-end receiver, but they've got experience at receiver. It's not like Roman Wilson hasn't played or Cornelius Johnson hasn't played. So their offense could be scary good even without having that top-notch receiver.
How much does Donovan Edwards play in the receiving role, Doug, for Michigan?
He might make a run at the receptions record for a running back.
Well, because there are talks, last year, let alone he might have the best hands on the team, and he's not a wide receiver.
Yeah, Ronald Bellamy, the wide receiver coach, said that he thinks he could be a Division I Power 5 starting wide receiver. And, if a third guy doesn't emerge behind Cornelius Johnson or Roman Wilson, and Roman Wilson's an interesting talent, a quarter of his yards for the entire season, a quarter of them came in the Fiesta Bowl. Think about that for a second. Now, he was battling injuries, but he played in every game, and I think it was every game, but a quarter of his receiving yards came in one game. Cornelius Johnson absolutely explodes against Ohio State. Those are big-time performances, but can those two make that, show up and do some of that on a regular basis?
Well, and Johnson used to be the guy that would get wide open and drop the big pass, but he's turned it into now he's a positive player on this team. Now, can the quarterback get him the ball? Because he's going to find himself open in space, certainly in the first 6-7 weeks of the season. They'll build up that rapport. I do think the receiving group is going to be fine, and the offense is going to just be marching down the field almost at will until you play a team that's got a defense that can step in front of you. And maybe the biggest test they'll have running is against Michigan State. They'll win the game, and they should win it handily. But running the football might present a problem there. But by that point, you should have developed everything else, and they'll be fine. I mean, this is a playoff team. Yep. It's hard to really. I mean, you got to. When I'm talking about the kicker, it's kind of nitpicking of what they have. This is an outstanding football team.
Yeah, and so the questions include things like kicker and punter, which, you know, they're just guys who haven't done it yet, although James Turner did do it at Louisville. But the third receiver, sounds like Tyler Morris is going to get his first crack at that, and it's a guy who tore his ACL, I think it was before his senior year, kind of an underappreciated or underregarded recruit, but he did play early in his career with JJ at high school at Illinois before JJ went to IMG. They say all three freshman receivers are going to play. Samaj Morgan, Fred Moore, and Carmelo English, all expected to get opportunities. They obviously got a stud tight end in Colston Loveland. They got A.J. Barner. Here's an amazing fact. This is for the bucket, although I think it's going to get used. With their transfers and with the addition of Barner, if Barner's in the game and Ladarius Henderson, the tackle from Arizona State's in the game, and Nugent, who I think is going to start at center, Michigan can line up an offensive line with 5 players that either currently are or have been captain. Henderson was a captain at Arizona State. Nugent was a captain at Stanford. Barner was a captain at Indiana. Plus Keegan and Zinter are currently captains. And what does that mean? It just means leadership. It means understanding how to prepare. It means, and it's funny because Nugent was asked the other day, you were a captain at Stanford. Did you come in, with that kind of mentality? And he was like, no. I came in observing and listening, and I,
come in hot.
I immediately thought of what I tell my kids when they get into new situations: don't come in hot.
Don't come in hot. Kind of just check things out, lay low for a little bit. But defensively, is the star on the team? Is it Will Johnson? What you got at corner? Yep. And then there's an awful lot of hype early. Every year there's a defensive lineman that's hyped, and this year it's Chris Jenkins. Mm-hmm. Is he worthy of the hype?
Well, we'll find out. The thing is, they rotate too deep at virtually every position on the defensive line, and really 3 deep at some of them. So, if he's not producing, he will get replaced. But there's no indication that he won't produce. But I mean, the middle of that line, Kenneth Grant is a monster. Mason Graham had an incredible rookie season, freshman season. So there's a lot to like up front. Defensively, the questions are in the secondary. We'll get to that and more. Get your predictions in for Michigan and Michigan State. What do you think the record will be? 248-539-9797. Got a bunch of them. If you sent one already, we're going to read a whole bunch coming up. It's Carson Anderson, college football bold ass predictions at 11:30. 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, if you're looking for the best place in town to catch all the football action in college and pro, there's no better place than 24 Seconds Bar and Grill, right in the heart of downtown Berkeley. It's right there in 12 Mile. Look, watching the games is one thing, but having great food and great drink specials to go with it, that's how you do it. Plus, they've got the best wings in town. And if you got a fantasy football league, you still haven't had your draft, contact 24. Bring the draft over there. Have an awesome time. And believe me, it will be awesome. For Lions games, they got $4 drafts of Miller Lite. For Michigan and Michigan State football games, they have $4 drafts of Miller Lite and Coors Light. And for Tiger games, got 1 month of baseball left, $4 bottles of Miller Lite and Coors Light. Hey, that Lions shuttle bus that they have there, it's back this year. This way, you get to avoid the hassle and all the parking nightmares they have there. Get on the Lions shuttle. It's back for all the home games. You can book your seat right now. And plus, those specials they have all day, they're all day, every day. 24 Seconds is also open for lunch on Thursdays and Fridays. They still have the rooftop deck, and the weather is great. You're going to enjoy it up there. They have trivia nights on Thursday nights up there on the deck as well. You want to check out everything that's going on there? Go to 24 Seconds Bar on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram for great contests that are going on right now. And if you need any party or event catered, let 24 Seconds do all the work. Again, it's my favorite place to go. It's 24 Seconds Bar and Grill right there in 12 Mile in downtown Berkeley. I guess, was I a little surprised that they kept the 2 running backs? I'm a little surprised that that's all they kept, but they've got room to maneuver here with the roster, the way they've constructed it. I think the Lions are going to be quite active when it comes to adding players to this team. I think they are going to – I would hope that they would talk to Robbie Gould. We talked a lot about it yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And saw another article last night that used the word picky. Robbie Gould is being very picky about where he wants to go. But if the picky means close to Chicago, Detroit is close to Chicago. So it's possible they could woo him to come here. But I think that they are also looking certainly at wide receiver to see if they can improve that group. But it's every position group. I mean, there could be some offensive lineman that was waived, and they're like, oh, my goodness, I didn't expect that. Yeah, let's get him over here.
Yeah, so I'm going to be intrigued to see if they sign a running back today. And there's a couple names out there, familiar names, that I'd kick the tires on, Gator. All right, let's get to some of these predictions that have been coming in for the season. First, this is for the game, and unnamed texter says Michigan
What's
State
your take
30
on
to 10.
Jim Harbaugh
MSU's
going into
D-line
this
will show
season
its
with the
size and
suspension and
strength.
his latest jabs at the
I hope they score
NCAA?
more than 30. I hope. I think it'll be. I'm just looking at what's going to be disappointing, what's not.
Mm-hmm.
If Michigan State starts off and they win the game like 28-17 or something like that,
Yep.
or for that matter, 30-10, I'm going to be a little disappointed. I'm
How many
expecting
points do you want?
I want a 4 in front of it.
Okay. All right.
You don't want a burger?
I'm not asking for the. No, that's asking too much.
I know. I'm just asking. You know, because when you get 50, you get to say burger.
Right.
The 50 burger.
Right.
Yeah.
What's 40? Does 40 need a food also?
I don't think you start getting the food stuff
gotta
until you
drop-
get to 50.
Okay.
Drop a 40 taco on them.
Some people take the taco over the burger. So
Yeah. Huh? Well, I think we need food for 40. Maybe 45? I don't know. Because
Well,
50 burger is fun to say.
Well, why don't we workshop
It is.
an idea with texters?
Okay.
how many do you want to take?
I don't think 9's enough.
No.
No, 11 might be
11
too many. Yeah.
How about 10 ticket texts? Sounds like a good idea. Now the text is up and working again.
It's pretty clear what the message is. Send a text or be damned to hell.
Yeah.
And
Oh.
so if 50 is a burger, if you drop a 50 burger on somebody, what is 40?
I think maybe it's something more like an appetizer to it. So is
40
it like,
app? Well, we're taking 10 texts. Let's get some suggestions. What is 40? But you want a 40 taco.
A
tonight.
40 spinach and artichoke dip.
I got
Right.
40 skins.
40 skins.
So close to 4 skins, but it's 40 skins.
You're an idiot. Tony in Oxford says State isn't a juggernaut, but I guess I missed the part where CMU is no longer at a crap conference. Give me MSU, go green. Austin writes in, welcome back, fellas. Glad you saw your way through those dark times. We had no text the first 40 minutes of the show. Michigan
scary.
State at 5-7 and still just a blah. Michigan at 10-2, losing to MSU and Ohio State. An unnamed texter, the Chips will get blown out by MSU because they'll be looking ahead to New Hampshire next week. Jim in Trenton says, my prediction for the season, Michigan goes 11-1, loss at Penn State. Michigan State goes 6-6, strong start, but brutal end of the season. John in Harrison Township, Michigan 10-2, lose to OSU and Maryland, MSU 6-6. Maryland's going to be a problem. Maryland's going to give somebody an issue this year. Maryland is going to...
Have we been saying that for years now?
Yeah, but this is a league this year where there's so few returning quarterbacks, and they've got one of them, and he's pretty good. Michigan State, 8-4, led by a stout defensive line, a strong run game. They will surprise some people. That's from Jacob in Saline. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Lisa. You're on 97.1 a ticket. Hi, Lisa.
Hi, good morning. Listen, I was thinking since the cider mill's opening this weekend that we need to hear a replay of Gator's rant from last year. Yes. That was truly great. I had to replay it a couple times. Also, I'm interested to see how Michigan State's new quarterback, they've been keeping mum about how he performs. I'm hoping better than thinking that their season's going to be great. I hope that Peyton Thorne down in Auburn stinks.
Wow.
For leaving.
I just hope that whoever wins the quarterback job at Michigan State is better than Peyton Thorne. That's all. I don't wish any ill will towards Peyton Thorne.
Well, just a little ill, not a lot. And also at Michigan, I'm hoping that J.J. McCarthy lives up to the hype from last year. I felt, the whole thing with Cade McNamara was, I think they picked the right guy, but it would have been great if they could have just kept them both throughout the year and, duked it out for the season. That would have been an interesting way to go. But I'm hoping for the best for both of them and the Lions.
Look at you. Wow. You're right down the middle.
Yeah.
Is your last name Caputo?
Yeah, but I will vote. I will root for Michigan State if they play Michigan because I'm a State girl. But
well, they are going to play.
Go Spartans.
Yeah, they are going to play. As far as JJ's concerned, look, I mean, it's about attention to detail. It's about, he's put on some weight, stronger, but
he's fatter. Is that what you're saying?
He's more cut, Gainer.
Oh,
yeah. They have really emphasized precision in the minute details. And in JJ's case, I mean, the 2 pick sixes against TCU, I think didn't he threw 3 interceptions all year and then threw those 2 in that game. But it's motivated them to come back and be better. They've really, really emphasized the precision and the attention to detail to try and remove as many variables as they possibly can.
How do you think McNamara is going to do at Iowa? He's got Eric All with him there too, so he's got familiarity.
He's got that. I mean, it's like handing the keys to a Ferrari to a veteran. No, their offense has been so bad. It's been so bad. But he's done it before. They didn't have a lot of talent at wide receiver last year. I haven't looked at their depth chart this year and see if they brought anybody in to help. And both of them. I know McNamara was banged up, and Eric All. I hope his back is healthy enough.
I mean, but it's tight end what they have there.
That's true.
And you're bringing in somebody with talent like that. I wonder if
I hope he's healthy.
Can he do for Iowa? Maybe not for the program, but can he work with the offense with Iowa like what Rudock did when Rudock transferred from Iowa to Michigan?
Good.
Rudock just got better every week.
Look, I like Cade. and Cade has an edge to him, and
I think
Cade is
Cade likes
talented.
you.
We got along reasonably well. So I hope he does well. I hope he does well.
Do you think
And
Michigan fans in general feel that way, or do you think Michigan fans are like?
I haven't
like
heard
the
a lot
previous-
of
like Lisa, who's like, I hope Peyton Thorne's off.
Yeah, I haven't heard a lot of ill will, but it's not a topic that's really come up because I think Michigan fans are very happy with their situation. So 248-539-9797. Josh is next on 97.1. Hi, Josh.
What's going on, fellas? I'm a CMU grad, just graduated in May, and I used to work for the team when I was a student there. And I just want to say that our coach, Tavito, was our tight end coach, one of the best coaches, I think, in the country. He's now the O-line coach, and I think that's going to play a big part in this game. I got the Chips going crazy, 27-17, with our run game really dominating.
Wow.
All right. Well, you lose your leading rusher from last year, and so that leaves you with the quarterback, who now is the leading rusher.
Well, right, but Luke's and Bailey are special running backs as well. I know they didn't get as much go as Lou, but they're talented kids.
Yeah, no, their yards per carry was actually very impressive. Luke's had a 6.3 yards per carry, and Miles Bailey was 5.5. Impressive from both of them with the yards per carry. And now they'll get a chance to actually run the football with Lou Nichols gone.
Well, there's one Chippewa in particular I'm going to be rooting for, and that's 77, Keegan Smith from Jackson, who I coached in baseball when he was younger. And Big Keegs has grown up. He has grown up. He's, in fact, scary looking now. He will start at one of the guard spots for CMU tonight. Go Keegan. Congratulations to Bill and Marcy. 248-539-9797. Okay, we've got a whole bunch of texts coming in on what we should call 40 points. If there's 50 as a burger, what is 40?
We only needed 10.
We only needed 10, and Kang sent over the first 10. And
They're funny. Now I'm hungry.
We'll get to that coming up today at 11:32. Also, Brad Holmes just shot down a report. Said that was reported. It did not happen. We'll get to that today at 11:48. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Belay in the system.
Yeah, well, he's not happy, obviously, but he's not going to. I mean, he'll rail or he fight back as only Jim Harbaugh can, with kind of in code and with, I thought it was relatively clever of him, although he believes the players, the revenue sharing thing, he's espoused things like that before. For him to talk about it Monday before the Open, I think that clearly was directed either a okey doke, don't look here, look over here, or further, like, the NCAA has all these other things that I think they need to work on, and without saying it, they're focused on this. I mean, they'll deal with it. They're lucky that they do have three relatively weak opponents and a veteran team. And I mean, it would be interesting if this were to happen next year in Texas as week number 2, how it would happen. But I think, and he does a pretty darn good job of hiding it, I think he's pissed. Now, deep down, I think he's also probably a little pissed at himself for letting it get this far. I know the principles, and his principle is he's not going to admit he was lying when he thinks he wasn't lying. But there had to have been an easier avenue to get through this without turning into, Russia versus the U.S.
a Milwaukee bar has something concocted for football season. They will pay your tab when the Jets lose a game started by Aaron Rodgers this season. Did you see this?
I did. I think it's awesome. I think it's genius.
Now, there's some
Scott
stipulations,
Anderson,
right,
97
Heather? I know, like, you're not comping your whole meal.
Right, you
97.
can't
All right,
your
got these
food.
texts
You have
that
to
have rolled
stay at the
in.
bar the entire
Right, you
game.
got to be there and start
Somebody
your tab.
said they predicted Michigan State to win tonight 30-10. Gator said he'd like to see a 4 in front of the Spartans' offensive output, 40+. Kang said you don't want a 50 burger, which got us talking. What is 40? And 50 is a burger.
Yeah, he said, "Do you want a burger?" And I'm like, "Nah, it's too much to ask for."
We're like, what is a 40? What do you call 40? So we've got more because there's a lot of good ones. Jason and Hal said 40 spot. Drop a 40 spot on them. Another one here, 40-piece nugget.
Okay.
Yep.
40 piece. How about a 40 piece? Sounds good. Could be a lot of things.
Unnamed texter, I like this one. It's got to be a 40 biscuit. Anthony in New Haven says a 40 dog. It's not as good as a burger, but it's still good.
I don't know, sometimes a good dog is pretty good.
Art from Howard. Do you know where Howard is?
Howard, Michigan?
Yeah.
No.
Art from Howard writes in a 40 French onion soup.
That is definitely an appetizer.
Yeah. Eric says a 40 tender or 40 tendy.
40 tendy.
Yep. Brian in Monroe says, and this one makes all the sense in the world, they dropped the 40-ouncer on him.
All right, I'd like to say that's it, but I know there's some other good ones. Let's hear the rest of them. That's pretty great.
John in Macomb says a 40-piece.
I do like 40 piece too, though.
Yep. John in Garden City, 40 falafel. Wiley in a truck says a 40 fettuccine.
Oh.
Connor in Livonia, 40 smoothie. He dropped a 40 smoothie on him.
No, sir.
How about a 40 wing ding? So you can call it a WD of 40.
Oh, see what he did there?
Yeah. Ashley in San Francisco, a 40 shrimp cocktail.
Not enough for Frank Ragnow.
Frank Ragnow approves.
I heard about that. I wasn't here for the golf interview.
Yeah.
So Ragnow can just throw down shrimp cocktail?
Apparently.
Like nobody's business.
Yep.
I'd like to see him go against Devin Gardner. Devin Gardner can throw down some shrimp cocktail from what I remember. This was years ago, but
Yeah, where were you?
me and Evan were judging, along with Devin Gardner, a Hooters bikini contest.
It's so great.
And,
Because why not?
yeah,
You get Evan,
you were there.
Kang, and
Yeah, Devin Gardner. I forgot who else were judges, but
Randy Jackson.
we were sitting right next to him. Of course. It's not like you're not going to get
Right.
signed,
You're going
right?
to
Yeah.
get a sign a sash.
So you get to, order food and drink maybe before the contest starts. And Devin Gardner, me and Evan noticed this. He was crushing shrimp cocktail. Like Frank Ragnow, apparently. I'd love to see these two go at it. I don't know if Devin still eats the shrimp cocktail. This was years ago, but.
well,
And then
perhaps
remember,
I'll ask him.
Doug, we actually did ask him. We interviewed him, a couple years later, I think, for a podcast of some sort.
Yep.
And I think I jumped on with you and asked Devin about the
shrimp cocktail.
because I can't get it out of my mind. He was
He's
crushing
just
it, man.
killing it, huh?
Stop. Hey, when you get a chance, can you bring some more shrimp on here? Hey, sweetheart.
It was the peel and eat one too.
Oh, God. That's a lot. That's a work.
That is some work.
You a big fan of the peel and eat?
I prefer it already peeled.
I do too.
I prefer it already peeled too.
Peeled and deveined.
Yeah,
right?
please. Please devein it.
You like,
Please.
you like horseradish?
I like horseradish.
I know Doug does.
Oh yeah.
I like
Hell
like there's a cocktail sauce. The place in Indiana, St. Elmo's.
So good.
Their cocktail sauce is unbelievable.
Yes.
And you can buy it in some specialty stores have it. Some bigger chain grocery stores have it too. It is fantastic.
And it is just south of you. Like you have some of that. It's just south of a seizure, man.
It's
It is
hot.
so hot.
It's pretty hot, but it's so much flavor in it too. You put up with it. Like it's hot, but I don't care. Love it.
So are we going to call it a 40 shrimp cocktail?
No.
Okay. Max in Bath, Michigan, a 40 fondue.
That's kind of cheesy. I don't know if I want to do that.
Ba-dum.
Dude.
Heat up. What am I supposed to do?
That was a stretch. Come on, man.
How about this one? Unnamed texter.
Cheese pull?
A 40 fajita.
Fajitas sound like it's bigger than a burger, though, doesn't it?
I like a 40 biscuit. Drop the 40 biscuit on them.
I kind of like that too.
I think
I like 40 piece. I like 40 ounce. I do like 40 biscuit. Biscuit's a fun word.
Yep. I did look up Howard, Michigan.
Yeah.
There's a Howard City, Michigan, which is it's a little south and a little east of Amble. Does that help?
South and east of Amble?
Yeah.
That, no, it doesn't help.
It's a little north and west of Corral.
Again, no.
Between Pearson and Morley.
Not helping?
No. It looks like it's probably 35, 40 minutes north of Grand Rapids, just off 131. That's where Howard City is. And of course, that immediately goes, all right, if we would go to Howard City, where are we hanging out?
How close to the shore is that? How much inland, I guess? Is it pretty far inland?
It's pretty far inland.
Was it like in line with Ludington?
We talking, would it be longitudinally?
Yes.
Yeah. It would be. It's
latitudinally.
Yeah. It's Whitehall. It's along
Whitehall.
the same.
Okay. So like Holland, Muskegon, that kind of
Yeah.
thing.
A little north of Grand Haven, a little north of Muskegon, but
Nice area.
yep. But anyway, so if we go to Howard City,
It'd be latitude.
what are we looking at here? The Forager. Looks like a place we could get some food. The Forager.
You have to bring it yourself. I brought you these mushrooms and various cones and fruits. Now make me a meal. Our chef will make a fantastic meal out of anything you bring in.
How about Gene's Pizza Cafe?
That sounds good.
Yeah. Anything else here to do?
I hope. Is it Jane or Jean?
It's Jean.
Okay. Well, I hope that Jean or Jean. I hope that I'm hoping that they're making their own dough.
Yeah.
It doesn't come frozen.
Yeah.
Make it yourself. Because if you're called a pizza cafe, is that what it's called? Pizza cafe?
Yeah, it's called.
It sounds like okay. You've got something special going. You got your own little recipe.
Yep. It does sound like that. So, and other than that, there's not a whole lot there. But thank you for your text from Howard. All right. So Brad Holmes, speaking to the media, just shot down a report that's out there and addressed the Jared Goff situation as far as quarterback is concerned. We'll get to that today at 11:42. 248-539-9797. So we got a bunch of these texts we read on the air. Get your predictions in for Michigan and Michigan State. The big question for Michigan, though, that we haven't really addressed yet is secondary. Developing depth and developing a corner opposite of Will Johnson. It might be Mikey Sainristil, who played the slot corner, and that was a success from day one. Maybe one of the better late career position switches in Michigan football history, moving him from offense to defense. What's funny is, and this will be in the bucket tomorrow, and I've got the stat on my game sheet at home, but he's like Michigan's third leading receiver in touchdown receptions. He's playing defense, of course, but he's in career touchdown receptions of the active players. I think he's third. He might be second, but I've got it written down at home.
How does he feel about you calling him Mikey? I mean, like his teammates, I get it, but is he okay with you calling him Mikey?
He clarified that that's his name.
Did he?
Yep.
Okay.
So I think he's down with it.
Is he down?
Yes. I think he's down with it.
How do you feel about that, King? Is it too familiar or is it cool?
Mikey?
Yeah.
Do you ever lose the Mikey? It's at a certain age.
I don't know. He said his name is Mikey. Even though I think it was reported that even though it's spelled M-I-K-E, it's pronounced Mikey. So
maybe it's M-I-K hyphen capital E, Mikey.
Maybe that's his rap name or street name.
Yeah.
Mikey.
Yep.
It throws the
he and Mike D from the Beastie Boys.
Exactly. And DMC.
Mike's on the mic.
Jam Master Jay.
Is he related to Eazy-E?
Yeah, see? There you go. Now you're picking it up.
Yeah. All works.
Yeah.
All ties together.
All there.
Hey, we got
and yet he's a Nickelback.
He is a Nickelback. That is true.
Canadian rock.
Every song sounds like this.
I remember when.
Now catch that football in my hand.
Brad Holmes shoots down a report. I'll tell you what he said today at 11:46. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
I guess, was I a little surprised that they kept the 2 running backs? I'm a little surprised that that's all they kept, but they've got room to maneuver here with the roster, the way they've constructed it. I think the Lions are going to be quite active when it comes to adding players to this team. I think they are going to – I would hope that they would talk to Robbie Gould. We talked a lot about it yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And saw another article last night that used the word picky. Robbie Gould is being very picky about where he wants to go. But if the picky means close to Chicago, Detroit is close to Chicago. So it's possible they could woo him to come here. But I think that they are also looking in.
We are loaded with stuff today.
Football.
So much so that we got sidetracked and didn't get to our college football bold-ass prediction. So let's do that in the noon hour.
Yes.
Plus, somebody out there has tweeted out
game day.
I don't think we'll need to censor our bold-ass predictions, but maybe.
Football. Hell yes.
In the meantime, somebody has tweeted out a chart in regards to Nebraska football, and it's amazing.
Is it a pie chart?
It's one of the most incredible things I've ever seen. But we will get to that coming up in a minute. 248-539-9797. Okay, Brad Holmes said they never called about Trey Lance. They never called about Trey Lance. So that report that got out there, not true.
I'd love to hear that.
It makes more sense than calling about Trey Lance.
It
right?
does, but it's also so now Brad Holmes is calling out somebody that had that report because people ran with it.
Yep,
and either they did or they didn't.
Mm-hmm. You might hear it and might notice this, and maybe you've not noticed, and maybe you don't care. But we say a lot. Well, according to blank.
Yes,
and if that's true, and we'll talk about it, but. Apparently it wasn't true.
Well, we were trying to figure out why.
Yeah.
So this makes me feel better, to be honest with you, because I didn't understand it. But
exactly, because it didn't make any sense.
He's basically.
We tried our damnedest to come up with a reason why it would make any sense.
You can. I like the idea of having a developmental quarterback, and that's what Trey Lance would be a guy that you're hoping to develop. But they've got one.
Thank you.
So it would, unless they've already lost faith, right? They've already lost faith in Hendon Hooker, which is impossible to do this quick before he's even healthy. But anyway.
How dare you?
How dare I what?
How dare you even suggest that?
Well, Gator's a big Hendon Hooker fan, and I think it's a very calculated and perhaps shrewd move, but the bottom line is it did have us questioning why.
I'm glad to hear
why
that.
would they do this? And apparently they never did. So he wanted to nix that. The other thing is, how did he word it? He said there's been conversations with Goss Camp about a contract extension, or there's been dialogue.
There's been dialogue.
Okay. All right, so there you go. I mean, that's it doesn't need to be done yet. Does the dialogue mean they've just said, hey, are you interested in signing a deal after this season? Yep. Okay. Sounds good. We don't know what that dialogue, it's kind of vague. But
that's what he'll do. He'll be very vague.
Yep. As he should be.
He
right?
shouldn't divulge anything. Unless you're giddy about it. Like, yeah, no, we're starting, can't wait. We're going to get this thing done. That's if you're going to get it done, that's when you come out and you get giddy about it.
Yeah, the only reason to say anything really or to do anything now is if Jared Goff comes in way under market value and says, no, I want to stay here. And yeah, I'll sign for $30 million a year.
He also mentioned Jonah Jackson as well for a dialogue as far as an extension is concerned.
Okay.
So Jonah Jackson, Jared Goff, there's been dialogue between Holmes and their camps, but no updates on any extension.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know what's going to happen. I think Goff is going to have a fine year. If you wanted to sign him now to a contract extension, the motivation would be to maybe get him a little bit cheaper than signing him at the end of the season. That would be the motivation, right? And, how much cheaper do they even talk about that? Hey, we can sign you now. You can get a signing bonus now, a whole bunch of money right now if you sign for $35 million a year. And then maybe he'd say, I'll take the money now. Yeah,
I think he'll laugh it off.
Yeah, but
I mean, if
say
look,
that's what's in it for us to do it now, right? And you can say no, but
it's insulting.
Well, I don't want to insult him. Like that doesn't. The point isn't that they do insult him. I don't want to get fixated on the number. That's the only strategy.
Right. The conversation starter is, hey, are you interested in being here long term? And Goff's camp could say, yeah, I love it here. Okay, we'll meet later on. We'll get something going, and we'll talk with your agent about it. And that's it. No numbers discussed. No length of contract discussed. Just is there interest in getting something done?
Right. But if they decided to do a contract now, it would be the Lions' benefit in the annual salary, and it would be Goff's benefit in getting a big signing bonus right now. But at this point, it doesn't. I mean, dialogue cuts short of that.
Look,
it could be that is probably more along the lines of what you said.
I don't think it'll be a distraction.
I don't either.
So they have all season long to, in fact, worry about it at the end of the season. But they can say that they've started the dialogue now. Maybe the dialogue now is just, okay, we'll have mutual interest. We'll address it at the end of the year. Mm-hmm. That could be the dialogue.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Meanwhile, Dan Campbell spoke to our morning show. We'll play some highlights of what he had to say regarding the Kansas City game coming up a week from yesterday. 248-539-9797. It's our annual college prediction show, so get your predictions in for Michigan to Michigan State. I got the Spartans at 5-7. You got them at 7-5. We both have Michigan at 11-1. Tell us what you think these two teams will do in the regular season and give us a reason why. We'll take a bunch of texts on that. Also, bold ass predictions coming up next hour. By the way, Kang, your fantasy football draft is Sunday. Is that correct?
Monday, Labor Day.
Monday. Okay. Are you guys doing anything special? Because the last couple of years, we've had the awesome Lions deal that you could get where you could
have it at Ford Field.
Have it at Ford in a suite at Ford Field. They're not doing it this year, unfortunately.
Yeah, they're not doing it this year, so we had to detour to a different plan. And we have something pretty cool. I think one of the guys in the league, he owns his own restaurant. It's a smaller restaurant, but we're gonna have it there after the place closes down. So we'll have tables, our own tables. We're gonna all chip in and get food and drinks and things like that. So I think it's just something cool because we still do the in-person draft. I mean, I just love the in-person draft.
So great.
So we input everything online right away, but we see each other. We get to go, oh, what kind of pick was that? Or, I like that pick. Just the jarring, the back and forth. Love that.
I think that's what started me getting out of my fantasy football league a handful of years ago, or whenever it was the last time we did it, was that we were going to do it online. And I'm like, I'm out. No, because the most fun for me with the draft had nothing to do with football. It was about hanging out with the guys on draft night. It was a lot of fun. Because it's the only time I would see those guys all year in that league was on the draft night. And it was a blast. So I missed that. I'm jealous.
Yeah, well, because we're going to have hot dogs too, Gator. We'll have a 40 dog.
That's right.
A couple 40 ounces.
Yeah, that's
Does anybody in your league have a spectacular fantasy football name?
We usually change them every year. We used to go with the same ones, but then I think a few years ago, guys started naming them after certain guys in their teams, things like that. Probably started maybe with $5 foot long or something, and You just go on from there. There's some great ones.
I got sent a long
Two
list.
girls, one Cooper Cup, stuff like that.
Wow.
Cooper
Okay.
Cup.
I got sent a long list of best fantasy football names.
Yeah.
Go Belichick yourself is one I like. Saving Matt Ryan is a good one.
Right? No, that's
Yeah.
that's good.
Doug, you would like Belichick yourself or wreck yourself.
That's right.
That's a good name.
Sacks in the city. True or false start. Fourth and drunk. That's a good one. Die on that Tannehill.
I just I did a cameo for a league.
Yeah.
A couple of the names were really funny.
So you had to draw their.
Yeah, I did the
That's a fun-
draft order.
That's a fun one to do. I've done like 6 or 7 of those.
The draft order is always fun. One name was hilarious and is Hot Chub Time Machine.
That's funny.
That's great.
And then they also said Joe Buck Yourself.
How about Golf My Lawn?
Yeah, Golf My Lawn is good.
So I had one league that asked me to pull the order for their draft. The names were so raunchy. I had to say no. I'm like, I can't say these things on record. They were so wildly inappropriate. I'm like,
Well, you're the voice now, man.
I'll do it.
Right? Well, you're not the voice. So-
I'm not. No, I've had to reject some cameo stuff.
Oh,
too,
really?
For stuff that I'm like, that's not my bag. But I appreciate you guys thinking about me.
yeah.
But,
And
there've
the
been a
guy,
couple
to
I've
their
rejected.
credit, they said, all right, here are our first names. Just do that. I'm like, they were like, we kind of understand.
Yeah, there was one name on this past one that was. I won't say it because I think I'd get myself in trouble on the air. But it was ones where let's just say it was a playoff of a former Lions offensive coordinator. Off of his name.
I'll leave it at that.
There you go.
How about Aaron Donald had a farm?
Harmless and funny. Sure.
Yeah, it's harmless. Yeah.
Yeah, the harmless ones are great. The ones that you shouldn't say on the air, maybe you shouldn't say them for cameo either. Just saying.
So this cameo that I did,
Yeah.
it ended up being like the phone call from Swingers, where Mike gets back from the bar and has the number of the girl and
And he
decides to
keeps
call her.
leaving messages?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
And he keeps screwing it up. And then finally she picks up the phone and says, "Don't ever call me again." He's like, "Sure, okay." So I sent it in. I got done. I was like 3/4 away recording it, and I realized this is taking too long. I've screwed up. Let me start over. So I went to hit re-record, and instead it sent it like it was done. I'm like, no.
You sent an unfinished cameo?
Unfinished. And I'm like, no, this is bad. So I hit. There was a re-record button. I re-recorded it, did it correctly. Kind of poke fun at myself, like explaining that, hey, I had to re-record this, and it wasn't sending it. I did it, and I'm and so I sent a text message to the guy from the league explaining, hey, I'm really sorry about that. I'm trying to redo this, but it's not resending my edited versions. And the guy was really cool about it. He's okay, cool. Look, listen, if you could maybe just send it to an email, I'll give you an email. Like, yeah, absolutely, won't be a problem. I'll keep trying to do this. On my 4th attempt, it finally sent it, downloaded it, or uploaded, whatever you got to say, and sent it to the guy. And I was very happy after recording it 5 total times, but the 4th re-record, that they finally got it. The problem was every time I did it, because it was you're doing an order,
Right.
the order changed.
Right.
Because I had little pieces of paper with 1 through 10 listed on it,
Dude,
and I would pick them out of a hat.
He's technologically savvy, people.
Yeah, that's me.
Hey, we've officially made it college football season in our great state, and Twin Peaks can't wait to host you for all the action. Starting tonight, Spartans look to get back on track at 7 p.m., then follow back on Saturday as Wolverines start their quest for a national championship at noon. Why watch the games at Twin Peaks? That's easy. The wall-to-wall TVs, incredibly delicious scratch-made food, and that bone-chilling 29-degree draft beer. And most importantly, the drop-dead gorgeous Twin Peaks girls. You'd be crazy to go anywhere else. Twin Peaks lives for football season, and they offer up the best game day experience in the state. Get in early for a front row seat to all the action. The girls can't wait to seat you. So, to find a location nearest you, go to TwinPeaksRestaurant.com. If you're a fan of Twin Peaks, sign up for the E-Club. Stay up to date on all things Twin Peaks and score free stuff. Signing up is easy. Just visit TwinPeaksRestaurant.com/Peaks-Club to get started today.
Friday. Football.
It's
Football
here.
is back.
It's here. We spent basically 2 hours talking about it.
College football.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, Michigan State taking on Central tonight. Get your predictions in for the Spartan season, Wolverine season, 12-game regular season. What do you got? 248-539-9797, the number to text and call. We opened the show talking about the college games last night, and look, it was Nebraska and Minnesota wasn't the most compelling game as it was 3-0 for much of the game, but it got pretty interesting at the end, and Nebraska, who we were trying to figure out, how they find a way to lose. They always seem to find a way to lose in the end. They played a ton of close games, and they've lost so many of them, and they did it again last night. Their win probability was, what did we say, 96%, Kang? Because you asked what it was. I think we looked it up. It was 96%.
94? I think it was 94.
Okay, there was 5 minutes to go, and they had the football at midfield up 7-3. Minnesota hadn't scored. Nebraska had the ball, and they were getting into, that 4-minute mode where they were milking the clock and could win the game, and then they fumbled. And Minnesota went down, scored a touchdown on 4th and forever, and an incredible catch in the corner of the end zone. Then Nebraska turned it over again, and Minnesota kicked a game-winning field goal. Somebody has put together, a Nebraska fan, Eric, has put together a chart. This is Nebraska's final offensive possessions when tied or losing by one score or less in the last 6 college football seasons.
This is going to be ugly.
I'm not going to read everything because it's a lot of different games. But they had the football down 5 against Colorado back in 2018. 8 plays, 44 yards, turned it over on downs. They were losing by 5 against Troy in 2018. Threw an interception. Tied with Northwestern in overtime. Threw an interception. Down 8 at Iowa. Scored a 2-point conversion to tie the game, lost in overtime. Colorado, they were tied at 31, threw an interception. That game went to overtime. Their final possession, missed a field goal. Yeah. Northwestern, back in 2019, make note of this. They were tied at 10 with a minute to go. They got the ball. They drove 42 yards and kicked a field goal and won the game.
There you go.
Yep.
Positive.
Indiana, down 7, turnover on downs. Purdue, down 4, turnover on downs. Tied at 24 with Iowa, punt. At Northwestern, down 8, turnover on downs. At Iowa, down 6, fumble. At Illinois, down 8, turnover on downs. At Oklahoma, down 7, turnover on downs. Michigan State, tied, let the clock expire, then in overtime threw an interception. Michigan, down 3, turnover on downs. At Minnesota, down 5, safety. Ohio State, down 6, punt. At Wisconsin, down 7, turnover on downs. Iowa, down 7, interception. Northwestern, down 3, interception. Wow. Georgia Southern, down 3, missed field goal.
Wow.
Minnesota, down 7, turnover on downs. Wisconsin, down 1, clock expired. At Minnesota, tied at 10, interception. That is 26 drives.
26 games.
7 different quarterbacks. They've scored 11 points in 26 game-ending drives, tied or within 1 score. And they are 1-23 because some of those games they had two drives and a regulation and overtime.
So they did not score a touchdown in any of those. They had 3 field goals and a safety.
They scored 1 touchdown.
Oh, sorry, 1 touchdown
with a 2-point conversion and kicked a field goal. They've only won. They are 1-23 when they've got the ball, tied or down 1 score since 2018. That's incredible futility. Incredible futility.
That's your heartbreak station right there is really what it is. It's commitment to failure at the end of the game.
Mm-hmm.
And yet the positive spin on that is, do you know how close you guys are to being a much better program?
Right.
You win half those games, you get better recruits, you get better players, you'll be better. And then more than half those games as you move forward because you've got the better teams.
Yep.
But they couldn't get it done with Scott Frost. And last night, the debut with Matt Rule, and he didn't get it done.
Yep. All right.
All they did was close it out. They had the lead.
And they turned over twice in the fourth quarter. I'm actually feeling bad for Nebraska fans. But Michigan State, Spartans taking on Central Michigan tonight. 14.5. Are they a 14.5 point favorite? Is that right?
I thought it might be more than that, but I will check.
Sorry, I apologize.
It is. Oh, it's 14 according to ESPN.
Okay. And Michigan's a 5-touchdown favorite against East Carolina tomorrow at noon. The tailgate show starts at 9 a.m. on our brother station, WWJ. John and I will be participating in that. Then the pregame show at 11, kickoff at 12:06. It's Maze Out for people going to the game. And reminder, it's on Peacock, so either you can listen or hopefully you got the Peacock app. All right, you ready for some college football bold-ass predictions?
Am I?
Yes. Kang, we good for bold-ass predictions? Can we do it now? And we will seek yours, okay? And these are kind of going out there. You can cross a line in which we say that's kind of a dumbass prediction.
Right.
But something that we think is within the realm of possibility. And I've made some changes from earlier today.
Okay.
Yep. Are you ready?
I am ready.
They have not had a winning record since 2009, but led by quarterback Jalen Daniels, perennial loser Kansas will win 9 games.
Same conference, I believe. Texas.
It is. For now.
Yeah. Will actually make the college football playoff, and Steve Sarkisian will be the coach of the year.
Wow.
You got to use your schedule.
Oregon State will win the Pac-12, led by DJ Uiagalelei and Damian Martinez. They're great running back.
Sorry, say it again.
Oregon State wins the Pac-12.
Okay.
Yep.
Notre Dame quarterback Sam Hartman wins the Heisman Trophy after leading his team to the college football playoff.
Wow. And a new Pac-12 will form with Washington State and Oregon State, adding San Diego State, UNLV, Colorado State, Boise, and the 3 academies, Army, Navy, and Air Force.
Interesting. Lastly, for me, Doug, this is kind of a big one. I changed this one as well.
Yeah.
To make it even more bold ass.
Yeah.
Alabama loses not 1, not 2, but 3 regular season games.
Wow. Look at you.
Somewhere between Texas, Texas A&M, LSU, and Tennessee. They lose 3 out of those 4.
Wow. Saban will not be happy.
No, he won't be.
All right, bold-ass predictions. Get them in for the college season, 248-539-9797. Dan Campbell spoke today to our morning show at 12:30. We'll play the most interesting stuff the Lions coach had to say. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket.
What's your take on Jim Harbaugh going into this season with the suspension and his latest jabs at the NCAA in the system?
Yeah, well, he's not happy, obviously, but he's not going to. I mean, he'll rail or he fight back as only Jim Harbaugh can, with kind of in code and with, I thought it was relatively clever of him, although he believes the players, the revenue sharing thing, he's espoused things like that. before for him to talk about it Monday before the Open. I think that clearly was directed at either a okie doke, don't look here, look over here, or further, like, the NCAA has all these other things that I think they need to work on, and without saying it, they're focused on this. They'll deal with it. They're lucky that they do have 3 relatively weak opponents and a veteran team. And it would be interesting if this were to happen next year in Texas as week number 2, how it would happen. But I think, and he does a pretty darn good job of hiding it, I think he's pissed. Now, deep down, I think he's also probably a little pissed at himself for letting it get this far. I know the principles, and his principle is he's not going to admit he was lying when he thinks he wasn't lying. But there had to have been an easier avenue to get through this without turning into, Russia versus the U.S.
Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. College football arrived more last night. We got the teaser last week with week 0. Last night was good. Spartans play tonight. Mostly full slate tomorrow. 3 games on Sunday. The 1 game Monday night. Do you know who's trying to own? Apparently the ACC goes out of its way to schedule 5 games in 5 days. Like that's their whole thing is to own this first weekend.
All right.
I don't know if they really own it per se, but Wake Forest and NC State played and won last night. Tonight we get the Miami versus Miami game. Miami of Ohio is playing at Miami of Florida. Yeah. Louisville's at Georgia Tech tonight. Virginia goes to Tennessee. Boston College plays Northern Illinois. I'm not going to read the whole thing. North Carolina, South Carolina is Saturday night. Then LSU plays Florida State, ACC team, and then an ACC matchup, Clemson at Duke on Monday. So, I guess good for them, but that's their thing. Here's some bold-ass predictions we got. Mike says, bold-ass prediction, J.J. McCarthy and Blake Corum will be in New York for the Heisman. That's hard to do because that means they end up on everybody's ballot, 2 guys from the same team, and I don't know that can actually happen. But it's bold, but Mike, is it crossing the line? Bold-ass prediction, Michigan State will not win more than 3 games, and they lose tonight. That's from an unnamed texter. Bold-ass prediction, Michigan State versus Penn State at the end of the season will decide who ends up in Indy for the East. It will be a top 10 battle. It's from Jacob. It's both extremes there for Michigan State.
Michigan State is a top 10 team by the end of the year, is what the person's saying.
Yep, Jacob and South Line.
Oh. All right, Jacob. I look. I wish I could share your enthusiasm, but Kang.
Dumb. Yeah, well, I was going to ask you guys, though, is that those 2 ticket techs there for Michigan State?
Yep.
Is that a realistic ceiling and floor, or is that just the ceiling's just dumb?
Costa said 3 wins this morning. Now, I don't know if that's just Central Michigan bravado for the game tonight, or if he really thinks Michigan State's only going to win 3 games. But if you think they're going to be a top 10 team, okay, understand what has to happen for them to be a top 10 team at the end of the year. They would have to have beaten Washington and then beaten either Michigan or Ohio State prior to the game against Penn State, let alone that you beat everybody else on your schedule, Iowa and whatnot.
And 3 wins is that's a front 7 defensively riddled with injuries kind of thing. They're not the deepest team for sure, but that's what would have to happen. Taylor in Detroit says, bold-ass prediction, Ohio State will have 2 losses going into Ann Arbor. What do you make of that?
Let me think about that. Well, Ohio State is, just looking at their schedule, who were the 2 losses? They play at Notre Dame. I could see them losing at Notre Dame. And then they have 2 losses prior to Michigan, they say?
Yep.
Yeah, I could see it. Notre Dame and Penn State.
Yep.
I could absolutely see it. They play Penn State at home.
I mean, you're just talking about then the quarterback position struggles with the new starter. They got the secondary didn't get any better. The tackle struggled, 2 new tackles, but
man, they've got running backs, they've got wide receivers, they've got a defensive line. I mean, they got linebackers.
Yep.
They've got a good team, but the big question at quarterback, and I guess big question overall about team defense, because it has been a question for the last few years.
Yeah. CPK in Ann Arbor says, bold-ass prediction, Cornelius Johnson has a breakthrough season for Michigan, gets second-team All-Big Ten honors, and is a second-round pick in the 2024 NFL Draft. He's got size. He's got speed. He's been pretty reliable, probably the best returning receiver that they have. I'll never forget Marquise Walker in his final year just suddenly exploded and became this like elite receiving target. And, you know, when you've got guys that have been in the program, you kind of hope the same happens. Another one here regarding a young Michigan receiver. Darius Clemens has a 1,000-yard season his first year starting. That is bold. That is bold. He'll have to work his way into the starting spot. He was a highly regarded recruit, but we shall see. 248-539-9797. Jed is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jed.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
I don't know if it's incredibly bold, but my first one is going to be Iowa goes into Indianapolis and wins the Big Ten title. And then I think my next one's going to be the Final Four. I don't see any undefeated teams going into the coming out of the committee for that Final Four. I think everybody's going to have 1 loss.
I actually think that second one's pretty shrewd pick. Why do you love Iowa so much?
I don't. I just think Cade's got maybe something to prove. I loved Cade when he came, and then Michigan's Lord and Savior shows up, JJ. So I think Cade's got something to prove, and I think he can prove it. And I think they can come out of the West pretty easily. And
I'll
then they
help
go
you
to
out, Jed.
Indianapolis,
I think it's
kind of being the underdog.
I think it's their schedule. They don't play Michigan. They don't play Ohio State.
Yep.
They do play at Penn State to start off their Big Ten schedule. And then there are other teams from the East that they play Michigan State.
Where do they play Wisconsin?
They play Wisconsin at Wisconsin. That's going to be tough. But otherwise,
that might be for the West.
I just think the hype train's going to be, the East, as one of your guys predicted, Penn State, Michigan to be the decider for there. I just think it's going to be one of those games where they're just going to ignore them, and Iowa always plays with a chip on their shoulder.
That they do.
I'm not an Iowa fan. I'm a Michigan fan. I'm just throwing it out there.
So
but I think that might be the one.
I hope Cade's healthy, and I hope Eric All is healthy. Cade had that weird injury. Yeah. I guess that it was like a fan day, and some people got it on video where he was just running and fell. And I don't know if that's been updated. The last I heard, it was unknown what his status was going to be. But so I hope he's healthy. And the same thing for Eric All, who had the back injury a year ago, and those things can linger. But
he's one of the kids. I hope the best for him. He's one of those kids you just hope the best because he had a great start to his career.
And he brought Michigan their first win over Ohio State in a long time, first Big Ten in a long time. Yeah, that Iowa at Wisconsin game. You said it was in Madison, right?
Yeah. October 14th.
That's possibly your West showdown.
It could be. They follow that up with a home game against Minnesota, but preseason ranked teams they've got at Penn State and at Wisconsin. But their schedule is from the East. They play Penn State, Michigan State, and Rutgers. So, if you think Michigan State's down and still be easily beatable, then okay, and then Iowa could just walk right through it. Their schedule is easier, and their non-conference schedule: Utah State, at Iowa State, and then home against Western Michigan. So their first 3 games, the Iowa State game is always intriguing.
Iowa's going to be a fascinating watch because of Brian Ferentz, their offensive coordinator, and his contract. You saw this, right? He had a 2-year rolling contract that got ripped up. He now has a 1-year contract, and it mandates for a minimum average points per game of 25. They have to win 7 games, but they have to average 25 points a game because this is head coach Kirk Ferentz's son.
Yep.
Their offense was brutal last year.
Daddy, let me run it up. Daddy, can we put a 40 biscuit on this team?
Do you have Iowa's schedule in front of you?
I do.
When do they play Northwestern?
November 4th.
Can you imagine if they're below like that? The 40 points a game is 325 points on the season.
Or the 25 points game.
25 points a game. Yeah, what'd I say?
You went 40 biscuit.
Yeah, I did. My bad. Is that right? Hold on. 25 times 12 is 300 points, right?
Yes, it is.
So they got to score 300 points. Can you imagine if they're behind pace when they go to Northwestern?
Well, yeah, and they finish up Northwestern, Rutgers, Illinois, and at Nebraska is the final game. That's why I think they want to get things done as early as they can. I feel bad for Western Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
It could be, the old number 6 on them.
Yep, 50 burgers a pound.
Lots of food.
More bold-ass predictions coming in. Jamil in Ann Arbor says Nathan Carter of Michigan State leads the Big Ten in rushing. Well, that would be
That's bold.
Yep. That'd be good for Michigan State. Unnamed texter, Kansas quarterback wins the Heisman. Take it to the bank.
Is that
That's Jalen Daniels.
There you go.
Jason in Heartland, bold-ass prediction. MSU only loses 2 games this year. Ohio State and Penn State. Michigan loses 3 games.
3 games?
Mm-hmm. So they beat Washington and Michigan. Jason, that is bold.
That would be
the
bold.
The line has been walked up to.
And if Michigan loses 3, say lose to Michigan State, Penn State, and Ohio State?
I guess. Bold-ass prediction, Mel Tucker will not be the coach of Michigan State for 2024 after going 3-9 this year. It's from Andrew and Livonia.
Wow.
With that contract, I'm not sure how that happens, but there's a lot of money owed on it still. 248-539-9797. Okay. Dan Campbell spoke to the morning show. Lions head coach. How big would a win at Kansas City be to open the season? One of the questions. And how comfortable are you with the kicker? Some of the questions he answered. Hear what the Lions head coach had to say. 12:32, 97.1 The Ticket. 1:38. We'll have our college football picks for the weekend. Do we do the Gator rant at the end of the show?
Not for this week. We
We don't?
wait for the NFL.
Do we?
Yeah.
I think we do it now.
Well, because the NFL, I think we did it. 'Cause I kind of agree with Gator because it's the whole weekend you're looking for, isn't it?
Yeah, but there's 3 games Saturday and a game Monday. College games. I mean, I guess. All right. It's your call. If I'm outvoted, I'm outvoted. No Gator.
we got time.
No Gator rant today. All right. So Dan Campbell spoke with the morning show, and we'll start with one of the big stories. Nothing new to report yet today on Chris Jones, the Pro Bowl All-Pro tackle, defensive tackle for the Kansas City Chiefs. Stud, absolute stud. But his holdout continues with 6 days until game day. Dan Campbell, are you monitoring the Chris Jones situation? Okay. First of all, Spags, Steve Spagnuolo.
Yeah. There are certain coaches that I just get tired of hearing the nickname for.
Yeah.
Spags is one of them.
Give me another one.
Wink Martindale. I'm just tired of hearing about Wink Martindale. Wink Martindale. He's got that team humming right now. Just I just get
So people don't know, Don Martindale is the defensive coordinator in Baltimore. Wink Martindale was a game show host way back in the day, and so everybody calls
was that
him.
his thing? I think that was his game.
Was it?
Yeah.
I don't remember what Wink
Tic-tac-toe.
Martindale, but so everybody calls Don Martindale Wink Martindale, just like everybody who's got the last name Campbell is nicknamed Soup.
Right.
Yeah. So
Exactly.
all right. Well,
Everybody named Jesse is the body.
I did ask.
Did you?
Yeah. It's not really. He's basically no.
Yes, Jesse Minter. I asked you to ask Jesse Minter yesterday if anybody calls him Jesse the Body Minter.
Yeah. I mean, I can play you the soundbite. We decided we were only entertaining ourselves because the
This is
answer
true.
wasn't. Yeah.
Well, that's
As far
my
as what he had to
point.
say, though, ESPN put a. See if I can find it. They put a graphic up in relation to what Chris Jones meant to the Chiefs. And I think I've lost it. I apparently have lost it. But it was amazing the difference between their pass rush with and without. With him, they're one of the best pass rushes in the league in terms of pressure rate. Without him, they're one of the worst. So he does make a difference statistically. And I don't blame Dan Campbell for saying what he's saying, but there's no doubt that here we go. I found it.
Oh.
With Chris Jones on the field, Kansas City's defense was first in the NFL in quarterback pressure percentage. Without him on the field, they were 28th in the NFL in quarterback pressure percentage. Oh, this is over the past 5 seasons.
What is it? Tangible evidence?
That is tangible evidence that he matters.
It's weird because obviously Dan Campbell, you shouldn't really worry a ton about a guy who's not even in the building. I understand what he's saying, but did he sound like super dismissive of it? Like completely? Like,
little annoyed.
Yeah, right?
Yeah,
Like,
a little annoyed.
Really, real honesty there. He could have gone coach speak. I think he spoke from the heart. And
I think he just hates Costa.
God, Gator. Gator over here starting
Costa
stuff.
came in hot today, man.
Oh.
He came in hot today.
You're mad.
He's picking on Mel Tucker for no reason.
Well, you guys had to stare down before the show started.
Yeah, well, you want to feel froggy, go ahead and jump. Let's go, son.
They both have competing shoot the boot guarantees. Gator that the Spartans will win, and Costa that the Chippewas will win.
Guys have brought cookies in a long time.
That's the real reason.
Yeah, let's get right down to it.
Your friends.
All right. In the meantime, we've taken a lot of calls. We took 3 straight days where we got calls about the kicking situation. Dan Campbell, are you confident in your kicking situation? Here's what he said. Does that mean basically if we're only kicking field goals if we have advanced to the 33-yard line or inside of that, because there's your extent of his range?
I got to tell you, man, and I don't mean to say man just because,
Yep.
Coach says it, but I'm just doing a quick cursory look through the practice squads right now that are out that have been accumulated to this point.
Yep.
I'm through 5 teams now, 6, 7. I mean, there's one. Here we go. The Cleveland Browns are the second team I've seen so far that have a kicker on your practice squad.
Mm-hmm.
If you feel good about Riley Patterson, and then you say, I feel good about Badgley too, that's why we have him on the practice squad. If you felt good about either of them, they wouldn't have the competition. Am I right or am I right?
You're pretty much right.
Okay? I mean, all due respect. I'm saying that line. Because now it gives you a license to go ahead and disrespect.
Yes, please.
I mean, come on, man. Who are you trying to fool? You don't have the confidence because you got the other guy that's on the practice squad. If you had it, you'd have one kicker. And I'm fine with you adding Badgley to the practice squad, by the way, until you find somebody else you'd rather have and you add them instead. Or there's a second team. The Titans have Cade York is on their practice squad. But literally, there are 2 teams in the NFL out of the 20 I've looked at right now that have a kicker on their practice squad.
Yeah, that's
Oh, interesting. You know who the Bears have on their practice squad?
No, I don't.
John Parker Romo.
Oh, do they?
Yep, there's another kicker. And
They just
one was
signed
a
him for
Lions
Lions
fan.
Intel.
It's exactly why they signed him. I'm convinced of that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm going through this. I'm just about through all the teams. It's really amazing that's happened. The Rams have Brett Maher on their practice squad.
Wait a sec. They got him in.
I wonder if he
he's on
just
the
gets
practice
he
squad?
might does he one of those guys just gets activated? Do they even have a kicker?
Yeah.
So it could be one of those maneuvering things, and then on game day you activate him. So you don't have him
can
on the
say
53.
nothing other than you are confident in your kicker, though. You don't want to undermine. You don't want to say, well, we're just not sure about this guy, but we're going to roll him out there anyway and see what happens, because you're going to undermine his chance for success.
Sure. I mean, but my point is there's like 26 teams that don't have a kicker on the practice squad. I don't think the Lions feel good about their situation. I think they feel iffy about it, and I think that there's concern that is Badgley better than Patterson? Is Patterson better than Badgley? At least we got the guy in place, because we know the kickers are scarce, and maybe that's why they have them on the rosters, because kickers are a scarce commodity right now when it comes to the NFL.
But you guys know I've been very iffy about the kicking situation from the very beginning. What I really noted from that cut right there, guys, though, was he says we'll play to his strengths like we play to any other player's strengths. Dude, what's his strength? Kicking extra points? You guys have to score a touchdown every time?
His strength is kicking inside of like 45 yards.
So
I
you
mean,
know how much of a disadvantage that is to have? You have to go much deeper into the other team's field to get into within field goal range if it's a close game at the end of the game?
I mean, what it tells me with that line, because I heard that too this morning. I'm like, oh, that's interesting. What it tells me is that if they're playing at home, that there's a range of up to whatever it is, 53 yards at home, because it's a controlled environment inside a dome and all that, right?
Yep.
But if you're on the road, outdoors, and it's beyond 50, you got to start looking at down the distance and say, okay, if it's 4th and 4, we can get this, right?
Get ready for aggressive Campbell again.
Aggressive Campbell.
It'd be a lot of go for it. All right, more from Dan Campbell. What would a win mean to open the season at Kansas City, and what are some keys to winning that game? Hear what the head coach had to say At 12:46 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, get ready for NFL season with an incredible offer from FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers can bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed. Plus, all customers who bet $5 will get $100 off NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Now is the best time to join FanDuel. The app is easy to use, and you can be on everything from spreads to player props and more. So visit FanDuel.com/Doug and kick off the NFL season with an offer you won't want to miss out. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL, must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. NFL Sunday Ticket. That offer ends September 18th. No refunds, terms, and embargoes apply. $100 off Sunday Ticket, not YouTube TV. YouTube TV, base plan required to watch YouTube TV. Redemption requires a Google account and current form of payment. Commercial use excluded. Subscriptions renew. Cancel anytime. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. More from Dan Campbell, then we'll get to your phone calls. The guys asked, what would a win mean? Because if Detroit wins this game against Kansas City Thursday, this town's going to go bonkers. Here's what that coach had to say. We already feel like a week from today, we're going to be doing a show with gross cases of overreaction. And I'm,
you think?
I think. I was trying to think, is there a scenario where they play really well, but just lose late to Patrick Mahomes and, like a 28-27 kind of game where he scores a late touchdown. And
we had that Rams-Chiefs game from years ago with Jared Goff.
I think we'd be worried about the defense if that were the case. Was that 54-51? Right. So I'm trying to think if that's the rare case scenario where we won't be dealing with overreaction. In fact, people might be borderline encouraged if it takes a late Mahomes touchdown drive to beat the Lions at home in the season opener. But I mean, this is not a season about moral victories, of course, but I'm just trying to think there's very few scenarios, Gator, where we're not going to have gross and utter overreaction.
I think you're probably right with that. Mm-hmm. It feels like that's definitely going to be the case. But that being said, I like the Lions' chances in this game. We're less than a week out, so I can look at it, I guess, and say that. I do like their chances in it because I think they've improved in so many areas. But the biggest reason is the Chris Jones factor. Mm-hmm. I mean, you had the numbers. The numbers don't lie.
No.
When he's in that lineup, that's the best pass rushing unit you'll see in the NFL.
In terms of QB pressure rate.
Yeah.
Yes.
And when he's not,
28th
in the league. That's a remarkable difference.
Now, to be fair, I suspect if we take away every team's best defensive lineman, the numbers are remarkably different. But 1 to 28, I think that Jared Goff will be much more comfortable facing the 28th best pass rush in terms of QB pressure rate than the first.
Yeah, take away James Houston from the Lions, right, Gator?
That's right. That's right.
Where are they at?
Still pretty good.
Final thing here from Dan Campbell. Keys to winning this game is what the coach said. Last year, the Detroit Lions were fourth in the NFL in terms of turnover margin at +7. Kansas City was near the bottom of the NFL at -3. I will be very pleased if that continues.
Yeah, and for that to continue, Jared Goff's going to have to take care of the football, which is what he did in the last 10 games of the season. And when you throw one interception in those games or something,
yep.
That's how you do it. Your quarterback takes care of the ball, and your defense comes up with some turnovers. And this defense is set up now where they can take advantage of some errant passes. They've got some ball hawks out there on the defensive side, in the secondary in particular, and they've got guys up front. They're going to get after the quarterback and get some blindside hits. It's going to result in some fumbles. They've got to be able to pounce on those and recover them, not just forced fumble, but fumble recovered.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We got a Mike. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Mike.
Hey, guys. Hey, if the only problem that right now the Lions have is a kicker, I am so happy I can't believe it. I mean, it's been years since we've heard something like that. It's usually offensive line problems or receiver problems or running back problems. I mean, I know we need a kicker, but wow. You guys must really think this team is in top shape.
We do. And there's no such thing. And we've said this throughout the entire era of competitive Tiger baseball. There's no such thing as a perfect baseball team, and there's no such thing as a perfect football team. This feels like, and maybe wide receiver are two areas we're not sure that they addressed enough. But when you compare it to previous seasons, you're right. This is way better. Way better than it's been.
Look, it's not the only flaw in the team, but I think it's a big one right now. I think you'd like to see them add a better wide receiver to the group. But
what do you think our offensive line looks like?
Awesome.
Great. I think it's a strength of the team.
I think it's a top 5 offensive line in the NFL.
Yep.
What do you think it looks like?
I don't know, because I've been listening to you guys for like 3 days, and all I hear is about this kicker. And I'm like,
yeah, the offensive line.
Offensive line has been a problem for the Detroit Lions for 50 years.
Well, not the last 2 seasons.
No,
It's honestly, they got one of the best offensive lines.
I understand, but
they got one of the best offensive lines in the NFL.
And they've invested in it. They got 3 first-round picks on an offensive line. They got a second-round pick, and then they traded to get another one. It's pretty well invested offensive line. Then you add to that a second-round pick on a tight end. Yeah, they've put the resources to it, and it's paying off.
Let's go to Greg. You're next on 97 on the ticket. What's up, Greg?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
So the kicker thing, I think it's just going to work itself out. And I have a feeling we're going to hear if there is some kind of kicker issue. They're going to be out there. Some people are going to be calling in with the SOL thing. I think we need to redefine that again, that it's SOL is when there's some kind of change to the rules. Like if Jameson Williams has to sit out these 5 games, but then next year they change the rule, that's a little SOL. Not, in and out, losing games and stuff like that.
Look, I don't. The funny thing is I seriously, when I hear people bring up SOL, I'm like, that's not even on my radar right now. Like
exactly.
And everybody had different definitions of same old Lions, but this is going to be a long season where I'm not even going to think about that till. I mean, it would have to be 5-6 games into the season and a horrendous start.
And I'm not even worried about wide receivers either, because Goff, he did more with less. He did last year. What am I trying to say? He's going to do more this year because based on last year, he had a lot less.
Oh my!
But I did have a.
What's going on?
Yeah, what do you got there?
What's going on in the background?
Oh, well, just every time I take the dog and the kids for a walk, my dog doesn't freak out, but all the other dogs freak out.
What kind of dog do you have?
I got a little lab, little angel. She's 4 years old, and she's calmed down a little bit. You know how that goes, Gator. Well,
yeah, right, exactly. But a 4-year-old lab is not little.
No, yeah, we had a 150-pounder before Max. He passed, but now we got Angel. She's like she's 80 pounds.
Okay, that's a
pounds
big
fighting weight, so she's not too bad.
Nice.
All right, what was your last thing, real quick?
Oh, just a bold ass prediction. Michigan will beat Notre Dame in the national championship. Wow. It'll just basically cement the best 3 years as a Michigan fan ever. And Harbaugh will go riding off into the sunset. And then whoever's the best coach out of these 4 games or whatever, that's going to be the one that takes the helm.
Okay. Yeah, there you go. Appreciate it, Greg. Thank you. 25 wins in 2 years is the most in Michigan football history. So now, given they've played more games, but it's been a pretty good stretch. And it's hard to win 3 titles in a row. And that's what Michigan's attempting to do. Bold-ass predictions. We had a whole bunch of them come in for the coming season. We'll get to those, plus your phone calls. It's Carson Anderson. Next hour, Fun with Vegas Odds, football edition, plus that segment where we pick football games. 97.1 The Ticket. Gator made a demand yesterday. He made a demand that a team act, and they acted, but they didn't do what he wanted. We'll get to that today at 1:07.
All right.
248-539-9797. That segment where we pick the outcomes of football games. That's at 1:38. Plus, we'll have some fun with Vegas odds. Things with similar odds, which would you take? 248-539-9797. Let's go to Greg. You're on 97.1 a ticket. What's up, Greg?
How you doing?
We're good.
Well, I just want one note. If you ask Dan Campbell if you care if Jones was there, he would say, I was ready before all the hoopla came about him not playing or playing. Number two, if you're a fondue, and I can't do it because I would probably hand over my whole retirement check every month. But take the Lions to be ahead the first half. And if good old Mahomes can come back and beat us by a field goal, it's a win-win situation anyway.
So bet the first half on the Lions. You like the first half on the Lions?
Yep.
All right.
Greg Jonas out of Warren. Yep.
What was that?
Greg Jonas out of Warren, Michigan.
Oh, your name. Gotcha.
He's Italian. He's owning it.
Yes, he is.
He's doing that.
I got lost a couple times in that call, but he likes the Lions to be winning at halftime.
Yeah, and then they have their hopes dashed because Patrick Mahomes is Patrick Mahomes.
And they said it's a win-win. He thinks it's a win-win because you win your bet, but they lose the game. I don't know. Isn't a win-win?
Yeah, win-win is actually winning the bet and winning the game.
Yeah, I think that's. Yeah, I think that's two wins. Wow, that was quite a call. All right.
That was quite emotion you gave there. Yeah. All right. I'm good.
All wrong?
No, you're not. I don't think you're wrong.
Might have been a.
Yeah. 5 o'clock somewhere.
Yeah, maybe. There you go. By the way, congratulations.
He's retired, so
he is retired.
You can do what he wants.
And it's Friday.
It is Friday.
Yeah.
It's Football Friday.
Mm-hmm. Congratulations to Western Michigan. Winners last night. I had that game streaming. I looked up. It was 21-17 third quarter. Western and the St. Francis Red Flash. Can you name the state that the St. Francis Red Flash come from?
Ohio.
Wrong. Kang, you're up. The St. Francis Red Flash are from what state?
Massachusetts.
Gator, you're up.
Indiana.
Kang, you're up.
Jeez.
Here we go.
St. Francis. Louisiana.
Wow.
Gator, you're up.
Pennsylvania.
We have a winner.
There you go.
If you get the town right now, one guess, I'll give you $50.
Ooh.
There might be one person out there screaming at their radio right now.
It might be one.
Yeah.
Wilkes-Barre.
It is not. It's Loretto, Pennsylvania.
Loretto. I was.
It's right there. Why didn't you take a chance? You just
right there. I want my $50.
Loretto. And where is Loretto, Doug?
It's Pittsburgh-ish. It's east of Pittsburgh. It's closer to Pittsburgh than Philly. I don't know if it's
by
even close
Cranberry.
Cranberry is north of Pittsburgh, near just right by Zelienople, but no, not near
Wexford.
Cranberry. Wexford, same area. Zelienople, Cranberry, Wexford. That's all north of Pittsburgh. Wow. I mean, my grandmother was in Cranberry, so.
My cousin lives there. And my cousin
or is it
grew up
Wexford?
in Wexford.
It might have been Wexford.
My cousins grew up in Wexford.
Oh, that's wild. Small world. Do we know each other?
I don't know.
Maybe we know each other. Okay, so Gator got on the air yesterday and said, enough. It's time to call up Colt Keith. Colt Keith needs to come up. And the Tigers promptly responded by calling up Andre Lipsius,
Yes.
who is a reasonably high draft pick a few years ago and is hitting the ball at the minor league level. You get to expand the roster. They also called up a pitcher, right-handed reliever, Miguel Diaz. Gator, are you angry today?
I'm not angry because Scott Harris has his process and he's got his system and he's got his way of doing things. And he's going to bring up Lipsius because Lipsius is shown with the bat. He's been pretty consistent over the last couple of years. Last year in the minors with a couple teams, he hit 277 with an 826 OPS. This year, playing 97 of the games he's played at Toledo at AAA, he's at 272 with 782 OPS. And he is responsible defensively. So because of that, that's why he gets the call, because he's ready. He's also got a whole mess load of at-bats. I mean, you're talking about the guy who's played over 400 games in the minors and 1,500 at-bats. It's a good sample size. And that's what they want to do. They want to bring you up when you're ripened on the tree, not just when you look good. You don't know until you cut it open if it's ripe or not, but when you know that it's ripe. So I get it.
No, stop, Gator. Do with the all due respect stuff, and then go off on him, man.
But with all due respect.
Yes!
As a fan, I went to the game yesterday after the show, and I was sitting in the press box, and there were a couple of us that were talking about it while the game was going on. And, hey, they announced who they're going to call up yet? And the response got, no, not yet. And they start talking about, but we all knew that it was not going to be Colt Keith or Justin Henry Malloy, because basically he said that last week on our morning show that wasn't going to happen. So it was going to be somewhere else. And I'm going through the 40-man roster, and I thought that the batter they would bring up would be Wenceel Perez, who's got some versatility playing the outfield and infield. He's more of an infielder than he's an outfielder, and he's done a really good job of hitting this year. And he's hit kind of his whole time in the minors. I thought that was going to be the guy. I still wanted it to be Colt Keith.
Right.
Because I want the bright, shiny things.
Yep.
I want to see it now. Look, there's not a whole lot of premium in the last 29 games of the season, right?
Nope.
You're going to, and if you're going to say, well, he's not ready defensively, okay, you're right. He's not. Is he ready with the bat? Can he hit? Because if the guy's going to come up and hit a few bombs the rest of the season, get us excited about it, people are going to forget the fact that he's not fielding well. Because we can go out and watch guys commit errors on this team. We see it already. Zach Short playing out of position because he plays third base and he's, throwing the ball all over the place. Playing shortstop, he's okay, but you move him to third, he can't do it, or whatever. Or they throw McKinstry wherever you want. It's not all that exciting. Vierling playing third, is that the answer for the future? I sure hope not. I wanted to see something else, and I guess at this point, I don't care if they're fielding or not. They can hit. And this team can't hit. Or at least they haven't shown that ability in like the last 8 games. They're just not hitting. I mean, I get excited because they scored 3 runs yesterday, and then they damn near blew it. They had to go to extra innings, and they scored because of a wild throw on what should have been an easy double play. I'm happy they won the game. I'm disappointed they blew the lead that Alex Lang has turned into what he's turned into, but they still can't hit. So bring me a guy that can hit. There's not one person in the stands that's going to be bitching about, he's a butcher at second base. You don't hear that often to say he's a butcher at second base. Or you'll hear that he's a butcher at third or a butcher at short. Not so much. Second base, you're kind of protected. Colt Keith can play second base.
So the one thing I'll say to you is I've gotten to know you pretty well over the years, and there's something that has become pretty clear is you think everybody should be treated the same. Like the rules for people, employees, and everything like that, it's all the same for all of us, right? When you work somewhere, and in the Tigers organization, they've made it clear that there were certain guys they weren't going to call up until they checked all the boxes. But you want Scott Harris to break that mold and call up a guy who hasn't checked that box and not treat him the same way he's treated everybody else.
Well, I kind of disagree with the way that I'll disagree a little bit.
Okay.
And in all honesty, with respect, because I do kind of appreciate what he's done, but at the same time, he's used that same philosophy and it's backfired. And because he'll say things like, and there was something in the paper today or the news today, News or Free Press, I think it was a Free Press story about, bringing the guys up, and they had him quoted and saying that, there are a bunch of players that looked like they had a handle on it with their bat, and they just floundered, and listed off a bunch of players that just haven't done it with the bat. But you've done that too. It's not like Parker Meadows has a week and a half worth of games under his belt, and he looks, I love watching it. It looks great. Looks competent at the plate, and we know he's amazing in the field. It can go the other way. You can be amazing at the plate and be competent in the field. And he's brought up guys like Nick Maton, who can hit at AAA, but can't hit at the major league level, and frankly can't field the position at the major league level either. They did it with Tyler Nevin. Tyler Nevin's killing the ball at AAA, but gets to the major leagues and can't hit and doesn't really have a position at the major league level either. So he's tried his philosophy and succeeded with, say, Parker Meadows, but he's failed with the other guys. So why not try something a little bit unconventional by your own standards? And I know he won't, and I'm not killing him for this.
With all due respect.
With all due respect.
You've shown his due respect.
It's me as a fan of what I want to see, and I imagine Tiger fans.
We got the rule. You can put on the fan hat every once in a while and just go all fan and not be held accountable professionally.
Yeah, so, I mean, I was maybe a little surprised it was Lipsius over Wenceel Perez, because that Wenceel Perez had really earned it. And but Lipsius is older. You're going to give him a chance. I guess there it is. What is he? 25 years old, I think.
I think he is. Yeah, and it's a name I've heard for a long time, and it seems like he's hit pretty well. So good luck to him. 248-539-9797. All right, has this changed your football viewing experience? And Fun with Vegas odds coming up at 124 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, if you're headed out west to the Michigan State game tonight, maybe going to meet up with some friends and you're going to tailgate, I'm going to suggest this. Bring a bottle of Flying Ace Spirits bourbon with you. It's delicious. It's a small batch American-made bourbon. It's blended in Holland, Michigan, and it's part of the Coppercraft family. So you know that this thing is quality. Thing? Am I calling a spirit a thing? But it's not a spirit. It's a drinking spirit. Yes, it's delicious. It's good, and you can drink it any way you want. It's versatile. You can have it on the rocks. You can have it neat. You could do shots of it with your friends before the game. You could, enjoy it as a sipper or just mix it with a cola or a ginger ale if you like. I love it with ginger ale. I think it's delicious. It's the perfect everyday drinker that's as smooth as it is unpretentious. There's no gimmicks. It's just great, approachable American whiskey for the maverick at heart. And listen, at only $30 a bottle, it's not going to bust your budget at all. Try it out. It's delicious. It's got notes of caramel, toasted rye, vanilla, and ripe stone fruit. Give it a shot yourself. You can follow them at Flying Ace Spirits on Instagram, and that way you can stay up to date on all their upcoming releases. And as always, please drink responsibly.
So we were just made aware of something that Gator I did not know. Apparently there's an issue with Spectrum, the cable provider. Kang, you just brought this to our attention, and it might be messing with some people.
Yeah, we've been getting some complaints throughout the show, and so I talked to you about bringing this up.
I told you we shouldn't have said that.
So a lot of people around here have Xfinity, right? But there's people that also have Spectrum. Spectrum's, I think, the second largest cable distributor in the United States.
Okay.
And last night, Spectrum, they're in a dispute with Disney-owned channels, and Disney owns ESPN. So at 8 o'clock or 7 o'clock, whenever the game started for Utah, Florida,
yeah,
any Spectrum viewer, and you were watching ESPN, it went dark.
Oh.
At that moment. So they basically, ESPN was taking off. So if you were trying to watch the U.S. Open, the tennis tournament, or college football, you got none of it starting last night, and it just went dark. And there was like a message on the screen saying, "Here it is. We offered Disney a fair deal." Wait, hold on. Is it?
They
Here
put
we go.
so
No. This is it. That's someone wrote that. Walt Disney Company, the owner of this channel, has removed their programming from Spectrum, which creates hardship for our customers. We apologize for the inconvenience and are continuing to negotiate in good faith in order to reach a fair agreement. Because Spectrum and Disney are having a contract dispute right now.
Wow.
And so it just happened last night, and that's got to be frustrating, infuriating. I don't know. So some people here obviously have Spectrum. They've been texting us.
That would suck. That timing is terrible. And by the way, I mean, for me, it would be a deal breaker. I would be like, okay, I'm getting another service immediately. One that can get me the games. But that's the timing. Did they do this on purpose? Because that would piss off a lot of people right when football's starting.
Yeah.
I mean, football isn't the only thing going on our planet, right?
No,
So
but something like that happens. It puts pressure on both parties to get something done.
Get a deal done.
Yeah. This country is more passionate about football than just about anything.
Then probably we should be. It's healthy, but God, that would suck. Absolutely suck. Well, if that happened to you, I don't know if there's any updates or anything that will make it better, but let us know. 248-539-9797. Maybe there's hope on the horizon. In the meantime, Gator, we're going to do fun with Vegas odds.
Oh.
Fun with Vegas odds.
Okay.
We have odds of things that could happen in the world of football, and we pick which one of these we would take, because all of these things that I'm about to list are 20-1. All 20-1. You tell me which one you would take.
All right.
J.J. McCarthy to win the Heisman, 20-1. UCF to win the Big 12, 20-1. Penn State to win the national championship, 20-1. Green Bay to win the NFC, 20-1. And Pete Carroll to win NFL Coach of the Year, 20-1.
Wow, there's a nausea factor on all of these for me.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to try to go with what's the least nauseous of all of them.
You're not even trying.
No. And I think
Maybe you should just pass.
Why?
Go for it.
I mean, they're all the same odds.
I think
I'll go with Pete Carroll, and I'll tell you why.
All right.
Because he's in a division where they can shine a little bit. Arizona's terrible. The Rams are off to the wrong foot. And you know how I feel about the Niners. So
Okay.
I think that they can find themselves in a playoff position. And if they win their division, then they're in a really good position, and they win a game or two in the playoffs, then yeah.
When push comes to shove, as far as the Heisman is concerned, if there's somebody that's going to emerge from Michigan's candidacy, I would lean towards Blake Corum. Jim Harbaugh's talking about trying to be more 50-50, which might allow JJ to put up bigger numbers. But I think if I'm taking money to the window, this is a tough one. UCF to win the Big 12. They blew out Kent State last night, but
they also their quarterback made some plays, but he also didn't make some plays. He made some awful throws.
Yeah.
Kent State had a couple of interceptions, and at least one. I thought there were two interceptions.
Penn State, to win the national title, the opportunity is there.
The opportunities there. I think they're a really good football team.
Kang, which one would you take?
I'm not in love with any of these really. But if I had to, I'd go J.J. McCarthy.
Yeah.
If Michigan's going to go deep, he's the starting quarterback. He has the ability to put up numbers. So of the choices, 21, J.J.
Especially if they really truly are going to be 50-50. But I think everybody says they want their defenses to be multiple and their offenses to be balanced. Next up, these things are 8-1. 8-1. The Lions to win the NFC, 8-1. TJ Watt to win NFL Defensive Player of the Year, 8-1. Philadelphia to win the Super Bowl, 8-1. Anthony Richardson, Offensive Rookie of the Year, 8-1. Oregon State to win the Pac-12, 8-1. Oregon State's one of my bold-ass predictions, so I'll start. I will take Oregon State to win the Pac-12.
Yeah, I'll take the Lions winning the North.
It's to win the NFC.
Yep.
You take the Lions to win the NFC?
I'll take that too.
Okay.
No, I'll take the Lions as well. I wouldn't bet this because it's a local team, and I don't bet for or against the local teams. But if you forced me, I think that's the best bet.
Finally, these things are 75-1. 75-1.
It's kind of a long shot here.
Michigan State to win the Big Ten, 75-1. Syracuse to win the ACC, 75-1. Arizona to win the Pac-12, 75-1. Daniel Jones to win the NFL MVP, 75-1. And the exact matchup and outcome of the Big 12 title game being Texas over BYU, 75-1.
I'm going to go with Daniel Jones. And I say that because I think he is an improved quarterback. I think he's got some weapons now.
Mm-hmm.
But he's playing for a New York team, so he's going to get more hype than anybody else would get.
Kang, which one would you take?
I agree, Gator. I think that's the best long shot of all these. The New York factor is huge. Daniel Jones can actually run with the ball, so he can put up numbers, and you need numbers to go with this. If he puts up numbers, and they did make the playoffs last year, they let's say they win the division this year, I could see that possibly happening.
I'm going to go with the exact Big 12 matchup being Texas over BYU. BYU is not supposed to be good, but I'm not sure what to make of the Big 12 this year. I'll go with that one, but none of these are great. So there it is, another edition of Fun with Vegas Odds. All things with similar odds. Let's get back to your open line calls and our picks for games this weekend at 1:38 here on 97.1 The Ticket. We each picked 3 college games coming up today in 8 minutes, including my Car House Lock of the Week and Gators Shoot the Boot Lock of the Week. Let's go to Perry here on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Perry.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
We're good, thank you.
So I was called up regarding the Spectrum and the ESPN channel. So, yeah, it's definitely true. I was on Facebook last night scrolling, and one of my friends said, my ESPN just stopped working all of a sudden. And I'm like, that's weird. So I just went to my ESPN, and it had the message. But the crazy thing is they won't even allow you to stream it if Spectrum is your cable provider. So when you go to the ESPN app and you go to watch the game, I tried to watch the Florida-Utah game, it asks for a TV provider. And by Spectrum being my internet service, it still blocked me from watching it with the app.
Wow.
And that sucks. So with football coming up and all these ESPN games, either I'm going to have to try to get like a Fire Stick or something like that, or go to another cable service, because I'm a sports junkie, and what man can live without ESPN?
Yeah, what man can live?
Sure, that's a great question.
I hear you, man.
So, yeah.
I hear you.
So I just wanted to say, if you try to stream it, and the Spectrum is your internet provider, you still won't be able to use ESPN app.
God, that sucks.
That
sucks.
That feels like almost cruel. Like, we're going to take this and we're going to make it even worse.
What's the way around it? Do you just you subscribe to ESPN Plus, and then can you get all the
Can
games?
you connect to a hotspot, maybe, and not use your internet provider?
ESPN is not trending well the last couple weeks on this show. I don't think Spectrum's helping themselves out either. But
Paul, you're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Paul.
Hey, guys. Good afternoon. Thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
I'm calling about the Spectrum thing. I actually was listening on Odyssey and came in the house, and they actually have 2 things posted. I'm looking at it right now. One, it says the Disney company, the owner of this channel, has removed their program from Spectrum, which creates hardship for our customers. We apologize for the inconvenience and are continuing to negotiate in good faith. Another one is we offer Disney a fair deal. And at the bottom of the screen, it says go to Disney ESPN fairdeal.com to voice your concern. So it is actually a factual thing. It's not just ESPN, ESPN2, all the Disney channels, and there's a couple movie channels that are owned by Disney that I was unaware of that are shut down as well.
That sucks. I just saw something on Twitter from Front Office Sports. Nearly 15 million Spectrum customers are without ESPN and several other Disney channels. Right as college football begins, the ongoing dispute even cut ESPN's U.S. Open coverage right in the middle of the tournament. So everything that we have said confirmed.
That's bogue.
Yeah, it's very bogue.
Yeah, there are 19 Disney channels that are gone. It's not just ESPN.
Yeah.
ESPN 1, 2, of course, all that, but there's other, like the caller mentioned, the other Disney channels that you might not even know, or you actually do use that are dark now.
Well, something's becoming clear. ESPN's having problems making ends meet. And all those layoffs is something they've gotten out of some of the rights games. They're trying to find a way. It's been a staple for us in our lifetime in providing sports coverage. And they're trying to find a way because they don't want to go the way of the newspaper. Right? I mean, it's pretty clear that they're having some financial difficulties.
so does this mean that that ABC is out? Is that owned by Disney?
I don't think so, but I mean, ABC and ESPN, I don't know. It's a great
Maybe
question.
there's just the Disney ones that are that pay for,
There's from Variety Magazine, ESPN, ABC, and other Disney channels go dark.
Yeah.
Wow.
248-539-9797.
That is bogue.
Let's go to Josh on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Josh.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
We're good.
So I tried to do the ESPN app on a Fire Stick last night, and because I was still connected to my Charter internet, it was still black. And then I tried it on my PlayStation 5 as well last night. So it's really just if it's going through the internet. Now I was able to watch the game on my phone because my buddy gave me his Hulu password, and that allowed me to do it from Hulu. But as far as hooking up on a Fire Stick or a TV or a PlayStation or anything like that, everything was dark last night.
That sucks.
And then ABC, actually, I had ABC last night because I wanted to check it, because when I found out it was all Disney, I was like, well, if I can't watch games on primetime on ABC, then I'm going to have to go to like YouTube TV or something like that. So,
wow.
You guys have a really good plug right now for that YouTube TV. All us charter people are going to go over to it.
No, maybe. I mean, look, there's a sense of urgency to find a solution. So I hear you.
So if FX is affected by it, Nat Geo is affected by it. This is awful for people that have to go through that.
Sure. Ticket text. I have Spectrum, no ESPN, and I DVR the F1 races and practices. Spectrum raised my rates $30 last month. Another one here. Spectrum's really big in Florida. I'm sure it was a calculated move. What, to not be able to watch the Gators game? Keep them from seeing it? Jeff says NFL Network did the same thing with AT&T a few years ago. Turned it off at the start of the NFL draft.
Ooh.
I mean, I guess they're leveraging for when they're going to get the most complaints and see if they can get people on their side. Unnamed texter, I have Spectrum and noticed the message when I turned the game on at 8:02. The consolation prizes I had to watch Nebraska, Minnesota on Fox. Brutal.
Kenny, how would this? I don't know if you don't have Spectrum, right?
No.
If you did, you'd be without Nicktoons, Cartoon Network. Does that affect your children? Nickelodeon?
Nickelodeon would. Yeah, the other two not so much. But I mean, Disney Junior,
Yeah.
is that on there? Yeah, that's stuff for sure. I mean, Bluey, man.
You've
Bluey.
talked a lot about Bluey.
Parents know.
Yeah.
Parents with young children know.
If you know,
Yeah,
you know.
I was Bluey was, I guess, as our kids moved out of that age range. So I've never seen Bluey.
Doug, I got to tell you, you would love Bluey. Bluey, her dad is like the best dad ever. And I think you would strive to be like Bluey's dad.
Would I?
You'd be one of those like, that he's solid.
So
I wish I knew
these are-
that guy.
These are like cartoon people?
No, dogs.
Dogs.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Now you have me interested.
It's a dog family. Bluey's there's two children dogs. It's funny because they actually want a dog as well, which is all weird.
Wait, they're
itself.
dogs,
Yeah.
but they're trying to get a dog?
Yeah,
Are
they're
they
a
going
family.
through the same thing we're going through in our household?
No, they're still young.
Struggle's real.
Yeah. The two kids are Bluey and Bingo, and then you got dad and mom.
Hilarious.
But the dad's name is Bandit. They have like dog names. I forgot though. I don't know why I'm drawing a blank at the mom's name. Someone's text, but yeah, you would love Bandit. He's a good guy. Good guy.
Chili?
Yes, Chili. You would like Chili too, Gator.
That's
and here's another way you would love it too. They're Australian.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, good day. That's right.
Fat Inkham.
Come on, Chili. We got to go for a walkabout.
It's not bad, Gator.
Yeah.
Hilarious. Well played, my man. Let's go to Larry. You're on 97 to Ticket. What's up, Larry?
Hey, good morning or good afternoon, guys. How are you?
All right, Larry.
Good, thank you.
The thing I did call in about was about Gators' rant about the Tigers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm kind of on his side.
Are you?
They got two guys. They had Diaz up here before.
Yeah, last year.
Yeah, and you know what? The other guy, I don't know much about, but I'd like to see the other two guys because that's the way it rolls.
Yeah, I mean the fans
But,
definitely
we got
want
a
to
big
see the
weekend
guys.
over here in Canada for football. It's our rivalry weekend for Canadian Football League. So
Oh, is it?
party potatoes are out.
So
Go
wait,
ahead.
is that Hamilton versus Toronto?
Yeah,
Ottawa versus Montreal?
yeah, and Calgary versus Edmonton. Yeah,
Okay, so what, British Columbia and Saskatchewan? Is that a rivalry?
yeah.
Oh, really?
Who plays Shreveport?
That's the four. It's rivalry weekend on Labor Day.
Does
And
anybody-
you get two games on Monday?
Does anybody play for any kind of trophy in the CFL, like a rivalry
Yeah,
trophy?
there's a trophy in the CFL. It's
Well,
the
not
Grey
the
Cup.
Grey Cup, but I'm talking about rivalries, like the old brass spittoon.
Yeah,
or the
no, you know what?
brown
It doesn't
jug.
really do that. No.
Oh, okay.
But they just do rivalries on
The old frozen
on
puck.
Monday.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
But it's a party potato weekend.
yeah,
So
you
I
settle
just
in, my
wanted to know
friend.
if Gator had his Yukon potatoes.
You still got that
I literally
bag?
just
You
bought
still
a
got them?
No.
You literally just bought
I
a new
literally
bag?
just bought a bag yesterday.
Hilarious.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
How many pounds?
It's a hefty bag. I don't know. It's probably 5-pound bag.
All right, let me talk to Doug real quick.
Yeah.
Doug.
Yeah.
How long we thinking these things last, man? I mean, we're going through football season. I mean, get through fall.
They'll still be in his house in June.
What? June 2024?
Yeah.
Come on.
I give it till June.
I got some squash too. I was going
Do you
to make
think-
some roasted vegetables.
You think he'll get rid of the potatoes? So you think it's? I was gonna ask like maybe NFL trade deadline. Will he still have them?
Oh yeah, no question.
I got faith in Gator. He'll do something with them before
Didn't
the
those
trade
last
deadline.
ones get really soft before you got rid of them?
Oh, and they grow like roots and stuff.
Yeah.
Sprouted.
Yeah.
Are you ready to pick some games?
Am I?
Yeah, we haven't named the segment yet, so I guess it's still what we called it last year. All right, so typically we do 3 college, 3 pro games, but just 3 college games this week. Gator, I will start. Put my money where my mouth is. Indiana is playing host to Ohio State, and they're getting 30.
They are getting 30.
I think there'll be some growing pains with the Buckeyes. I'll take Indiana plus the 30.
Well, Doug, I'm going to look at this game in a different way and say that Ohio State's going to put up a 30 Triscuit on them easily. And I will take Ohio State minus 30. Indiana is, they had some hope a couple years ago, and hope just crumbled. Ohio State's got something to prove.
Next up, Purdue and Fresno.
Here we go.
There we go.
I'll take the over 47 in the Purdue-Fresno game. Hudson Card, they're going to put up some points.
Yeah. Are they?
And I don't think their defense is going to be great. So over 47.
Okay. Battle of the Carolinas taking place in Charlotte. South Carolina getting 2.5 points against the heavily favored North Carolina team. Look, Drake May is going to run into some problems against South Carolina. The Gamecocks, they're going to be game. They're going to be ready to go. And Spencer Rattler will make it happen. South Carolina plus 2.5 over North Carolina. It's an upset, my friend.
My car house lock of the week. Drake May and North Carolina covering 2.5 against South Carolina. Boy, we are head-to-head.
He's going against this guy.
Twice.
That is a spite pick.
That is a spite pick.
That's not.
All right, lastly, I've got LSU minus 2 points. They're at Florida State. Florida State's not ready just yet. I think LSU, look, Brian Kelly's a heck of a coach. He's got that accent down pat now. I think they'll handle the 2 points. It's my shoot the boot lock of the week.
Game's it's a neutral site game too. But it's at Orlando. So they went they're playing in Orlando.
Yep.
There you go. Kang, I didn't send you my picks. I'm sorry. Any of these you hate?
Yeah, the one first of all, I love Gators SC, South Carolina pick.
Thank you.
So you hate mine?
Yes, of course. I hate yours.
All right.
I don't need the points, but I'll take them in this scenario.
That's right.
You guys,
Major
I
upset.
asked for a major
It's a
upset,
major
and you
upset.
guys
Major.
gave me
Drake
USC getting 2.5 is a major upset
Can't
over
spell
North
major
Carolina.
without May.
If that's true.
Yeah, going down.
There it is. Our picks for this week.
Major upset.
Major upset.
They're a 2.5 point dog, and you called it major.
May.
It's Drake May.
May.
This may come true. Hey, get ready for the
May
NFL
not.
season with incredible offers from FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers can bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed. Plus, all customers who bet $5 will get $100 off NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. App's easy to use. Go to FanDuel.com/Doug and kick off the NFL season with an offer you don't want to miss. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL, must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. NFL Sunday Ticket offer ends September 18th. No refunds, terms, and embargoes apply. $100 off NFL Sunday Ticket, not YouTube TV. YouTube TV base plan required to watch YouTube TV. Redemption requires a Google account and current form of payment. Commercial use excluded. Subscription renews. Cancel anytime. Earlier today, Brad Holmes met with the media, the general manager of the Detroit Lions. We told you, he said they did not call about Trey Lance. He said that was a bogus report. He also said that he was asked about confidence in winning the division. And here's what he had to say. Okay, well, there you go. Seems reasonably confident. Bold-ass predictions, Gator. Here's some more that have just come in. Bold-ass prediction, Colorado upsets TCU tomorrow.
I like it. I think they're 20-point dogs right now.
TCU lost a lot.
Colorado lost a lot.
Was bad last year.
Colorado was awful, but you can't compare what Colorado was last year to this year because it's a completely different football team.
Completely different. Very young.
And not all their scholarships have been used.
I love this one. Ball State wins the MAC from Scott and West Bloomfield. Here's an interesting one. Haven't we reached a point where you don't worry about quarterback play at OSU? It's what Day does year after year. 2023 will be no different.
I think we've heard about the previous quarterbacks. Haven't really heard about this guy. So
we haven't. I'm sure Ohio State fans have.
Maybe, but I mean, I think Ohio State fans were hoping at this point to be Quinn Ewers. And it's not because he left.
Yeah.
But they have so many weapons offensively. Is it a plug-and-play offense?
I mean, a little bit. Their wide receivers are just fantastic. There's no doubt about that. I mean, everybody can see that.
The running backs are fantastic.
Yeah.
But quarterback is an unknown. I mean, I think that's not giving C.J. Stroud credit because I think he was an outstanding college quarterback. I don't know anything about this guy.
Then they went from Justin Fields to C.J. Stroud, and now, I mean, does he do it year after year? He's done it. He's rolled from one to the next. Look, I mean, at some point, you don't always hit with every player, but we'll see. They're unproven, and they have a chance to prove themselves. And Indiana's not a great defensive team. Jalen Lucas is going to be a problem, but I think he's one of the more underrated skill position players in the country. The last time Ohio State had more than 2 losses was 2011. Bama, 2010. These are the longest streaks in the country, and both will lose 3 this season, bowls included. That's from an unnamed texter with a bold-ass prediction. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Joe. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Joe.
Hey, guys. How are you?
We're doing good, Joe.
Yeah, man, I got this Spectrum v Disney thing up, and it's they give you a home screen that says what happened to my Disney-owned channels, and it gives you a QR code to complain and to list all the Disney channels that you're missing out on.
Yeah.
And I was waiting for that game last night, so I just turned it to Fox and saw that Minnesota game, and hey, man, it looked great. It looked like college football, and I mean they didn't score and both teams sucked, but it still was great. The atmosphere was great. But didn't you guys bring up last week about Disney and Apple getting together for some new platinum streaming service?
Well, we were talking about Amazon and ESPN last week, that ESPN was working with Amazon to create a new streaming service. It was going to cost between $25 and $35 or $20 and $35 a month.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. I thought it was Apple, it was Amazon, whatnot. But yeah, so what happens if Disney just prices themselves out of everyone else's service and they just get their own? That's what I think is going to go on, don't you? I mean, if they're doing this. I mean, it's happened before, but it's just the timing of it. There's been rumors that Bob Iger wants to talk with whoever's running Apple. He said that they're 2 companies. He can see them within the next few years working together on something to do with sports et cetera. I paraphrasing, so don't
things are
quote me,
changing.
but,
Things are changing, and I mean, I think at one point ESPN printed money, and I don't know where they went wrong or where maybe it's just more options now, but they're having problems, and I think we got to buckle up and get ready for a lot of streaming. Rico has made his way in studio. What's up, my man? How are you?
Can't I just get one day?
You just want one?
I just want one.
Have we decided if we're doing that? Are we playing that today?
I mean, the people seem to want it. It's up to you, Gator.
Okay, well, Gator?
I mean, I think it's premature. But
I agree with Gator.
Okay. Then
But-
no.
but-
I'm
but
outvoted.
I'm also-
Never want to be premature, Gator.
No. You know that from experience?
Nope. Read about it.
Heard stories.
I got friends.
Guys talk. Word gets around. You hear things.
I swear it never happened.
So what do you guys got coming up next?
First, let me just say this. You didn't just say that. Too soon?
A lot of college football, Doug.
Gonna talk a lot of baseball.
Gonna talk
a lot of
college
baseball.
football. Michigan State kicks the season off tonight.
48, 49, 50.
50. Michigan is tomorrow against ECU. Kind of what do you want to see in these two games? What is it that will make you satisfied by the end of the game? My team did this, and I feel good about them. Also, man, if there was a team that needed an exorcism, is it Nebraska?
It's absolutely Nebraska.
Did you hear the chart that we read off?
Yeah.
The 26 final possessions their last 26 possessions in a tie game or when they were within one score. No. They are 1-23 because some of them they've had two, like regulation and then overtime.
Oh, okay.
They have scored 11 points the last 26 times they had the ball late in a tie game or they were within one score. They've scored 11 points and they're 1-23.
One touchdown with a 2-point conversion and a field goal. So they have 2 scoring drives.
I mean, they had the lead, right? At the end
Yes.
of the game. And the ball.
10-3.
And you have a running quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? How about we pass? How about they won't be expecting
This
the
could-
pass?
I mean, look, I know we failed with Adrian Martinez doing the exact same thing for the last couple of years. It's okay. We're good. New team, new coach. We got this. Come on, Big Red.
I mean, that fan base, you know what? Enjoy the 90,000 who went to watch volleyball because that's pretty much all you got.
Volleyball school.
Right. I mean, you got a running quarterback. You have the ball. You got the lead.
You're running clock. I mean, you're talking 40 seconds between plays.
And Minnesota is horrible. Their offense is bad. Just punt the ball, get it to them on the 10-yard line and say, good luck, guys.
I would like to say this. I am insanely jealous of Rico's shirt game today.
You like that?
That is maybe my all-time favorite
Well, thank you, Gabe.
Well,
character from my childhood.
With that, we tell people log on to twitch.tv
Yeah.
to see Rico's shirt or YouTube. It is a tremendous shirt.
God, that's
Yep.
great.
So check it out
So
for
great.
yourself. All right,
They
so
all
that's
count
it.
one.
Yes, they do.
Yeah. That's it for the show. It's
That's it,
Friday.
Doug.
It's football season. I guess that's the end of the show.
Yep. We don't have the end of the not
Stuff.
NFL yet.
I'm mad. I need time. Bye.
Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect, I guess. 97.1.
All right, this is horrific. We can stop playing this immediately. Come on, we can do better than that, David. 80 and sunny. We have college football. We have Nebraska going full Nebraska.
Yeah, see, I thought this open was kind of like that game day open where it was going to say all the teams.
I was excited. I thought we had new production.
I'm like, this is just LSU. I like LSU. I think they're the sleeper team.
There's
but
more to it, but we can't play it for 3 minutes.
I suppose. Let's get to the bridge.
Yeah, where's the hook? We have a lot to cover today. We're going to get to Michigan and Michigan State, and it's really just kind of the hell do you take out of any of this? I mean, I think it's two distinctly different things for each team. For Michigan, you're treating it like a preseason game. I think it's pretty clear you're going to be without several starters for this game. It's just about depth. You're favored by damn near 36, 37 points.
You mean by starters get in, get out, or just not playing?
By not playing.
Wow. See, I thought you meant just
no.
Okay.
So they'll get a look at some depth.
Vegas like Mike knows.
Yeah.
things.
Well, blind squirrel finds a nut. For State, it's different. We'll get to it. I wanted to start though. We had football last night, and
did we?
Well, a loose definition in the Big Ten West. The Florida-Utah game. I think. Look, Utah is everything you want your program to be because they just show up to play. Oh, we lost our star quarterback. Doesn't matter. We're using our second and third string guy. We're going to run our offense. Ludwig does such a good job as their OC. And they just made Florida look stupid.
They did.
Like that's how you want your team to open a season. Now, Minnesota, Nebraska was a struggle. Would that be the word? But I wanted to bring two things up out of last night. Kind of start our Football Friday the right way. One.
Does one start with ha?
One. Somehow Gus and Joel got worse. Somehow Gus and Joel got more fake and phony and cringeworthy and, wait for it, stupid. Some of the interplay between these two low IQ boners is insulting. Gus and Joel are pulling the ultimate grift. It is the single worst broadcast team this side of Tim Brando 5 bourbons deep. It is horrific. I don't know how they've accomplished it. I don't know how people like it. I don't know how more people don't watch these games and go, you know what? Bullet to the TV or I'm hitting mute. They got worse.
They did. It was horrific. It was listening to them was mind-numbing. And, yeah, I just hit the mute button, and I'm just going to watch this game because that was the only way I could do it because they added nothing to the game. No insight.
They don't have insights.
Nothing.
The two of them together may be one functioning human brain.
Because here's the thing.
Awful.
In a game like that, bad football, defensive struggle, good announcers can keep you interested. Good announcers leave you hanging on your seat because you don't know what play, double pass, fumble, throw it for a touchdown is going to happen. These guys just kind of went into club yucks and
that's right. It was all the fake banter. So that was my big takeaway last night. Wow. Gus and Joel somehow got worse. Like produce in the fridge. It ain't going backwards. It is always going to end up rotten. These two stink.
Yeah.
And I can't believe we're stuck with them all year. Now, number 2. This is where you and David come in. This is where I need the two of you and your spiritual prowess. There is no entity in the world of sports in greater need of an exorcism than Nebraska football. It doesn't even matter who the coach is, who the players are, what year it is. Nebraska going full Nebraska. They have now lost their 26th one-score game in the last 5 years. 26 times. And in many of these cases, it's like last night where they're winning. Matt Rule, new identity, new people, Nebraska.
I've never seen a program snatch defeat from the jaws of victory so many times. They find ways. They are the college football version of Can't Get Right, the character from Life. His name was Can't Get Right because they can't get right. You have the lead. You have the ball. The clock is your friend.
That's it. That's all.
Oh, by the way, you have a running quarterback who had almost 100 yards, like 91 yards off of 19 carries.
Who has a horrible propensity as a former triple option quarterback of staring down receivers, making late throws, and having a subpar arm.
Run the ball. If you don't get the first down, you punt it. Minnesota is struggling all evening. Make them go 90-some yards to score a touchdown because the field goal wasn't going to help them.
Is Nebraska the most cursed sports entity out there?
I think so.
It has reached unholy proportions.
I think so. And honestly, this is somehow or another, Bo Pelini got angry, went to New Orleans, got a little voodoo doll, and said, never again. You want to fire me because 9 wins wasn't good enough? You won't get 9 wins combined for the next 9 years.
I mean, Lion fan, you have to look at this team and go, wow, I know their pain. I mean, they have found ways to lose games that I don't even think the Lions have. I mean, short of a man with a club foot beating them, they've accomplished everything else.
Yeah.
It's unreal.
I mean, they had the game.
David,
It's sad.
David, is there a spiritual, what do you do when Nebraska is essentially the Roberto of college football. There is a dark cloud over their head.
I kind of felt bad for them last night. I mean,
but they keep doing it to themselves.
They do, and the game was so bad overall. And I'm like, oh, they can actually win something like this. This is a game they can actually win, and they.
But you know what? The coaching doesn't matter. Nebraska is the restaurant that fails.
Well, I can tell you this:
that no matter what it becomes, it just fails.
Michigan and Michigan State play both of those teams from last night. If either of our teams give up so much as 21 points to those two flea bags, Scotty Hazelton should be duct taped to a rocket and launched into space.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sorry. Like, for all the people who want to say MSU's bad, okay, noted. But watching last night, I mean, you're a Michigan fan. All watching last night showed you was, all right, we're 4 touchdowns better than either of these.
Yeah.
For Michigan State, a lot of people had considered Minnesota, Nebraska, these games where it's like, well, geez, maybe it's a coin flip. Can we get one? I'll tell you right there, laugh away. I don't care. If Mel Tucker can't beat Matt Rule in year 1 or maybe PJ Fleck's worst team I've watched, then Mel Tucker should leave. Those are now, if those aren't 2 wins, you're not doing your job. Those teams were horrific.
Yeah. And I felt bad for everybody watching because it was a poor representation of the Big Ten.
Oh, it's a perfect representation.
No, I think it's a poor representation of the Big Ten.
Running archaic schemes.
Because the Big Ten is a lot better than that. But unfortunately, you got these 2 teams, and nationally it's like, wow, that's it? Yeah. I would have rather seen Ohio State or Michigan play somebody because at least you could have done. I mean, heck, Joel and Gus would have loved for Michigan to have been out there, but like, guys, this
Does
was
anyone like
embarrassing.
Joel and Gus? There's the question. Look, I'm sorry, as a college football fan, I can watch a lot of broadcasts. There are not many great broadcasters. There are a few more good ones, and then it's a sea of mediocrity. Right at the bottom of the chili pot, like sometimes if you're overheating your sauce or your chili and you get some scald on the bottom of your pot, that scald, that gunk, that grime, that funk, that's Gus and Joel. They need to be deglazed from the bottom of the pan. David, I can't watch them. I can't do it. And it ain't just about when they call a U of M game. I cannot. Last night, I was just watching to watch. It was Big Ten ball. I wanted to see what it looked like. I couldn't believe. The only thing worse than Minnesota, Nebraska as a game was the broadcast. I want to know if you're like, do you actually like these people? Poor Graham Mertz had no shot. You know how bad that O-line was. Number 76, the Bama transfer. Oh, my God, Rico.
You see why Bama wasn't crying when
Florida's O-line is comedy bad.
There was just a series. It looked straight out of the Devin Gardner series against Michigan State where they just kept going backwards.
Yeah.
And he's just looking at his O-line like, guys, hit somebody, please.
I need some help.
Right, help me.
But we'll get to Michigan State. I wanted to throw out the broadcast. And then the Nebraska thing, it's reached like religious curse. There's something in the water in Nebraska. To come away a loser in that game, that's like a 1 in 100 shot. So many things had to go wrong, and for you to do them wrong.
But then for you to do them wrong, I think Doug and Gator were saying like they're 1 in 24 or 1 in 23 in games at the end where they're actually winning. You find ways to lose, and it's like
they had a 94% win probability.
I
yesterday.
said 1 in 100, so I wasn't far off.
you have a running quarterback. You run the ball, and if you don't get the first, you punt it, you get the victory. Because Minnesota couldn't do anything.
It's just further proof, without a rebalancing of these divisions in this conference, we're just doing a disservice in total. I mean, look, it's not fair if you're Michigan or Ohio State or Penn State that you play in the Big Ten East. It's really not. I mean, if you're a Spartan, you could take the same approach. I mean, you're in the hardest division in all of football. But there is no greater imbalance between divisions in football, between the Big Ten East and whatever that's supposed to be in the West. No. The Big Ten title game is something that's not even worth going. You're a Michigan fan. Save your money and just go to the playoff. You're going in as a 28-point favorite.
Right. It's a coronation. It's literally like your preseason games or these non-conference games. You know the victory. You show up at the end, you watch them get the trophy in the hat and watch the confetti. You don't have to get there at the beginning of the game.
I just can't help but watch. And look, Florida was a train wreck. I know what Billy Napier's trying to do on offense because I'm familiar with him from Louisiana Lafayette. You know how I feel about Utah. You watch the schemes in that game and then watch what you watched in the Big Ten last night. That's my only point to you. It doesn't mean you're executing a scheme well, but at least you have one.
And the points they left on the board, the double pass was like, man, you just. And I'm like, this is a second and third string quarterback. That tells me you got a great system. You can plug and play.
That's my point. I guess that's part of what I'd like to see out of Jay Johnson at some point in his life. Show me who you are and what you are. Give me an idea of what scheme we're even attempting to run up here. See, that's what I walk away absent from. With Michigan, I know what they want to do. They want to ground and pound.
I've lowered the bar. Just please, God, bring back the touchdown play.
Man, when he said lowered the bar, I thought we were going to get something nuanced. Nope, Rico's dead cat bounced. It's over.
Touchdown play.
That's it.
That's it. I mean,
248-539-9797. David, what is your take here, Gus and Joel, and ticket texters, please?
I watched the second half on mute. I couldn't. I was like Rico. I just couldn't. At some point, I'm like, no, I can't listen to them anymore.
Hey, by the way,
just watch the game.
Hey, here's the other thing. Does Fox have to play fluff pony to Deion Stallion? If you know what I mean.
Every break.
Oh my God!
Every time they came back with a promo, it was that.
I mean, Jesus, the only thing they stopped short of is like, man, Deion looks great in a pair of denim. He must work out. Like, I don't know what the hell. Like, it's North Korea television. Mm-hmm. Fox is full propaganda. Deion is apparently Vince Lombardi. It's crazy.
I saw it. If I'm TCU, I'm just internalizing all of this.
And listen, if TCU is any good, they drop a bomb on that team. I've talked to you. I think Coach Prime is intriguing. I think he's entertaining. I want to see it. But, man, Fox just shilling it up. You would think he's coming off winning the Super Bowl and has descended to Colorado off a spaceship.
Right. He was Andy Reid, who just happened to go back to college.
Teams are going to put it on them if they get the chance because coaches do not take kindly to it.
No. Icon Deion. We got him at noon.
Just trust me. Any of the former Colorado players get a chance to, okay. Yeah, here's my Louis.
Was that your Gus Johnson, by the way?
No, that was just me just trying to do the promo. I cannot do Gus Johnson. I'm sorry. Can't get that low in my career.
Gus Johnson can't do Gus Johnson. Because the one that used to be all right, now he's just turned into full
ESPN Gus Johnson.
Yeah, he's a caricature. And Klatt, I'm sorry. I mean, what a grift. What a grift.
Klatt is just the smartest guy in the room. He's evolved to that syndrome. Listen to me. I'm good for you. I know it all.
Yeah, I liked last night how they're like, yeah, this guy's never kicked before. So they got to get inside of X to feel good about a field goal. And he's like, he could push it, 44, 45. And then if I factor adrenaline, maybe 47 or 48. I go, oh, I'm sorry, Joe Klatt, MD.
Right.
Factoring in adrenaline. Yeah, adrenaline is more likely to make a kicker slip and fall and kick it off of the guy's ass in front of him out of nerves. He's not charging a laser. I can't. It's going to be a long year of Fox Big Noon. If you're a Michigan fan and you like these two, God bless. If you don't, I think you just tune in the radio broadcast.
Well, here's the funny thing. Listening to them talk about Deion, Michigan fans, this is what we heard about you last year. So you kind of get a glimpse of what it's like to have them just drone on and on and on about something you don't care about. And you're just like, guys, there's another team out there. You do realize that. Can you give us anything? Nothing?
No, you'll get nothing and like it.
UAD's home. Right there with Cassius Winston, partner.
He couldn't find UAD with two hands and a flashlight. Just talk to anybody down there.
Somewhere in Detroit.
He ain't ever coming back. Yeah.
Somewhere in Detroit.
Waffles. 248-539-9797. Rico, tell them all about it.
I will, Mike. Specs at LTU. Well, you know what? If you want a career in radio or TV, you want to be that broadcaster that doesn't annoy anybody, Specs at LTU can help you get the start on your path. It's very simple. You just got to go to the website. You got to be curious. Go to ltu.edu/specs to learn more about the Broadcast Media Arts program, the Digital Media Arts program, and the Graphics Communications program. It's located right here on the campus of Lawrence Tech in Southfield. Specs at LTU is here for you. You're going to learn from day one from instructors who actually work in the business like yours truly. So if you're looking for that career change, if you're just not happy where you are, give Specs at LTU a chance. Go to the website, be curious, ltu.edu/specs, and when you're there, make the magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
I guess, was I a little surprised that they kept the two running backs? I'm a little surprised that that's all they kept, but they've got room to maneuver here with the roster, the way they've constructed it. I think the Lions are going to be quite active when it comes to adding players to this team. I think they are going to – I would hope that they would talk to Robbie Gould. We talked a lot about it yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And saw another article last night that used the word picky. Robbie Gould is being very picky about where he wants to go, but – if the picky means close to Chicago, Detroit is close to Chicago. So it's possible they could woo him to come here. But I think that they are also looking certainly at wide receiver to see if they can improve that group. But it's every position group. I mean, there could be some offensive lineman that was waived, and they're like, oh, my goodness, I didn't expect that. Yeah, let's get him over here.
Yeah, so I'm going to be intrigued to see if they sign a running back today. And there's a couple names out there, familiar names, that I'd kick the tires on, Gator.
Thanks, David. If you're headed to Vegas, go to the D Las Vegas, located right in downtown and bookended by Circa Hotel and Casino. Look, no matter which resort you choose, whichever one's right for you, you're going to have a great time. And football weekends in Vegas, whether the Raiders are there or not, it really makes no difference. You just park at the sports book and enjoy yourself, or go to Stadium Swim, which is an entirely different deal. That is complete chaos. Check it out. See what's right for you. Yeah, exactly, Rico. It's the D.com to book your stay today. The D.com, the D Las Vegas. It's your home for sports in Vegas. I mean, that's either you because football's back, or you're a Nebraska fan with about 30 seconds left in that game last night.
I was about to say, maybe they're just a volleyball school.
Let's go to Dave, 97.1. Dave, how are you today?
Good. How you doing, Mike?
I'm great. What's up?
I just wanted to pick your brain a little bit because your football knowledge is better than mine. What happened to Nebraska? I'm calling as a Big 12 guy.
Yeah.
K-State's winning the conference, obviously. When Nebraska was in the Big 12, they were consistent contenders.
But you know why? I'll tell you why. To me,
and all of a sudden they just drop off when they join the Big Ten.
I want to get Rico's thoughts on this too. But for me, when they were in the Big 12 and the old Big 8, and Tom Osborne had it rolling, it was all about recruiting Texas and California, and they played a style of ball that made sense. They had regionality to it. When they moved to the Big Ten, they lost their ability to draw in those kids from those two places, and they got away from what made Nebraska, Nebraska. Let's be very honest about it.
Yeah, I was going to say that's it, because Nebraska fell into the same thing, Mike, that a lot of powerhouses, Dave, do this, where we could be better than just this coach. This coach only takes us to X amount of wins. Nebraska gone. Tennessee, Michigan went through it for a long time. Florida State, where these were powerhouse teams that thought they were bigger and better than the coach that was there. We could find that next great hot coach. That coach doesn't exist, and your program went into the toilet.
I think it's going to happen with Texas and OU next year.
I think Oklahoma's the one. I think Texas will be fine. Oklahoma, to me, you go back, John Blake, Schnellenberger the second time around. Oklahoma, to me, I think is in a world of trouble going to the SEC. It's the same principle because you are going to a conference that makes no geographical sense. You lose a lot of your advantage.
And it's funny because then you wonder, what about UCLA and Washington? Because I think Oregon is a big enough brand. USC is a big enough brand. But UCLA and Washington, especially Washington, you're the furthest away from any other school from the Big Ten. How do you sell that?
What would you like me to say? Aaron,
it's rhetorical.
Why don't you sell me on Stanford joining the ACC today? Okay? David, ticket text, please.
I thought you'd be more excited about SMU.
Yeah, joining the ACC and getting no TV money. And none of it makes any sense.
Mistakes were made.
After watching that Minnesota-Nebraska game, MSU should win both of those games. Minnesota cannot run the ball, which is what they want to do, and Nebraska doesn't know how to win.
Well, according to Jim Costa, we're not going to win a single game this year.
Right.
Anybody catch his song and dance on the morning show?
You're never winning a game again, apparently.
Why? He guaranteed a CMU victory tonight.
Yeah. He went straight ham. I get it. You're a proud alum, but
I don't think he's proud. I think that's the thing.
Yeah,
I think a lot of it is insecurity because he knows he went to a basket weaving school. He just likes to project. He can go to a real school.
You know what, Mike? You've earned this.
Thank you, Dad. Appreciate that.
Basket weaving. Someone says, I remember when...
Who's ever attended CMU as their first choice? No one. Let me help you. It might maybe Dick Enberg.
Mike just hitting people with garbage cans.
Call it.
Wow.
Who grows up pining and turning down offers from real schools to go where I want to go where Jim Costa went? Poking the wrong bear, son. I'm just, look,
He was up there like Sammy Davis doing the old soft shoe this morning. Oh, and don't worry. Oh, the big fella sat there and was an all too willing co-conspirator.
He actually stood up for MSU.
He tried, and then he went, you know what? This is way more fun. Yeah. That's okay. No, seriously. Here's your next topic. Is Jim Costa the only human who wanted to go to CMU? But let's face it, deep down, he didn't. We all know it. We know the truth. He didn't get into better schools.
I know, man, but when you say it like that, it sounds so bad.
I've heard that Jim Costa in high school was equivalent to Dexter Manley. Might have been a reading problem.
It does sound so bad.
David, it's true, but it sounds so bad when you think it wasn't anybody's first choice.
He chose violence. I talked to him yesterday, and he goes, yeah, I think I'm going to, I want to be confident and turn John into a chip on the show tomorrow. I go ahead, have a good time with it. I'm sure John will root for you guys instead of State. That's fine. What did he choose to do? Oh, no. He turned it into WWE wrestling promo vid.
If our quarterback can't come out there and go up against that bad secondary, and they were like, Gov was like, dude, your quarterback doesn't throw the ball. Doesn't matter. We got this.
In the Owasso area.
Right, Doug tries to tell him, well, Michigan State wasn't that good, and they destroyed Western and destroyed Akron. But yet he thinks
that was last year. Yeah, okay.
Oh, my gosh. Someone says, I remember when Michigan fans were pushing for Michigan to hire P.J. Fleck. Wow, I'm glad they
but hold on. What is P.J. Fleck's record at Minnesota? Tell me what more you expected him to be doing. Now, if you want to tell me that somewhere in this first 5 years or 6 years, whatever it is, that he should have gotten to Indy once, I can live with that. But they've had several good years. It's Minnesota.
And I was about to say, here's where it gets lost in translation because people are going to hear what they want to hear, what I'm about to say next. But P.J. Fleck with the block M going into a kid's living room,
right?
With that personality, if you're making fun of P.J. Fleck's personality, you're making fun of your own coach's personality. P.J. Fleck with the block M could probably recruit a lot of people to Michigan. And, yeah, he probably could win at Michigan. Now, would he have the same amount of success as Harbaugh? Probably not because Harbaugh was, he's royalty there. So,
yeah, they wouldn't have put up with P.J. being an outsider the way they put up with Harbaugh.
If P.J. lost 3 games to Ohio State, he'd have been fired.
I got to read this one. Someone says, hey now, proud CMU Chip here, whose first choice was CMU.
Nobody believes
Won't tolerate the slander. Go Chips.
It's easy to text that to a radio show, but in your soul, you know it's the case. Why do you think Costa doesn't even display his degree? He's ashamed. He's embarrassed. Let's call it what it is.
Yeah. I mean, if he lost it, I'm quite sure he.
Plus, here's the other thing.
Go buy another bag of M&Ms.
It's easy for him to just go out, guarantee a win. Like, what's the recourse? There's no recourse for a Spartan fan. We're supposed to beat CMU. So Jim is playing it the right way. He's playing the radio game at a really high level.
Central loses. Oh, you're Big Ten. You're supposed to. You make more money. Yeah. I'm going to find him in the stands.
Okay, then. Uh-oh.
Can't wait for that beatdown.
Did you know there were over 282,000
battery store
auto accidents in Michigan last year? Oh, my. Many of them ending up with someone dying or being critically injured. Stop, please. I mean, we're talking about something serious. You need some life insurance. National benefit plans, over 70 different life insurance carriers nationwide. Guarantees you the best possible rate. And in the event of a tragic car accident or a devastating diagnosis, they got you covered. Longer you wait, possibility of not getting coverage increases. So don't wait. Call Mike now, 877-734-2200. That's 877-734-2200. Or you simply go on the web, nbphealth.com. That's nbphealth.com.
Look, do I want to kick the tires on Robbie Gould? Absolutely. Absolutely. See, what do you still got the leg? Do you still want to play? You know, what's the reason he hasn't been signed by anybody yet? There are a plethora of teams that need a kicker.
Yeah.
Is there something else going on there? If there's not, then I think the Lions, who are the other teams you mentioned that Racina mentioned?
Rams.
Okay, get the Rams.
The Rams, Falcons, but hold on, let me look it up.
So it's like the Rams and Niners both kick outdoors.
Rams, Lions, Titans, Niners, Broncos.
So it's just the Lions are the only ones that are kicking indoors?
Rams.
Oh, right. Well, is it?
It's
indoors?
it's kind of got the retractable walls. So.
Yeah. And I don't think the Rams are looking to add a veteran kicker to their roster. Do you? It's a really young team. And
I wouldn't.
Looks
I
like
wouldn't
you're starting
think so,
over.
but, yeah.
So, I mean, the Lions would have the best situation, wouldn't you think?
Well, the situation being indoors with a competitive team as opposed to San Francisco's situation. But San Francisco, remember, they're not signing Robbie Gould, and they had him last year.
Right.
Something's up with Robbie Gould.
Oh, yes. College football is here. David, it's about that time. This is the real prop bet casino, not the fake one we did last week. That was just preseason. That was like the green and white game, the Mike and Rico game. This
scrimmage.
is the real one.
It was like the CMU of the college world.
This is the real thing. David, hit it. Evan Jenkins joining us for Kenny Cott sitting in.
It's an elite polo shirt, by the way. It's a very nice shirt he has on today.
It's not bad. It's showing bias without showing bias. You know what I mean?
Oh, I like that. Okay.
Yeah, I just noticed that. You're right.
Doesn't have a logo.
All right. Prop bet casino week 1.
Let's go.
Let's just go ahead and start with Central Michigan.
Sure.
Over under total points tonight.
Under.
14.5.
Under.
Over. Because I'm not going to get what I want.
Dude, if they score 17 points, I'm going to be so utterly disappointed.
Then be prepared.
It depends on what MSU scores.
Yeah, and here's the thing, guys. The over-under tonight, 44.5, and the under's getting hammered. What do you think that game looks like? Oh, I'm sorry. You think Santa Claus is pitching a shutout tonight?
He might. You never know. No. New year.
34-7 is
Same coach.
Right. 34-7 is still a under.
I would be delighted. I don't see it. I'll take the over. Something stupid will happen.
I'm believing in Michigan State, and I'm going to go under.
Wow. Thank you, David.
David, I'm going under as well. All right. Nate Carter, total rushing yards. Michigan State running back. Nate Carter, transfer from UConn. Over under 81.5.
Under. I'll believe MSU's O-line and running game and the hype around Carter when I see it. I'll take the more tactical approach, go under.
What's crazy to me is I believe one running back will go over that. I just don't know which one, so I'm going to say under. Aren't they going to run like 3 or 4 of them tonight?
I think that's what they're going to start
And
with.
they keep the hot hand going.
Unless he scores on the first play of the game.
Maybe.
75 yards.
Oh, jeez.
I'm going to believe in Michigan State, and I'm going to go
Wow.
under.
Were you going through my bag, David, and
Going under.
taking some puffs this morning, or what's going on with this guy?
Secretly, David has had 4 edibles. He mistook them for fruit snacks.
Right. Those aren't Flintstones.
Yeah, he's giving you Gus Johnson in the Holiday Bowl.
Touchdown, some black guy.
I mean, they just ran a triple reverse, and it's 50 yards down the sideline. Touchdown, Michigan State.
If you've never watched Gus Johnson call the 2017 Holiday Bowl, just pop in the end of Hannibal when Ray Liotta's eating his own brain. That's what you got out of Gus that night.
All right, Mike, this is for you. First play for scrimmage for Michigan State.
Yeah.
Run or pass?
New year,
You
new
know
Jay
this
Johnson.
answer. You know this answer.
No.
Starts
Evan,
with an R.
No. It'll be a safe 6-yard play to Trey Mosley. I'll say pass.
Run.
Well, actually, Jay Johnson, it's run, pass.
Gosh, I wish we could do the stat and find how many years they started off with a running play. Jeez, that would be good.
No.
I'm not doing that work, though.
David?
I'm going to believe in JT.
Oh, my
No, I'm
God.
not. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Run.
Yeah, I'm thinking run as well.
No.
All right. Malik Carr touchdown. Over under 0.5.
You know, I brought this up to you. The Malik Carr anytime touchdown is plus 1,600.
Mm-hmm.
Why not? Yeah. Oh, well, then again, I mean, MSU never uses their tight ends. I'll say yes. He will score a touchdown.
From what I've read, they're going to try to highlight this young man this year, and there's one way to do it. It's early in the year when you're playing nobodies, right? And I said that about Central Michigan, a big nobody, so he's going to go over.
No, he's going to go under. Wow. Sorry about that.
I thought you were going to believe in Michigan State.
There goes that belief.
I'm with you guys.
When you have pass included, I can't believe in that.
I'm going to go over as well. More rushing yards. Now, this may be difficult because, according to Mike, neither may play. So there may be a push. But Blake Corum,
No, I didn't say
Donovan
these
Edwards.
two. I didn't say these two.
More rushing yards, Blake Corum, Donovan Edwards.
I'll say Blake. I think Donovan Edwards is going to play a big role in the passing game because I do think they're missing some receivers. I think Donovan could catch 5-6 balls. I'll say Blake Corum.
So if they get up big, are both those guys they sit at halftime, right?
100%. 100%.
I'm going to say Blake because I think that they're still going to ride him.
No, I think the opposite of what you just said. I understand they're saying Corum is healthy. He's saying he's healthy. Slow play him, Edwards.
David, that's my exact thinking, is we can still rest him a little bit longer for the next 8 weeks until we play somebody. So, yeah, I'm going to go Donovan Edwards. Michigan total score, over, under 48.5.
Spread is 36, by the way.
You're saying both teams combined.
No, just Michigan.
Oh.
What?
Michigan score. They
56?
will score. No, 48.5.
Will they get to 49?
Will they get to 49?
You know what? No, because I don't think they have any. First of all, Harbaugh is the one who likes running it up. He ain't there. You don't have your OC. They have no reason to run it up. I think you're going to be missing several players in this game on both sides of the ball. This is a business trip. Get in, win by 35, call it a day. I don't think they're going to put up some dazzling thing.
I imagine somebody has one of those nice little Apple earbuds underneath their headphone, and it's Jimmy saying, "Run, run, run." They're going to pile on.
The assistant coaches are in a competition. Jesse Minter wants to show that he is the best assistant coach, so it's going to go over.
Do you think they have an internal bet? Who scores the most points?
I bet you they have money on the line. Who scores the most? Who does the best? So I
cannot say
am
that.
going
an internal.
I am going over as well. Keon Coleman, touchdowns for Florida State, over under 0.5.
They play LSU, right?
Yep.
You know when they get in the red zone, it's him or Johnny Wilson on a fade route.
That kid's like 6'10", right?
Johnny Wilson's 6'7". I'll say over. I mean, Wilson's going to draw cover. Yeah, I'll say over. Spite Store's open for Spartan fans.
Yeah, my Spite Store is not going to allow it. Big under.
Oh, no.
I like that, Evan. Stay that way forever. I'm going to go over on this one.
Yeah, I'm going to go over as well. I do think that he will get a touchdown. Mike, this one's just for you. Who will score more points on Saturday? Michigan's total points or Texas?
Ooh. The problem for Texas is they got Bama next week, so they're not going to show anything. But I think this is the most talented Texas team in 15 years. Hook 'em.
Hook 'em horn.
Texas scores more.
It's like me going, this is the most talented Pistons team in the last 4 years. Like, all right, the bar ain't there.
15 years? The end of Mac Brown? Jeez, man.
I like Michigan. I think they're scoring 56 to 60 points in this game, so I'm going Michigan.
It's the most talented Lions team since Barry Sanders. Wow, this is a tough
the
one here.
13 team was very good.
Wow, okay, you know what? I feel good that you have to struggle with this one, Dave.
Yeah, Texas is probably playing North Texas High School, so
they're playing Rice.
I'm gonna go Texas.
North Texas High School.
Yeah, exactly.
You know who Rice's
Texas.
quarterback is? JT Daniel.
Uncle Ben?
Year
JT
7.
Daniel?
Year 7.
Really?
USC to Georgia to West Virginia to Rice.
You probably got 6 kids by now.
I know.
Jeez. Yeah, different states. All wearing
You
different
going
school
Texas?
shirts.
You going Texas?
Yes.
All right. Last two real quick. Total upsets in the top 25, over under 1.5 this weekend.
Lean under on that.
Now you got West Virginia taking
That's
out
not
Penn
happening.
State.
South Carolina.
North Carolina. You also have Florida State taking on LSU.
Florida State's lower. See, I think Florida State wins that game. I'll go over then.
I'm going to say over as well. Something's going to happen crazy. It might start with an E. CU.
No, it is not.
I'm gonna go over here. Will be definitely South Carolina and Duke.
I'm going over as well.
People love Duke this week, man.
The the total amount of points that Colorado will score against TCU,
6,
or Anthony Edwards' total points against Lithuania in the
what?
World Cup games.
Yeah, the FIBA.
Anthony Edwards.
I'm going to say Anthony Edwards, too.
Like, if Anthony Edwards gets to 17, that's more than what I think Coach Prime's putting up.
We should have said more Colorado
You know what? How
commercials
about
on
this?
Fox
No.
tonight.
We'll change that. Jaron Jackson Jr. points.
Ooh, he might
Or
only score
Colorado.
12.
Yeah, Colorado.
Okay.
I'm going to say Jaron Jackson. I
No.
want Deion to fall flat on his face.
You just need about 4 baskets to get more than Colorado. So
You going Jaron?
yeah.
Yeah, I'm going Jaron as well.
He might get more blocks than they have points.
Last one, Mike, for you. Michigan State will score a touchdown over under 2.5 drives.
Dude, just say
Under.
over.
Under.
You don't think they're going to score more than 2 touchdowns?
No.
He said
a touchdown.
A touchdown. Go ahead.
Yeah. In 2.5 will they score a
to start the
touchdown
game.
within 2.5 drives? Their first touchdown.
I could totally see them making me angry to start the night. A 3 and out. I hope the crowd boos them off the field. I will say under.
I'm going to say, yeah, under.
I'm gonna believe in Michigan State, Mel Tucker and Jay Johnson. I'm gonna go under.
Yeah, you also believe in the Tooth Fairy.
Stop
You know
it.
what? I'm going first play from script. I'm going over, though.
No, you're not going first play for script.
I'm going over. That is
That was depressing.
Prop Bet Casino Week 1, 97-1.
It's 80 and sunny. Football tonight, football tomorrow. Old Nation Brewing has a complete lineup for your football viewing pleasure. Or maybe you're on the boat, maybe you're up north, wherever the hell you are. Make Old Nation a part of your holiday weekend. The full lineup, including the new World Tart, Strawberry Rhubarb, the M43, B43, Low Orbit, you name it. And of course, while it's in supply, the Shandy. All you need to do is go to oldnationbrewing.com. That's oldnationbrewing.com, or go to wherever you buy your beer and ask for it by name. It's Old Nation Brewing, 21 and up. Please drink responsibly.
Look, do I want to kick the tires on Robbie Gould? Absolutely. Absolutely. See, do you still got the leg? Do you still want to play? You know, what's the reason he hasn't been signed by anybody yet? There are a plethora of teams that need a kicker.
Yeah.
Is there something else going on there? If there's not, then I think the Lions, who are the other teams you mentioned that Rossini mentioned?
Rams.
Okay, get the Rams.
The Rams, Falcons, but hold on, let me look it up.
So it's like the Rams and Niners both kick outdoors.
Rams, Lions, Titans, Niners, Broncos.
So it's just the Lions are the only ones that are kicking indoors?
Rams.
Oh, right. Well, is it?
It's
indoors?
it's kind of got the retractable walls. So.
Yeah. And I don't think the Rams are looking to add a veteran kicker to their roster. Do you? It's a really young team. And
I wouldn't.
Looks
I
like
wouldn't
you're starting
think so,
over.
but, yeah.
So, I mean, the Lions would have the best situation, wouldn't you think?
Well, the situation being indoors with a competitive team as opposed to San Francisco's situation. But San Francisco, remember, they're not signing Robbie Gould, and they had him last year.
Right.
Something's up with Robbie Gould.
All right, top of the hour. We'll get into Michigan and Michigan State. And one thing that's going to become all too real to everyone involved, I will explain. I want to go on the board, though. I got two things for Rico. We'll see if he likes either.
Ooh.
David, hit it.
Ooh.
Okay. One of them, it's just the slander's gone far enough. And I'm already pot committed to it, right? By doing the pod with Jim, which, by the way, if you're not subscribed, I don't know what you're doing. There's a zillion picks, a zillion free episodes, cash ticket. I'm off to an undefeated start, so that's probably going to come crashing down. But the spread has moved for the Michigan State game, and I'm done with this. I mean, the slander's gone far enough. The line is now MSU minus 13.5. All right, we're putting our foot in the ground. We are drawing a line in the sand. I am committed. I have already bet Michigan State with Jim, plus a sweatshirt bet. I've already bet it on the side. I'm done. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of the slander. We may not be any good, but for God's sakes, you're at home after going 5-7 and everyone telling you you're horrific. If it wouldn't inconvenience any of you and your precious NIL money, could you go out and give the paying customers something where they don't want to turn around and point their ass to the field worth watching? MSU lay the points. Now, here's the
David,
thing.
I feel like Charles Dutton and Rudy right now. I need to give him the clap. Yes, Mike. Yes.
And sadly, most of our players are like Rudy. So listen to me. Here's what I want your blessing on.
Mm-hmm.
Malik Carr, over 24.5 receiving yards, plus a touchdown, plus 485. Carr could be the centerpiece of the offense.
Yes.
6'7", 265, dual sport athlete, guy they have a lot of hope for, high recruit guy. The receivers don't seem to be very special.
Well, Malik Carr's a business decision. When he catches the ball across the middle,
and he starts building up the speed, I can easily see him getting the yardage factor easy. Now, later in the game, I think maybe a play action pass, because I do think that Michigan State's going to try to run the ball more today.
God.
But a play action where you fake it to the running back and hit him, he's kind of wide open in the end zone. I like that.
Not crazy?
No.
I tried to come up with something for you because that's your purview. I'm not great with the prop stuff. What do you got?
Well, it is a prop bet, Mike, going off of yours, Michigan State minus 13.5, along with the fact that I do think they're going to run the ball. So add a Nate Carter touchdown and a Jalen Berger touchdown for plus 350.
Wow. That means we scored twice. David, what do you got?
Yes, in order to get to 13.5.
I've heard that.
You do have to score at least twice.
Wow. A Zeppelin.
Wow.
Randy. Go ahead, David.
I have 3 options here. You can play 1, 3, 2. I don't know. Choose. What? But I'm going to go under in the Utah State-Iowa game. It is at 43.5 right now. It keeps dropping. So I want to grab it now.
You're a smart man.
To get that, Cade is dealing with an injury, whether he plays or not.
Kirk Ferentz at his radio show said, I've seen it in practice the last few days. I'm very optimistic. There is a feeling he will play.
I don't think he'll be himself, though, even if he plays. So I'm going under in that
game. And their
game,
backup is hurt. The
yes.
backup was the kid who started the bowl game. So if Cade comes in, shows him a little, you could be looking at the third-string QB all night. Plus, Utah State is setting up to be absolutely terrible.
Correct.
And Iowa just doesn't score. I mean,
Kirk Ferentz's son has to score 24 to keep his job.
He's sweating right now with the Cade injury, right? He needs that for the game. So that's at minus 110. Another choice if you want it. David. North Carolina is at South Carolina. I am going plus 2.5.
No.
South Carolina in that game.
Can I offer you a tip?
Sure.
You don't have to use it. When you see a spread that's 2.5 in a game like this that's probably a shootout, all you need to do is be by your phone or iPad when North Carolina scores, and you're going to get a better number live than you're going to get there. I'd feel much better South Carolina getting 4.5 than 2.5.
You're exactly right about that.
So you can do what you want,
and
but
then
I think the live is the better way.
My last choice for Monday's game would be plus 12.5 for Duke.
I'll take your money too. Me and Cookies are on opposite ends there. Guy, you're crazy.
And if you want to parlay them all, it's plus 556.
Oh, yeah, sure. You want to roll up your money and smoke it.
Just a
what
choice.
Is it? I mean, how the slander with Clemson and Michigan State, how far is it going to go?
No slander. I just think it's going to be closer than people think.
So you're just taking Duke in the point.
Yes, not the money line, just the points. 12.5.
Clemson's going to destroy Duke.
I'm a big Riley Leonard guy, but the slander's gone too far. I mean, I'm a Rico. That spread to me should be closer to 17. All right. Well, hey, God bless. You call Cookies. You two can watch it together. Let's get into our teams, our games, including, God help us, 4 hours from now, whatever MSU is going to do. We'll do it next. 97.1. Get ready for the NFL. Great offers from FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook right now. New customers get $5. You bet $200. How about this? Let me reverse this. If you bet $5, you get $200 in bonus bets. Words. I got to use them better. NFL Sunday Ticket, you're getting $100 off that too from YouTube or YouTube TV. It's the best time to join FanDuel. You got college this weekend. The NFL kicks off on Thursday night. Lions and Chiefs. It's FanDuel, the official partner of the NFL. FanDuel.com/ticket. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem 1-800-270-7117. NFL Sunday Ticket offer ends 9/18/23. No refunds. Terms and embargoes apply. Here's the fun part, guys. $100 off Sunday Ticket, not YouTube TV. YouTube TV base plans required to, wait for it, watch YouTube TV. Redemption required, Google account, current form of payment, commercial use excluded, blah, blah, blah. There you go. Cancel anytime.
I guess, was I a little surprised that they kept the 2 running backs? I'm a little surprised that that's all they kept, but they've got room to maneuver here with the roster, the way they've constructed it. I think the Lions are going to be quite active when it comes to adding players to this team. I think they are going to – I would hope that they would talk to Robbie Gould. We talked a lot about it yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And saw another article last night that used the word picky. Robbie Gould is being very picky about where he wants to go. But if the picky means close to Chicago, Detroit is close to Chicago. So it's possible they could woo him to come here. But I think that they are also looking certainly at wide receiver to see if they can improve that group. But it's every position group. I mean, there could be some offensive lineman that was waived, and they're like, oh, my goodness, I didn't expect that. Yeah, let's get him over here.
Yeah, so I'm going to be intrigued to see if they sign a running back today. And there's a couple names out there, familiar names, that I'd kick the tires on, Gator.
Three o'clock, which means 4 hours to kick off. Michigan fans wait a little bit longer, but we need to bring both fan bases in here. Because last night, one thing that jumped out to me is what I know I don't want my team to look like. Like, I'm not going to sit here and be like, what player are you most excited to see? The vast majority of people can't even name 5 players on their favorite college team. That's not where I'm at. It's more about themes. So, like, let me give you an example. Opening night. You know what I want out of tonight for Michigan State? Don't look like Billy Napier's Florida team. Don't have idiotic coaching idiocy. That's a double negative, I think. But just don't do a bunch of stupid crap. Having 2 guys wear the same numbers on a punt. Having 15 false starts.
2 number 3.
All right, drop passes, idiocy, blown assignments. Look, I've seen enough of that the last couple of years at Michigan State. Be organized. Be a well-oiled machine. Here's the other thing. I want blood. It's been a while since Michigan State fans could feel decent about things. Come out and destroy this I don't know, this poor excuse for a college. Come out and crush them. I don't want to hear cookies on Monday. I don't want to deal with it. I want to see Michigan State act like last year bothered them. Those players have been told all offseason how bad they are.
Yeah.
Well, good. Go destroy somebody. I want blood.
I'm with you, Mike. I would simplify that and say if you're Michigan State, you need to make a statement tonight. You need to put your foot in the sand and say no more, and we are starting from this point and moving on.
And if you don't, you're not that good.
Yeah.
That's just what I'm telling you.
Yeah. I mean, I've told you, if they struggle, if they I don't think they're going to lose, but if they struggle,
I'll be pissed. I'll be furious.
I can't sit here and all summer long, I just kept saying, Mike, they haven't played. They haven't played. If they struggle, the reins are off, man. You can't defend bad football. You have to make a statement tonight. This is one of those games where you can't just be conservative saying we just got to score enough points to get on to the next game and hope not to get anybody hurt. No. If you're Mel Tucker, you've heard what everybody has said about you. They've buried the program. You have to go and show you are not dead yet by doing scoring and just don't just turn around and hand the ball off.
Rico
Give
says
us plays.
by doing scoring.
Yes. I'm so frustrated.
I know, it's horrible.
The touchdown play.
Now, if you're a Michigan fan, I don't know what there is to take. Now, rumblings are you're going to be without a lot of starters tomorrow, which is fine because you're running a preseason game. You're 36-point favorites over an ECU team that is completely rebuilding, replacing my heartthrob Holton Allers and a bunch of starters. I guess to me, the two things I'd want to see are, can you figure out how to watch the game? Because at noon, it's about to get real for people. At noon, you're going to have a lot of people trying to turn that game on, and they aren't going to see it on their cable system.
Mm-hmm.
It's on the old Peacock. The other thing you're going to want to look for, I would guess, is depth. Look, when you don't have starters playing, you get to see some new faces in new places. That's reality. I don't know what – and nobody get hurt. We don't need a Ronnie Bell 2.0 to start the season.
Right.
That's really all I can offer you for U of M. If you have something different, would love to hear it. Hell, I think the most interesting thing about Michigan game day tomorrow is what are you serving at tailgate or what the hell are you eating when you invite people to watch the game?
Or what are you doing at halftime when you leave?
It's a nothing burger game. For Michigan State, this spread is down to 13.5. If they don't cover that number, there is no scenario I walk away happy. None.
Yeah. If you're a Michigan fan, I think you may want something, but you're not going to get it tomorrow.
What's that?
The open offense, seeing JJ do his thing and put that Heisman candidacy right there. So you're not going to get that. You're going to get turn around, hand the ball off, run up the score, eat the clock, and try to get your starters out the game. So I know. And that, guess what, guys? It's boring. It's dull.
It's effective.
And that formula works.
The less sexy they play, the better they are.
Right.
When they throw the ball, they don't win.
No. So I don't think that this is going to be the game that you're going to see the JJ Heisman Trophy signature moment because honestly, if I was thinking, I would have put it in the prop bet casino. I don't think he throws the ball more than 14 times tomorrow. I don't because they won't have to, David.
Well, that's the whole point is I'm not going to make up this list of things for Michigan fan to look for. I think it's going to be hard enough looking for the game. This idea that you're not going to see it on your TV and you got to stream it, it's going to be chaos for a lot of people. The Michigan State thing is just more interesting because the state of the program, where the point spread's at, you got cookies guaranteeing a W. Anything short of blood tonight, I won't be happy. If MSU doesn't come out and look well put together, that's my biggest issue with Mel Tucker. They don't look like a well put together team. Mm-hmm. Like last night, Billy Napier, it's the same thing. Now, obviously, you open your season at Rice-Eccles at night playing Utah. That's no easy bargain. But, Cam Rising didn't play last night.
Right.
Okay, that was the backup in the third-string QB who it's well known he can't throw the ball. And Florida got destroyed.
Right.
You know what Billy Napier woke up to today? People talking about collecting $31 million and buying his ass out.
And?
Because the product looked ratty.
And? You know who they're saying bringing back?
Urban?
Yes.
I'm in.
Now, but you're right. If you're Mel Tucker, you can't just go out there and win the way you won against Illinois.
No, you got to put a show on.
Where you won in spite of all your mistakes.
That's right.
And trying to give the game away, but somehow or another, you won.
You still have the taste in your mouth of the Indiana game. I want them to come out and put a show on. And if you're not capable of doing that against a team picked fourth in their division in the MAC, then we return, as Rico likes to say, as he quotes Brian McKnight often on this show, we're back to one.
Yeah, this is a statement game. This is one where I know MSU coaches in the past used that first game.
Yeah, I don't want to
just kind of, like last year they jumped ahead of Western Michigan and then let Western back into the game. And before you know it, it was like, oh, guys, we got to go out here and really try. Bury them at halftime, send people off to their Labor Day weekend. They can leave because the game is surely in hand. And that's what you need to do.
My fear is they might not be good enough to do it. And it'll prove my point that I don't like the state of the program right now. Now, let's see.
And that's why I said it's a statement. You've heard everything. And, yeah, I can Mike, they have. I mean, talking to them, they know what people are saying about them.
Well, then do something about it.
And it really boils down to, can you make people feel good about Michigan State again?
That's like a hat. Make State great again. And I'll get you a green hat.
Yeah, that's original.
That's not terrible.
But that's what you want.
We paid $95 million, and all we got is this stupid hat.
But you don't want to have that. Spartan fans, no. I do believe, want to back. The reason why they're so angry is because they're passionate, because they want to see winning product. They want to see good football.
Are they passionate?
They are.
Rico, I feel like everyone's already up north. I feel like we're just talking to each other at this stage.
Well,
I mean, David.
The lots did open about 10 minutes ago.
Right.
So.
I mean, David, here's the deal. I mean, we got football in less than 4 hours. We got U of M opening up as the two-time defending Big Ten champs. I mean, if people want to talk about your favorite memories of Mackinac Island, whatever. What are we doing? What is this? Rick Grimes broadcasting live from Atlanta and The Walking Dead? Is everybody okay?
We got Glenn on line too.
Coral, it's 80 and sunny. Like what? I get it. Everyone's relaxing, but can we have some football conversation here? David, talk to me. I mean, you're a huge Michigan guy. Am I wrong for saying it's not good enough to win? That in a lot of ways, as a head coach of a program, what you do on the field is you're the band leader for the fan base. What MSU has in short supply are good memories, because even when they beat Illinois, who was ranked last year, Mel Tucker tried to give the game away. Mm-hmm. They have the Indiana game. They have the Michigan game. They have the Ohio State assassination. There are not good memories here. And even with 2021, that bowl game, that was horrific. K-9 didn't play. Holy hell, it was bad. Okay. Now, they won. I like winning.
Right.
But it's been a long time. You have to go back, essentially, to beating Michigan in 2021, to the last time on a universal level this fan base was the Spider-Man meme, looking at each other, and we're all the same. We're all good.
Yeah, you know what you need? You need opening game like it was 2 years ago at Northwestern.
Yes.
Where after the end of that game, you were like, you know what? Maybe.
Hey, that was fun.
Maybe. Yeah, you weren't fully bought in, but you hadn't seen anything like that in a long time. And I think that was a statement game for Tucker coming off of COVID.
Let me ask you a question.
They were 2-5, and he had to show he wasn't in over his head.
That's the problem. See, you just nailed it. If we look at the totality, the amount of times, yes, the 11-2 was great. We had Barry Sanders. People get mad at this. When we started last year and people immediately wanted to say, well, K-9 made him. I'm like, well, we haven't played this year. I don't know if that's fair. Well, when you play a full season and it looks like that, and you go, okay, that might be true now. Mm-hmm. If they look that way again this year, it is true.
Right.
So COVID was a total debacle. We know we had a magic unicorn carry us. What K-9 did for us is what Caleb Williams did for USC. You have one player that you are almost solely dependent on to unlock what anybody else can do. Mm-hmm. So for me, it's short supply. I don't see a good product week in, week out. A lot of people just go, well, wins are win. No. When you watch games and you see the slippage, you see the nonsense.
Right.
That's where, Rico, can they just come out and not be Billy Napier today?
Right, because certain wins are not, because you go back and you dissect last year's wins. I mean, the overtime game against Wisconsin, Wisconsin kind of handed you the game. They didn't want it either.
I look at Minnesota blanking you at home 34-0. I look at the embarrassment at Maryland. I look at what Michigan did to us. Michigan ran a Tecmo Bowl playbook, embarrassed us. Ohio State hasn't been a game since Mel Tucker.
Well, speaking of Tecmo Bowl playbook, on that fourth down, you decided to run the most complicated play in college football history. Michigan State did. And even the announcers were like, wow, this is a slow play. Like, what are they trying to do? Remember, they did like some fake reverse Michigan State at Michigan early.
Oh, yeah.
And it was like, guys, what? Just line up behind the center and just do the Jalen Hurts push. Don't overthink this.
And if you're a Michigan fan, please do not think that somehow I don't want you discussing your game. It's a compliment to say it's not a game. But what do you take out of it? I still think it's going to be hilarious that Monday people will call in and be like, where the hell was the game? You're going to be shocked how many people do not conceptualize that this game's not available on TV. Look, you guys listen to sports radio, and we do sports radio. Of course we were all over the TV deals. We've got Moonves Beard over here. But it's the average person. I don't think they're still hip to this.
Because here's the thing. There's no rewind button, and you can't record. So if you miss the first quarter,
you're dead.
You got to wait until they replay the entire game later. You got to catch it in prior. It is old school watching TV where you can't go back and, okay, you know what? I recorded the game. Let me start from the beginning. Nuh-uh. You're stuck. You're right there. And you got to watch the commercials because there's no fast forwarding.
See, regarding Michigan State, I think, Rico, you kind of said it already. And I've joked about this for almost a year now. But yeah, you let Western in that game a little bit too long last year. And that's what you don't want to see as a Michigan State fan. Yeah, the end of the game score looked like, oh yeah, they dominated. But I was there. They didn't dominate that entire game.
You were there and you were entirely too happy.
I wanted to leave. I told him, I said, it's probably time to leave. Oh, we can't.
They
scored a touchdown.
Pain.
Yeah.
In the eyes of one of your sons.
You're right. No, you're right.
And I didn't. And I left dissatisfied.
And that's as a Michigan State fan, you cannot be happy with that. You have to show dominance against a lesser opponent.
If you're also a Spartan fan who's upset at the tone of the conversation, you're probably going to be upset for a while. This is a referendum year on Tuck. Everything's going to be scrutinized. Everything's going to be discussed. He has one way out, Doctor Strange style.
Yeah.
One way out. This team has to look like it's well coached. This team has to look like the guy making all the money actually knows what he's doing. Because what I can't take anymore are the clown car, clock management nonsense, the weird decisions, the ill-prepared nonsense. Come on, you got to play.
Yeah.
Here's the other thing. This is year 3 or 4, depending on how you view the COVID year. You can't blame the previous guy for that much longer. You have advantages that didn't exist in this sport. The portal giveth and taketh away. But you can patch holes. You can buy yourself time with recruits. You can use the portal, use transfers, use NIL.
And you know what else you can do? You can demand
this team.
You can demand better from your coordinators and say, guys, this is unacceptable.
That's the problem.
Do better.
And you know what? Here's the theme with Billy Napier. All offseason, people begged him to hire an offensive coordinator because he was not staying above water calling the plays. He didn't hire a coordinator. And you know what else he didn't do? He didn't hire a special teams coordinator. What killed Florida last night? His play calling and the special teams. Yeah. Well, Mel Tucker, you got 2 top 15, top 20 paid coordinators, and I don't know that they're worth a damn. So show me. Show me I'm wrong.
Now, I know I'm in the minority with this, but I need to see what Hazleton is going to do because his defense reminds me a lot of Narduzzi's early, where it looked like a complete and utter disaster. And it was like, dude,
wheel route,
you got to do better. But then all of a sudden, the players were there. He lost like 26 players due to injury and suspension. They're all back. Plus, they got some transfers. That's why I think the defense will be better. Jay Johnson, hey, man, his offense, I don't know. Spin the wheel. I was going to say spin the wheel. It's kaleidoscope.
There you go. Throw another fade route. Northville Lumber. We talk about them all the time. Oldest company in the state. Largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more, nobody sells more than Northville. And look, there's a reason they sell that much Trex decking. They stock all colors of decking, railing, lighting, you name it, and they got the lowest prices around. Obviously, deck season, this weather's unprecedented. It's beautiful. There's not a cloud in the sky. It's like a preview of living in San Diego. Get your deck built. Do it with the best in the game. They'll introduce you to a Trex certified pro. Call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com.
What's your take on Jim Harbaugh going into this season with the suspension and his latest jabs at the NCAA in the system?
Yeah, well, he's not happy, obviously, but he's not going to. I mean, he'll rail or he fight back as only Jim Harbaugh can, with kind of in code and with, I thought it was relatively clever of him, although he believes the players, the revenue sharing thing, he's espoused things like that before. For him to talk about it Monday before the Open, I think that clearly was directed at either a okie doke, don't look here.
David, the ticket text get to the people, whether you want to talk Michigan or Michigan State. Look, I wish I had more stuff for you with U of M, but this is,
and without saying it,
this is what it is, man. You're playing these teams you're favored by 40.
I mean, they'll deal with it.
I think the best thing you could hope for tomorrow, look for depth.
Weak opponents.
Everything I've heard, you're going to be without several starters.
I mean, it would be interesting.
Reality is just set up your Peacock. Learn how to stream a game, I guess, because this ain't going to be on regular television.
I think if you're a U of M fan, you just have to be okay with knowing it's not going to be a wide open offense. It's going to be boring. It's going to be running the ball.
A little pissed at himself.
Basically, what you've been doing for the last couple of years. There will be no changes except for Harbaugh won't be on the sideline.
Do you feel like if it doesn't change,
wasn't lying,
that they can't elevate?
There
absolutely. I think that was holding them back. That's why I think they can make the playoffs, but I don't think they can ever win the national title. Because you saw what happened when the game was – JJ just looked in over his head in the TCU game. And then later we found out how bad TCU was, and they really didn't belong there. If you don't practice throwing the ball around and doing all of that stuff when it's live, you throw a couple pick sixes. You don't look comfortable. And so yeah, you got enough to win the Big Ten for a third time, but I don't think that they could win the national title. No.
I mean, it's kind of, I've always said they're the inverse of OSU.
Yeah.
They're designed to beat OSU. They run into problems against the national teams. And OSU's designed to beat the national teams, but they run into problems against you.
Yep.
But it works. Their formula works. I think most Michigan fans are happy winning the Big Ten. I don't think the national title is this big goal for most Michigan fans. Not all.
And think about it. Last year was almost the best of both worlds because both made the playoffs. Michigan had a Big Ten championship, and Ohio State was a play away from probably winning the Natty.
Oh, my God. If they had beaten Georgia, yeah. No, it's fair. That's fair. David, go ahead.
Mel needs to prove he's not Brady Hoke, all bravado and no coaching acumen. They need to dominate.
Totally agree.
Tonight.
Yeah.
No, you're not going to hear me tell him he's wrong. Hey, here's the thing. You're a defensive-minded head coach with a background in the secondary. Why is that the weakest unit on your team? Year over year over year. 3 straight years. This has been a secondary that's been a total embarrassment. Total.
Well, you know how I feel about that. I think that the linebackers get caught off. I think the secondary took the brunt of the punishment, but it was really find 27 on third down, and you'll get the first down because he can't cover anybody. I love Cal Haladay. He shouldn't be out there on third down. You need enough depth. Hey, have a seat right here. You'll go back out there next time on first down.
But he doesn't wear gloves. David?
I've heard.
I don't think MSU is quite as bad as people think, but a new QB and a lot of new pieces could equal a muddy game. This isn't a good enough CMU team to pull an outright upset, though.
Okay. Yeah, well, I got news for you. It's a 13.5-point spread. I must be doing something right. It ain't 31. It's not 21. 13.5.
I think it's not 31 because you don't really know who the quarterback. I mean, if Peyton Thorne were the quarterback, I think this number would be higher because it's something that you know. But
my biggest problem is I think Mel Tucker's done a lousy job at the skill spot out wide. How the hell is this the crop of wide receivers you bring together? This is what you're offering me? This?
Yeah, they're good, but they're young. So you don't. It's once again. State fans in Vegas, and you've never seen these guys unless you've been around campus. But
I like Trey Mosley.
Right, he's been there forever.
Right, he's a solid player. But is he wide receiver 1? No, nice player. But they don't have anybody I care about on paper.
Now I think a name that like Antonio Gates Jr. Not as tall as Dad, but man, this kid can make some plays.
Well, let me see it. I hope you're right, because I'll tell you, this is the weakest crop of wideouts I can remember. Let's go to Travis, 97.1. What's up, Trav?
I have a quick question for you.
Yeah.
With the new rule in place in college football where the clock doesn't stop after the first down, how is that going to affect the unders in Vegas and on teams like Michigan that run the ball more?
Oh, I think the rules are wonderful if you're a team like Michigan or Oregon State or the service academies. If you want to condense the game, you have more of an opportunity to do so.
I'm just thinking Michigan versus Army, that game may be over in about an hour and a half.
6 total possessions. No, I mean, Travis,
so
and again,
affect the under?
Well, unders have been pretty good so far. Both games went under last night, just case in point. I think it'll take time to adjust, but you got to be careful when you do that stuff because the book will adjust on the fly, and then you get caught up with this strategy and you probably get crushed. But no, so far, unders, but there's a couple of games I think are going to fly over this weekend. I think part of the unders early, the rules, but look at the matchups. We got a lot of low-quality teams taking the field, and in very few matchups are both teams quality. Like I think North Carolina, South Carolina, that game could be points everywhere. Michigan State, CMU, those are not good offensive teams. I mean, CMU, whether it's Bowers or whether it's Emmanuel III, neither of those guys could throw the ball at quarterback. Right. And Michigan State, we don't even know who the LQB is. I mean, we think it's Noah Kim. Both guys play tonight?
Yeah. You'll see both. I think Noah Kim is going to be the one who runs out the huddle that everybody's, wondering who's going to be the guy.
So exciting. Let's go to Dean, 97.1. What's up, Dino?
Hey, guys. I'm on my way to the game, Michigan State game, and for me, we got to dominate on both sides of the line, offense and defense. And I have it like 31-10. If it's nothing like that, I'm out. I mean, I'm really frustrated. I love Tucker when he came in. I was excited about it. But we got to dominate. We got to show something that during the offseason, we're a much better team now coming in.
Yeah, no, they're teetering. Dean, they're teetering. And I know Spartan fans don't like me saying it, but everything he does point forward is going to have a heightened impact on what people think about him, good or bad.
Yeah.
If they were able to shock the world and have a nice year, win 8 or 9 games, I am not saying that's happening. I'm giving you an example. The conversation about Michigan State football headed into next year would be night and day. If they are the opposite, and it is more of what we've discussed, people are going to revolt.
It becomes a Tucker death watch at that point. When are they finally going to get rid of him?
It'll be Billy Napier, Rico.
Yeah. Now, if they go out there, and I said that 31-10, 34-10 type of thing is still the under, but you feel a lot better. And here's where you really feel better. They scored 34 points, Mike. And then watching what you saw against Nebraska and Minnesota last night, you're thinking to yourself, there's 2 more victories. Those 50-50 games, you're feeling a lot better in those types of games. That's what Spartan fans are hoping for. I don't know about the Big 4, but at least you think, you know what? We're better than these teams.
David, you're staring into your screen. What's going on?
No, I think someone's maybe texting in what we think and what we all believe is maybe if Michigan and MSU open with actual good games and opponents, people would be more excited.
Yeah, but
These
you know
cupcake games gotta go.
That's a cop-out, though. You spend all summer bitching how much you miss football. Now we get 80 degrees and sunny today, 85 and sunny tomorrow. Both our teams are going to debut in beautiful weather on a holiday weekend. You don't get to have it both ways. I'm sorry, MSU and Michigan aren't playing the Kansas City Chiefs. And I'm sorry that the Michigan game's not on television and you have to go to Peacock to find it. I'm sorry that Tim Brando's going to be 6 martinis deep tonight and I'll have to tolerate that D- broadcast.
I mean, at least Michigan State, I think that's a good matchup. They're not a 30-point favorite. You're a 30-point favorite like Ohio State and Indiana. Yeah, that's probably not going to be a good game. But it's the winning formula for Michigan. You can play now, but you're excited in December when you're putting on your Big Ten championship hat.
Well, there's very few teams equipped to handle it. There's very few teams in the Big Ten that are equipped to line up and play against them. And what they've done a masterful job of is not only with offensive line development and coaching, but select transfers like the kid they brought in from Arizona State. That's a team.
Lyman, yeah.
That's a team captain guy. The center they brought in, he's a team captain from his prior destination, the kid from Indiana. Mm-hmm. They got 5 guys that have all been a captain at one point in their life. They are consistent in building that front. How many teams can line up and face that?
Right.
Not many, man. Like, even now, like, you're seeing teams. I mean, hell, Matt Rule showed up in the Big Ten to run the 3-3-5. Ohio State hired Jim Knowles, the DC from Oklahoma State. We're going to run a 3-3-5 stack. We're going to run these. Like, Michigan comes to town, man. You got to bring your hard hat.
They'll probably be finalists for the Remington Award again or win it again. But, yeah, I fully expect their offensive line to be Michigan caliber and just very stout.
You spend a third of your life sleeping, stuck in traffic's a good guess too, but with that much time to rest, you need a comfortable mattress. The brand new iComfort Eco, supportive, designed to keep you cool, comfortable, feeling restored. Or you could check out Serta's Perfect Sleeper for pressure-relieving comfort and support while maintaining a balanced sleep temperature. Serta, made in Michigan, have been for 110 years. Go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com.
A Milwaukee bar has something concocted for football season. They will pay your tab when the Jets lose a game started by Aaron Rodgers this season. Did you see this?
I did. I think it's awesome. I think it's genius.
Now, there's some stipulations, right, Heather? I know, like, you're not comping your whole meal.
Right. You can't comp your food. You have to stay at the bar the entire
Right. You've
game.
You got to be there and start your tab at least 15 minutes before kickoff.
Right.
Aaron Rodgers has to start the game. And so it can't conflict with a Green Bay Packers game as well, which
exactly
rules out certain Sundays.
Yeah, unless there's some things flexed at the end.
4
of the
games, I think, in total that
this
they'll
is-
do this.
So basically, it's prime time games, featured games where Rodgers starts for the Jets, they lose, and they're buying your beer or your drink for you.
Yes.
If we had a promotion like that here in Detroit, if a local bar adopted this, would it be Aaron Rodgers? Would it be a different athlete? Like, who would be our villain that we would get comped a free drink if they lose?
Look, do I want to kick the tires on Robbie Gould? Absolutely. Absolutely. See, what do you still got the leg? Do you still want to play? You know, what's the reason he hasn't been signed by anybody yet? There are a plethora of teams that need a kicker.
Yeah.
Is there something else going on there? If there's not, then I think the Lions, who are the other teams you mentioned that Rossini mentioned?
Rams.
Okay, get the Rams.
The Rams, Falcons, but hold on, let me look it up.
So it's like the Rams and Niners both kick outdoors.
Rams, Lions, Titans, Niners, Broncos.
So it's just the Lions are the only ones that are kicking indoors?
Rams.
Oh, right. Well, is it?
It's
indoors?
it's kind of got the retractable walls. So.
Yeah. And I don't think the Rams are looking to add a veteran kicker to their roster. Do you? It's a really young team. And
I wouldn't.
Looks
I
like
wouldn't
you're starting
think so,
over.
but, yeah.
So, I mean, the Lions would have the best situation, wouldn't you think?
Well, the situation being indoors with a competitive team as opposed to San Francisco's situation. But San Francisco, remember, they're not signing Robbie Gould, and they had him last year.
Right.
All right, let's knock out the last couple of calls. We'll get a football today. We got to do the picks. And again, it's the kickoff to a big holiday weekend. Football is back. Premium game, unfortunately, doesn't involve either of our schools. But Florida State, LSU, I can't wait for. Just trying to get where people are at with both of these games. What do you get out of it? Reminder, if you're a Michigan fan, it's not on TV tomorrow. It's on Peacock. So don't catch yourself at 12:04. Where's Michigan? You make sure you're set up tonight to stream your game tomorrow.
Yeah, download it or tonight.
And it's also not that Fox noon kick where it starts at 12:15. It's at noon.
Correct.
And there's no rewind. There's no nothing with Peacock. You have to be watching. The benefit would be this. Do you know what you get as a part of Peacock? You get Mike Tirico. That's the only saving grace of having to stream a game.
The anti-Gus.
You get the Lions on Thursday.
Right, the opposite of Gus Johnson.
Yes,
a real professional who's not a caricature of a human being, who has actual broadcasting chops.
Right. Who gives you stuff on both teams.
Gus and Joel got worse. Somehow, some way. Let's go to the people. We'll go to Griffin, 97.1. What's up, Griffin?
Hey, they're going to talk a little Michigan State, Central Mich. Number one, I think Michigan State, there's no chance they cover. I think the under hits. I'm seeing 24-20, 21-17. I think Central's up at half, though. I think they're going to go out, punch them in the mouth, because I frankly don't think Michigan State has a plan right now, if I'm being honest.
No, and that's fine. Then they can fire Tuck tonight if that's the case. If what you said happens tonight, this fan base will revolt on this man.
They will. But Griffin, what happens if it's the opposite of that? Are they still the dumpster fire?
When that happens, honestly, 3 days ago, Mel Tucker said, "Doesn't know who the quarterback is." If you're gonna, they're all big on the O-line. This transfer from UConn, I think that's time to develop. Especially in the Big Ten with, Iowa, Michigan, Minnesota on the schedule. You can't just go in and expect to run the train all over people. Week one, especially like Central Michigan's they're no slouch. It's a decent MAC team.
No, they got a good defense. They returned 8 starters, but Griffin, to let you know, they've known who the quarterback's going to be for a while. He just hasn't announced it yet.
Now, the other thing for me, if you want to impress me, I don't care what you want to do. The reality is you should come out throwing the damn ball tonight. If you're going to get CMU, you're going to get them in the secondary. But I'm going to watch it because ultimately the results speak. If what Griffin said happens, 24-21, people will boo their ass. It's up to him. You like your paycheck.
24-21, you're not going to have a happy fan base at all.
Go to Bill, 97.1. What's up, Billy?
Hey, how you guys doing? I really appreciate taking my call.
Yeah.
I'm driving up to the game right now, when the 13.5-point spread, we were talking in the car here, and, luckily they are playing. I don't think Central is a good MAC team. They're expected to be 500. We were looking it up. I'm just glad they're not playing Eastern Michigan. The spread would be 7 or 8. So, when our coach is making as much money as Tuck's making, and the expectations, and he's in his 3rd year now, and these should be some of his own guys coming in, and he should be retaining guys. and he's in the situation he's in, we're in a world of hurt because we owe him so much money to begin with now. And like I said, I think this is going to be a close game. I feel like I'm going up to watch a Big Ten matchup, and instead I'm going to watch a middle-of-the-road MAC team match up fairly well from everything I can gather.
Yeah, and
against
Bill, you know what? I got to tell you something. What you just said, and I think you'll agree with me, that's a total embarrassment for what they pay Mel Tucker and for what you are at Michigan State. Number 18 in attendance, top 15 in revenue. We're going up to watch a close game against that vocational school?
But
Are you kidding me?
But I think a lot of it holds true to Bill and a lot of State fans. You remember how the season ends, and you assume that it's going to continue. And it's the same reason why I say for the Lions, momentum doesn't carry. How you finished last year doesn't necessarily mean you're going to start the same way.
Bill, more importantly, what's on the menu? Take us through it. What's at tailgate here? What do we got?
We got we got a lot of chicken, roasted pulled pork, all that kind of stuff.
That's right. Can't go wrong with chicken.
I'm so excited. The weather's awesome. So I'm excited for football. Don't get me wrong. I don't want it to be that way, but I'm just I don't feel like I'm going up to watch the MAC Michigan State matchup I went and watched 12 years ago or 15 years ago where we were 28.5-point favorites.
No.
And it bothers me, but what are you going to do? I still am anxious to get.
Well, yeah, you can still try to go and have a good time in beautiful weather in a very special place. I mean, look, man, if you're a Michigan fan, Ann Arbor is a very special place. Michigan State's the same deal. But at a certain point, if that product's not good, it takes away from everything. So, you know what? You want to change how the program is talked about? Like if we want to have people like Jim Costa not go on the air and guarantee a victory and do his little song and dance he did this morning, then you have to be better.
As I said, it's a statement game. You win 24-21, that's the statement that you're starting your year off with, and it's not a good one.
I would be livid.
Right, but it's a statement game, and at that point, you can't defend it.
No, the statement would be made. They suck. So I'm sorry. 248-539-9797. Let's get the picks coming up next. NFL season. Great offers from FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook right now. New customers bet $5. Get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed. Plus, all customers who bet $5 get $100 off NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Best time to join FanDuel. App's easy to use. Tons of ways to play. Live betting, no one better. Case in point last night. That first play, Utah 70-yard TD, over-under from 44.5, immediately went to 52, lock in another one, gain a huge advantage, cash 2 bets. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only, $10 first deposit required, bonus issue, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms, FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem, 1-800-270-7117. NFL Sunday Ticket offer ends 9/18/23, no refunds. Terms and embargoes apply. $100 off NFL Sunday Ticket, not YouTube TV. YouTube TV base plan required to watch YouTube TV. Redemption requires a Google account and current form of payment. Commercial use excluded. Subscription renews. Cancel anytime.
Comes up with Robbie Gold.
People, traditions like death and taxes are only outdone by something like this. It is something we've done for decades. It is time for the first of what will be many editions of the picks. David. Well, very exciting. Now, last year I ran away with it, but I am sure it will be a much more competitive field this year. Gentlemen, let's begin at the center of Fox's universe. Colorado catching 20.5 as they go to TCU. Mr. Rico Beard.
Yeah, Mike, I am not a believer in Deion Sanders and the new transfer Buffaloes. I think that TCU is seeing everything that Fox is putting out there and saying, wait, didn't we go to the college football Final Four? Not Colorado. They're going to lay a bomb on Colorado. Give me TCU in the points.
Let's go to Digital Cot.
He's going Colorado here.
Okay, that doesn't sound like Kenny. No, apparently Holiday, we just get no production.
He has no voices in this system. What are you talking about?
Are you kidding me? All right, David, who are you taking?
I really want to root hard for Deion in Colorado, but I just can't. It's got to be TCU. I'm sorry.
They may have one of the 10 worst offensive lines out there. You're facing a Joe Gillespie defense, Havoc City. I don't like either side, but in the picks, you don't get a choice. I'll lay the points. I'll lay the points. I wouldn't touch this with a 10 football with my money. Louisiana Tech at SMU. Why? This is the laser beam total of the week. Over or under 66.5, people. Rico Beard.
Mike, I'm going to follow the trend that is college football and the running clock. I know they're going to be trying to pass the ball a lot, but I'm going to go under 66.5.
Let's go Kenny Cott.
I think that means he's going under in this game.
David, what do you got?
I'm going to go over in this game. I just have to believe that La Tech and SMU are going to score a bunch of points.
Learn the name, Preston Stone, one of the highest recruits to ever attend SMU. He waited his turn. They pushed Tanner Mordecai out so this guy can play. I'm going over. I think they're going to put up a number. I'm going over.
And you hate fun.
I know. Boise State catching 14 as they travel to UW to take on Rico's godson, Michael Penix.
And I think that Michael Penix is going to want to start his Heisman campaign this day against Boise State. It's at home. The crowd will be there. Give me Washington in the points.
Kenny.
I think he loves Penix. He's going with Washington in this game.
And your selection?
I want to believe that Washington's better than minus 14. They're going to score a lot more points than this over at Boise State, so I'm going with Washington.
Yeah, Boise lost both corners. They lost Skinner, their big-time safety, to the league. Kalen DeBoer in non-conference games, 9-1 against the number. Give me UW. Game 4, UTSA, meet the Roadrunners, -2 as they travel to Houston. This is the Houston Oilers logo game. What do you got?
You said it right there. You're going to break out the Houston Oilers jerseys?
Can't lose.
Can't lose. Give me Houston. I don't need the points, but as somebody says they're like vitamins, you take them.
They're good for you. Kenny. Roberts.
He's going Houston in this game because he also loves the jerseys.
And you're going Houston because you have family in Houston.
I do have family in Houston. I am going Houston. Let's go.
You used the wrong drop. That was the Washington drop, by the way.
Oh, okay.
This is a bridge cross. San Antone started as a 2.5-point dog. They're a 2-point favorite. And you get year 7 of Frankie Harris at quarterback. Give me UTSA. West Virginia at Penn State. This is how we kick off night NBC ball or ABC or whatever channel it's on. West Virginia catching 20.5.
Mike, I like Penn State. I like what Drew Aller is going to do, even though we don't know he's going to be the quarterback. He will, but 20.5 points is just way too much. I think that this will be a close game. Give me West Virginia in the points.
Kenny.
He is going Penn State in this game.
David, what are you doing?
Oh, my gosh. I really want to go.
This is another example of a game I'd never bet in real life.
Yeah, this one's a tough one. I got to go West Virginia here.
Good old Neil Brown.
I just think that West Virginia's they can.
Here's the
win
problem.
This thing.
Yeah, but the problem is West Virginia wants to ground and pound. I think Penn State might have the best defense in America. I think you have
Fair.
a hard time running into that wall.
Fair.
Garrett Green at quarterback. That's a collective fart noise. Go Penn State. This game's going to be fun. North Carolina laying 2.5, taking on South Carolina. This game's in Charlotte. Rico Beard.
Yeah, I've been going back and forth with this game, Mike. But whenever it's like this, you always go with who has the best player on the field. That is Drake May. That is North Carolina. Give me North Carolina and the points.
David.
I think he's excited about this game. He's going North Carolina in this game.
And your selection?
South Carolina.
I'm with David on this one. Drake May's great. I don't know if Tez Watkins is playing. The NCAA keeps screwing with his eligibility. South Carolina's offense got real good late in the year. Ritter redemption tour. I'm going to go with South Carolina. I have to. Clemson laying 13 as they play Duke Monday night in the weirdest line of the week. Rico Beard.
And that's just it. It's a weird line, Mike. I've sat across from you for 3 years now, and you always tell me when something doesn't look right, you go right, you steer into it. I'm not a big Clemson fan. But you know what? Clemson is angry. 3 teams just got invited to the table. There was already not enough pie for them in the first place. They're going to take this all out on Duke. Give me Clemson on the road and the point.
Kenny
Clemson,
Cott. Kenny Cott? Kenny Cott. That's definitely not Kenny.
That is Kenny Cott
we will
because
have
he is
this
going
perfected by week 1 of the NFL.
No, he is going with Clemson in this game.
You're going Duke
in the South. I am going Duke in this one because Grant Hill went to Duke, and I'm a love of Pistons fan. So let's go Duke.
I love the hire of Garrett Riley, TCU's OC. Klubnik's legit. I don't know. I just think we got a lot of PTSD from the DJU era. I'm going Clemson. Game of the week, LSU laying 2. They take on FSU Sunday night. Rico.
Yeah, this is a game I think it's going to be a very good game. This may be the most entertaining game of the week, but in the end, I picked LSU to go to the Final Four, to go to the playoffs. It all starts Sunday night. Give me the Tigers.
Family.
Of LSU and the family.
Go over to Kenny Cott.
I think we all know who he's picking in this game. LSU's an SEC team. He's going with Florida State.
Your selection.
I'm also going with Florida State. I want to believe in LSU, but they'll have time. They can recover in the SEC play.
Honestly, Florida State plus 2,500 to win the whole damn thing. If you're looking for TCU 2.0, Mike Norvell has built this thing for 3 years. They got a top 5 defensive player in Jared Verse. They got several weapons on offense, depth along both lines. And I think LSU's secondary is
somebody.
Yeah, well,
right?
they're missing Mason, the D tackle who got hurt in the game last year, suspended for this.
Yeah.
And their secondary can be had. They got 2 transformers in Johnny Wilson and Keon Coleman. I'll take Florida State. CMU at MSU. God help me. MSU laying 13.5. Rico Beard.
Yeah, unlike what James Cookie Costa believes, I think that Michigan State's defense will be a lot better. Central Michigan, they don't have quarterbacks that can pass the ball. I think that Michigan State will not only win, I think they will cover this thing, and I will have good Mike Valenti next week.
That would be nice, wouldn't it?
It would.
Kenny Cott.
You're not going to like Kenny's pick, Rico. He's going Central Michigan.
Hurtful, David?
I'm going Michigan State. I believe that Michigan State will dominate tonight.
I'm going to select MSU because, A, I can't take any more of Jim Costa's nonsense, and B, if they don't cover this number, I'm going to lose my mind regardless. I may as well go down with the ship. I don't need to be double angry. So, ECU at Michigan. Michigan laying 36 points. Rico.
Man, we could have put this one first, but I understand it's local. This is Michigan going out there and just handling their business. I don't see how ECU even scores into double digits. Michigan will bury them. Your third string players will be in the third quarter. There will be an orgy in the end zone. Give me Michigan.
That's reference to RG3, not Rico's literal prediction of sexual activity.
What a game.
Yeah, I mean, my God. Blur the screen. David.
Kenny is going with Michigan in this game. 36 is a lot of points, but it's ECU, so I got to go Michigan.
There's part of me, I still think you're going to have multiple defensive starters out. I don't know that Cornelius Johnson plays. I just kind of feel like this could be a flat game. And if Michigan wins 45-10, you're still covering.
But you got motivated assistant coaches who want to show the world
we're special too.
I want a job because my head coach may not be here next
Just
year.
because all of you are taking U of M, I'm going to take the other side. I'll do one devil's advocate play. I'll go ECU.
It's that pirate love that
it
you
is,
have.
man. No quarters. Raise the Jolly Roger. Oh, man. They're going to be terrible.
I wish this game was last year for you.
I know Holton Allers was Keaton Mitchell. They're going to be terrible this year. All right. Those are the picks. Virtual Kenny becomes real Kenny next week. 97.1.
4 o'clock, great to have you. Just a quick programming note. New episodes of the 5 Star Zone are up. Also, cash the tickets. So if you're getting involved with college football this weekend, we previewed every conference, damn near every team. All the picks are up for the opening weekend. Cookies and I are a combined 6-1, so we're off to a nice start. I know they're not all sexy. I'm sorry I gave you 2 unders last night, but
what was the one you didn't cover?
Cookies decided to, this is terrible. So I hate to say this, but you know he's a communist, right? Jim Costa does not like America, and he doesn't respect our academies. So in an effort to curry favor, he bet on the Naval Academy, and I begged him not to. I said, this Navy team has some problems. New OC, new offense. They're going to play 3 QBs. He goes, Michael, I want to prove to you that I don't hate our military. And cutscene, 42-3 Notre Dame. I begged him. But 6-1 between us. We're good. We're good. What?
No, when you were on vacation, I was accused of hating America because I was just like, guys, Notre Dame is going to run away with this game.
Yeah. Well, now he's right back on the train. He's betting Louisiana Monroe, getting 10 against Army. He's just Jim Costa, mean person.
Central Michigan's the finest.
Again, here's another thing, where Jim got on the radio for 4 hours today and just crushed MSU. I want you to think about something. If Jim Costa is one of your 10 most famous alums, are you a school at all? Like I said earlier.
Dick Enberg, Jim Costa.
Right. No. Make a list of the top 10 most famous CMU grads. Cookies is on it, albeit 9th or 10th. That kind of tells you what we're working with here. Second of all, Cookies was doing his little soft shoe this morning with Jansen. And it's like, okay, Jim, can you name anyone who went to CMU because they wanted to, not because they had to? Plenty of people go to U of M and turn down great schools. Rico got into Harvard and went to MSU. I got into every school I applied to. I went to MSU. Said no one ever at CMU. Let's face it, Cookies was on the last rung. He probably got rejected from every other school. And he goes, look, I'm going up to Mount Pleasant. It's either that or he had to work at his parents' dairy farm.
I was about to say, maybe that's why he's anti-military. It was either the military or Central Michigan.
That's right. And Cookies chose violence. He chose CMU. David, ticket text, and I do want to get on a topic. I'm hyped because the weather's beautiful.
Gorgeous.
And it's football. It's this farewell to summer. The tailgates, or whether you're having friends over to watch games, this is premium, like dudes doing dude stuff, cooking. Mm-hmm. I don't know if the smoker will be off this weekend. I mean, I have things happening. We'll get to it though, because I don't know. I'm just pumped up about it. Are you?
Went out and bought a new propane tank.
That's right.
Had it filled.
That's right. That's how you know it's going to be a big weekend. You buy a new propane tank.
I did.
Tell me you're old without telling me you're old.
I guess I'm old now then. Someone said I'm a U of M grad who has Peacock subscription, and I will not watch the game tomorrow. I will never stream a show. I'm sorry, I will stream a show, but not a game, he says.
It's funny I know people who have tickets at U of M or like to go to get. There's no one going to this game tomorrow. And it's a bummer. It's beautiful out. They're the Big Ten champs, but it shows
think that's
you.
Why.
What?
Because it's beautiful out. Because it won't be a game. You don't get this many more weekends in the state of Michigan.
I know.
Embrace it.
Hey, you don't have to tell me twice. Yeah. The at-home experience destroys live. But for fans who still go to games, you do not get days that look like today very often.
Evan Jenkins sent me a text yesterday. Mike, I may be slowly coming around to your at-home experience.
Why is that? You're the king of the live game.
I know. But Evan sent a text, and all it said was Nebraska-Minnesota game in 4K. It's a difference in watching it in 4K.
I don't think anything could save that game last night.
It was the only reason I stuck with it. Because I went to Utah and Florida.
Just press that button, flip to 4K.
And I'm like, well, at least 4K actually looks like I'm there.
Well, hold on. What do you mean hit the button?
Don't you have to press the button?
You do.
What button? Your remote or something?
Yeah,
right?
there's a button that says this game's available in 4K. So then when you hit that button, it takes you from the HD version.
Okay.
Sends you to 4K, and 4K is like 4 or 5 seconds ahead.
All right,
of
I'll
the
have
regular
to.
game.
That's like it was for HD.
Yeah.
You were in standard def. The button.
Maybe I
sends
missed
you-
the prompt here. All right, I'll be better about
Or
this.
it says if you got Xfinity, it says in watch options, and then it'll say this game's in 4K. You hit
Got it.
that button.
Okay.
Takes you
Noted.
there.
Now, is State in 4K? Just kidding.
It's in 3G.
Now this man's wondering what he missed. He's like, wow, I can get it in 4K.
All right,
There
what
you go.
do you got, David?
Funny, Mike, how you were talking about CMU. Wife and I tried to get our son to go there so he'd be closer to home, but he chose Michigan Tech instead. Wow.
Look, I don't say it to be hurtful. It's just Cookies has gotten a little big for his britches. He's guaranteed to win tonight. He was slanderous. And it's like, all right, let's bring you back down to earth a little bit. Gym Safety School Costa.
Someone says, where's In the Mood music? Oh, Christ, trying to explain 4K broadcast to Opie.
Wait, hold on. I asked the question, that's all. I don't really care about the 4K thing. Not enough things are broadcast in it. I'm not saying it's not better, but it's not something like if you asked me what's the bigger pain in the ass, it's clearly streaming a game. For Michigan fans who want to just, you're busy tomorrow. You're doing your domestic duties. You're running around. Let's say you get in at 12:20. There's going to be people going, where the F is this game?
I promise you, yeah, they didn't do their homework. At probably 12:10, it's the panic phone call to the child or the grandchildren. Help me. I need to watch my team. Where is it?
Someone says, what? Never known about this 4K button. I could have watched that train wreck in even more clarity.
Right, in stunning 4K clarity, you'd see
it makes
that.
It makes bad games good. Like the Big Ten tournament and hoops were all in 4. Evan alerted me, and I was just like, Evan, thank you so much. And
what is it going to take for you to give up your live game obsession? What would it take? Because you're going up there tonight. Yeah. You're putting in a full day here, but you just can't help yourself. Your new fashion bag. You're going to be glad handing.
Yeah, I am.
What would it take? If they're bad again this year, do you finally quit? Ooh, hold on. Rico is at the edge of that dark hole that the Spartans kick the guy down when the messenger shows up. Rico, 5-7, and you end up in the abyss. You're done with live games?
Yeah, 5-7, and probably you're looking at, I got to question whether I'm even going to the game in Detroit.
Wow.
No, but I have done this before. When the team is bad, I'm like, this isn't worth my time anymore. So I can watch you lose at home. But when they're winning, yeah, you get to see friends. I like the atmosphere. I like the pageantry. I like all of that. So that's why I go. The glad hand, as you say.
Glad.
Alan, great to see you.
Right, I'll go sit in the president's box for a while.
That was the best thing going to Western Michigan State last year.
Oh, yeah.
Was seeing you. I literally saw you every area of that stadium. On the field, in the stands, up there, turning lights on. It was crazy, man.
It's unreal. There's nothing like it.
It was fun.
And he's got a new tailgate bag he's unveiling today.
I saw that.
He's all systems go. Rico, if they don't play well tonight, just do me a favor. Don't call. Don't call.
Dude, I already know.
No, I'm gonna need to sleep it off. We'll talk tomorrow morning.
I promise you this. David, he's telling me don't call. I won't have to call.
No,
I'll call you.
I know every thought in this dog bleep program.
No.
Bleep, 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 bleep.
I am going to, you know what?
Bleep, bleep.
New year, new year, new me.
Please.
New year, new me.
Same Nebraska.
Probably, yeah. Yeah.
New coach, new quarterback, same Nebraska. Yeah, new year. Mike,
choose violence.
Trust me. The text you sent last night, I'm laughing like.
Hold on. Here's what I sent him. Hold on. Full disclosure. Don't say a word. I'm talking to David. And this was in the tone of a question because there's a question mark at the end of it. I said, Rico, is it possible Matt Rule has a better defense 10 minutes into his career at Nebraska than Tuck has in year 4? Question mark.
No way.
No, but you know when you do the model and you read the text in other people's voice.
Yes.
That's not how I heard it. What I heard was, are you kidding me?
I did not say that.
That in year 1, they have a better defense than year 4? That's how I heard it.
No, I can understand how you heard it that way.
But that wasn't how it was sent. And you watched that game last night and you're going, wait.
Right, I'm like, can we be upset tomorrow?
Yeah, right. Let it happen. Let it unfold.
Right, let's be upset tomorrow night.
Fair. 248-539-9797. We'll get some of the calls, some of the ticket texts. Oh, man, it's emotional. And yes, if you're a Michigan fan, download Peacock tonight. Be set up. Don't miss your team hitting that cursed banner. Mm-hmm. You don't want to be in the pinwheel of death tomorrow.
True.
97.1.
Speaking of downloading Peacock, Xfinity can help you get there. Xfinity's next generation 10G network. The future starts now. Xfinity gives you 99.9% reliability on the internet, so you don't have to settle for just using your phone for home internet. It means more gaming and streaming and looking up life hacks, watching your football team. It keeps you connected. Look, it's the real home internet. It's the next generation 10G home network. Now through this, September 21st, get 75 megabit internet on the Xfinity 10G network, $20 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. And ask how you can get one free line of unlimited mobile when you upgrade to 400 megabit internet. Go to Xfinity.com/10G. Call 1-800-XFINITY or simply visit an Xfinity store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a store bank account. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Equipment, taxes, and fees are extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
I guess, was I a little surprised that they kept the 2 running backs? I'm a little surprised that that's all they kept, but they've got room to maneuver here with the roster, the way they've constructed it. I think the Lions are going to be quite active when it comes to adding players to this team. I think they are going to – I would hope that they would talk to Robbie Gould. We talked a lot about it yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw another article last night that used the word picky. Robbie Gould.
Well, David just told me I'm hot, which means it's time to tell you that if you've been injured in an accident, whether it's auto,
Detroit is
truck,
close to
motorcycle,
Chicago, so
or a slip and fall, attorney David Feminino is who you need to call.
But
We've
I
told
think
you
that
when
they
you get injured
are
in Michigan,
also looking
get David
into,
and you get paid.
Certainly at wide
David
receiver.
personally
see if
make
they
sure
can
you get every
improve
dime
that
you
group.
deserve. David
but
doesn't
it's every
take a fee
position.
until you
I mean,
get paid.
there
So
could
if
be
you were
some
injured,
offensive
you know
lineman that
someone
was
who
waived,
is.
and they're like,
Call
"Oh,
David
goodness, I didn't
Feminino,
expect that."
855.
Yeah, let's get him.
6'5" crash. That's 855. 6'5" crash.
I'm going to be intrigued to see if they sign a running back today. And there's a couple names out there, familiar names, that I'd kick the tires on, Gator.
Hey, question, guys, before we get back into the football, and we'll do Prop Bet Casino later in the hour. If you missed anything, Michigan State, we talked both. Odyssey.com rewind. We can get back into it, obviously, next week. Lions. It's going to be like a Super Bowl.
Here they're playing some nobody quarterback.
I cannot wait. Quick question. The weather today, take a picture. It's going to be like this the next 3-4 days. David, do you have Ute Sports dominating your weekend, or are you home?
Not this weekend. I'm good.
Rico, I know, no Ute Sports dominating your weekend. You're going to go to the game tonight, and then no random basketball tournament in Geneva, Ohio, or anything. You're good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. So if the three of us are all at home this weekend, it means cooking is happening. Am I the only one who's lined up a menu here, or am I insane?
No, you're not the only one, Mike.
I can't wait.
You are not the only one. I may hit the trifecta with the griddle, smoker, and the grill.
At the same time.
That's what I'm going to try. Not the smoker. I don't have a smoker, but the griddle and the grill. Both of them going.
My brother-in-law got one of those. I have to tell you something. Those things are magical. Those flat top deals, Blackstones, the burgers you can produce on those are crazy.
Yeah.
See, I'm trying something new. It's either going to be really good or really bad. I found this new seasoning. It's a peach rub for ribs. So I'm gonna go half and half peach and pecan.
Yeah.
And do a bourbon maple glaze. And
griddle
kind of finish those out.
Mike, the griddle is good. I had you were on vacation. I had the guys over. Kenny's still showing up on my security cameras, trying to sneak back on.
Fair.
Yeah.
But Rico, that's the point. Is like obviously in the summer, like I do try to get back to Saratoga a good amount. It shrinks your summer. Like so for people who go up north. That's Saratoga to me. This is like one of the weekends where I just want to cook and I want to enjoy football and be outside. And I'm telling you, I think back, like if you're driving up to this game right now, or if you're tailgating right now, or if you're a Michigan fan and you're prepping your gear to be at that golf course early tomorrow, I think back of all the work that goes into it. I get tired thinking about it.
Mm-hmm. I am anxious to break in a new grill. Made a mistake. First of all, I thought every grill was a propane tank.
No.
Yeah. I got this great. It was a liquid. You had to hook it up to the house. And
yeah.
The guy was like, no. So I had found this guy.
Oh, dear.
Who made pieces so that I could swap them out. And I converted it to just a regular propane grill.
You never knew that, huh?
No. I was just like, I figured, okay, well, it's probably an extension cord. Nope. Nothing. You got to.
Oh yeah, you got a full convert. Yeah, no.
It was a hassle.
Correct.
But there will be a ton of chicken wings tossed on there. I'm hanging some ribs on the smoker.
I got to tell you something. I smoked chicken wings a couple weekends ago. It was one of the weekends I wasn't back home, and I found a trick smoking these wings to get a crisp on them. You ever just you take your wings and put the dry rub on there, and then put them on a rack, and you like let them sweat a little bit in the fridge. Before you put them on the smoker, take whatever dry rub you use, take a half cup of that, take a half cup of cornstarch, put it in a Ziploc bag, mix it up, dump all the wings in there, and get that cornstarch coating on them, then go to the smoker. Rico, it's like you fried them. It's crazy. Really good.
Maybe we won't be firing up the
No.
grill with the wings on the smoker.
I'm just telling you. Now, the only thing I got to figure out if I want to cross that bridge this weekend, because it's a lot of work, I was thinking of doing a brisket. Brisket is such a pain in the ass.
Don't do it. Because
I got a
You
new
started
trick.
tonight.
You have to.
No, David. Now hang on. It
You
doesn't
have to babysit it, and one small step,
I know.
and you just got beef.
Fair, but I found a trick where I might be able to bring the cook time down to 8 hours. Might. Then you got to wrap it and do the crutch and the whole bit. But I'm excited. I hope people are doing something nice this weekend, cooking and enjoying the football, because like tonight, I feel bad for you. There's no tailgate for you to stop by. You're going to be in that stadium. You're going to be stuck eating artisanal pretzels or hot dogs under a heat lamp since 93.
Maybe.
You don't even get decent food tonight, do you? Yeah, I do. What do you get? Whoa. What are you in the president's box?
Hey, look.
Hold on.
Figure that under his breath. You know.
David, wait a minute. No. You can't skirt this.
You can't.
Where are you going for high-level grub up there? Say it. Come on.
I can't. It's I'll walk around and see what's happening.
Write it down on a piece of paper.
So,
I think I may know. I'm not going to say it on the air, but
what is he going to? Is he going to?
I think he's going to someone's box.
Oh, really?
He just smoked his arms.
I'm just going to go to Claudia. I cannot believe it.
I plan on going out into the crowd and watching the game. So I want to find Cookies and sit next to him.
He's going to be sitting.
I know exactly where he's sitting.
Oh, okay, then. Let's go to Claudia 97.1. What's up, Claudia?
Hi, guys. Hi, Rico. I'm heading up to the game. I'm the one that sits behind Chuck.
Hey,
I'm
Claudia.
I got to tell you a little story that happened to me today. Yesterday, I discovered through the people we share our tickets with that we, for 21 years, 22 years, whatever, I've had season tickets to MSU. And I really never look at them. I look at the section. I look at the row. Well, one of the people I shared tickets with said to me, "Hey, these aren't our seats." I said, "What?" I ordered the same seats that I always do. I called this morning, and I found out another thing Michigan State has done to us is they changed my seats without my knowledge, without my permission, and they moved me down 8-10 seats. I said to them, "Well, I want to sit behind Chuck. You know, that's my buddy, and you moved me down." They said they had an adjustment in their athletic department, and they wanted our seats. And they never told me. They send me 90 emails, and I never knew it until now.
Claudia, I have
Yeah.
bad news for you. The Spartan Ticket Office might be the worst in the entire United States of America. The Spartan Ticket Office
think
is
you're right.
horrific. Horrific. Dating all the way back to the Rose Bowl, where people got screwed out of tickets. The Spartan Ticket Office should be shut down. It's horrific.
Well, I said to them, they said you could cancel all your seats if you want.
Oh, lovely.
And boy, I came within an eyelash of that.
So
But
are
I
you
kept
still in the
thinking,
same
we got-
section?
I'm in the same section, Rico, but I'm about 10 seats down. So we're not behind Chuck anymore.
Who the hell
we're
is Chuck?
further
We
down.
keep talking about Chuck like all of Metro Detroit knows Chuck. Claudia, I don't know who Chuck is.
Chuck's my frat brother.
Rico does.
Okay. All right. So again, he's like Kevin Bacon, Claudia. The 6 degrees of Rico Beard. She's talking about Chuck like I know who the hell this guy is. Me and David are looking at each other. Chuck Norris? Chuck Knobloch? Chuck E. Cheese? Who is Chuck?
Chuck's a frat brother of mine. So
He keeps saying it too. Oh, we're not sitting behind Chuck. I want to sit with Chuck.
But again, these schools, let me help you, Claudia. And if you're a Michigan fan, it's the same deal. You're a Spartan fan, and these schools do not care about you. They don't care that you've had tickets for 20 years. They don't care that you sit near the same people. They don't care about where your tailgate is. It is essentially a form of extortion. And they do what they want, how they want, when they want. And the minute you don't pay or can't pay or don't capitulate, they bleep you. Okay? Learn it.
They don't care. The New York Yankees did the same thing to families who had tickets for 70 years at the old stadium. And when they built the new stadium, it was pay the new price or you're out. And that's exactly what happened.
Serious?
Dead serious. These teams do not care about you. You go because you care. Yeah. You go because you're willing to put up with it.
Well, and here's the thing. When they say, well, if you want to give them up, give them up. That means I got somebody who'll take those tickets from me and I can just hang up on you and end this phone call.
Correct.
There is no recourse. Either you pay this or, yeah.
Right. It's like the mafia.
Good way of putting it.
I mean, it's every step along the way. I mean, part of the reason I stopped is, they blew up our tailgate. People tailgating together for 20 years. Now they want to extort you for the parking spot. Then we're going to do seat licenses over here. And then we're going to reorganizations. And then they started that stupid system where you could change where your seats were on a system that never worked.
David, he started in front of the stadium. You don't know MSU well, but I think Mike was headed to Hubbard Hall, which is on the other side of campus by the time they were done. He just kept moving one lot over, one lot over, one lot over.
Up next, I'm live in Owasso. 248-539-9797. Let's get the Prop Bet Casino next, 97.1. Hungry Howie's, 50 years of creating great pizza. Hey, Spartans are playing at 7. Michigan plays at noon. You don't want to cook? Maybe you don't do the outdoor stuff. Maybe you're not throwing on a little tri-tip or something this weekend.
Or maybe you need to eat your feelings.
There it is. MSU plays bad. May I recommend an Urban Meyer edition sad pizza? Order some Hungry Howies and cry into it. That's what I'll be doing if MSU loses. David doesn't believe in God if Michigan loses tomorrow. It's going to be unbelievable. It's Hungry Howie's, the new Bee Sting Pizza, hot honey drizzled, 2 toppings of your choice, $12.99. So when MSU doesn't cover the number tonight, your tears could be the added flavor to this pizza pie. It's Hungry Howie's, limited time on the new stuff, Hungry Howie's Pizza.